blokes long. It's 100 years old, and it tells the course of history for the Middle East and the Jewish world. The Balfour Declaration, the expression of the British government's support for a Jewish home in Palestine, was sent by British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour to the Second Lord Rothschild. I'm here in Buckinghamshire at Rochester Manor to speak with the Fourth Lord Rothschild about the Balfour Declaration, what it means for Britain, for the Jewish people, and the Rothschild family.
talking to the bird, and the bird will show snack for later. See the bees on his head?
Yep, they're like to me if I had no clout. the world differently than we do. It's like a fallen angel. He just sees the opposite. He sees love where we see something horrifying. He sees beauty when we see something very, very ugly. For him, life is most interesting and most fantastic when it's expressed with death. Right in that moment, that's something. So that's obviously a important way of thinking, but I don't necessarily have to go down that path. I can just substitute something else that I find, something I cherish. I think that's the best way to approach it. As opposed to go down in a dark alley, then go down in a beautiful alley. That's what he's way too intelligent for anyone. I have no idea how they learn all these languages, how people play their theory and go on out, perfection, everything. He's a little character. And for some reason he never got to know his funny accent. He didn't have time for that. So I did it. Yeah, I just only doing stuff to video so that's a lot of juggling in that, which I'm very good at myself. There was things that I didn't know why it didn't make sense later. Like, supposed to when he slips wine, everybody else goes like that. He goes like different way from it. And that just didn't be interesting, to be honest. Just something I was like, that's great, it's fun. And then you realize it does make sense. His nose is so sensitive. It has to go the way up here, right? Just difficult to avoid. So we didn't want him to be a classical life. If that's the case, then we're going to dive into his past, what happened to the world or something. And it becomes an announcement about what that could have been solved earlier. But we like the idea of understanding his past. We just want him to be and not a classical psychopath. We want him to feel emotions and empathy. But unlike the other characters, the main character, Joe, he has no control of it. Too much. He kind of goes complete control when to have it. But they're like in a situation where that was the whole idea. Circle around with ventures of the what I grew up with. That was again one of these things where it's like, because he was like in between a real person or he was like kind of a myth. You realize pretty fast that little normal things that people do, scratch themselves and fast moving, reacting to something. You lost from the interest of actually research. So we went more for like a list or something, and it was really long. But we did go for like a big gorilla in a cave. And that they had all these fishes. No idea. And it was super annoying for a lot of reasons. In Scotland, the either was raining, or but when it was making sunshine, they had all these fishes and mountains that were full of them. For YouTube, fighting kind of with the jaws. Sometimes they got caught in that. So I would have like.
cocktail party? Yeah, I will. I'm just trying.
almost all of human knowledge is contained in this house. I can learn anything that ever exists. A girl pretending to eat individual ice cream. You have so many more tools than I had when I was younger. I mean,
How much money are you making out?
Maybe 10,000. And you're 17.
Yeah, exactly.
18 different millionaires teaching 18 different corporations. It's surprisingly easy to be successful. You would tell someone in the 1950s, 2020, that the device in my head, almost all of human knowledge is contained in this device. I can learn anything that ever. 1950s, when you look at girl pretending to eat digital ice cream, you have so many more tools than I had when I was younger.
How much money are you making out?
Amazing. 25K. You made over 10,000. And you're 17.
Yeah, exactly.
18 different millionaires teaching 18 different wealth creation methods. It's surprisingly easy to be successful. If you were to tell someone in the 1950s, 2023, there's a device in my head, almost all of human knowledge is contained in this device. I can learn anything that ever. In the 1950s, when you look at girls pretending to eat digital ice cream, you have so many more tools than I had when I was younger. I mean, a program with
How much money are you making out?
$90,000. That's amazing. 25K. You made over 10,000. And you're 17.
Yeah, exactly.
18.
psychologically attached to, habits. There's a bunch of things what you thought you knew? Are you not who you think you are? The C minus can be the best gift you ever had, and that's them thriving, because then they'd be competition. What's the difference between tragedy and hell? You
because I can try new ideas.
My classmates. And that is what makes
power. Those are your options. There's no non-monster alternative. The injunction to treat your neighbor as and that often have a moral obligation to do that. It's not just that you
synthesizes. So all living creatures are. And so they said, I'm going to
them presidencies. I think it was in Calcutta. And as he's getting there, he arrives.
Protest and defund the police.
dad saw the blisters and just dropped dead. Just
one question that any military court need ask of the accused.
Two robbers.
I walked in on them.
Gentlemen, welcome to another cigar night, number 8, I believe, with your trusty friend, Tristan Tate. If you've watched a few of these, you know how they work by now, so I'm not going to waste too much of your time. What I typically do is I like to sit and I sit and answer your questions for an hour. So the questions I've been fed beforehand on X and on email and from the real world and the real room. Some of the questions that will come up in the super chats, if they're good, I'm going to make time to answer them. And I've got some very interesting questions for you today. What I do is I light a cigar, and by the time the cigar is finished, I'm done answering your questions. Now, I'm on a tight schedule today, so I'm only going to be online for about an hour. The cigar I'm not going to finish, because it is my last Patriot cigar from My Patriot Cigars. Beautiful American company making these wonderful cigars over in the United States. These boxes were actually gifted to me by the one and only Roger Stone. Roger Stone did nothing wrong, remember that. And I have reviewed a Patriot cigar TNT, after explosives, on this show before. This is a Patriot cigar MOAB. Military, or military jargon. You know that stands for Mother of All Bombs. This is the mother of all the cigars. So I've smoked loads of these. They are absolutely fantastic. Go to mypatriotcigars.com and you can some of the fantastic things. But this is actually my last one. So hopefully, if I'm free soon, Roger Stone, if you give me another box. But I appreciate the gift, Roger. They were absolutely wonderful. I've spent many wonderful evenings smoking these Patriot cigars. And my final one is only smoked by on this cigar tape. So, by the time this is halfway done, I'll probably be done. But I got some very good questions tonight. Very interesting about fight hype between a certain fight, between questions about Mr. Jordan Peterson, obviously said my brother's name very recently. And I have a few things to say about all of this. So, fasten your seatbelts. If you have any good questions that you want me to answer, send them across in the super chat. Make sure they're compelling, interesting questions about world issues, things that you want my opinion on, and I'm happy to discuss them. There's no need to spend too much of tonight reviewing the actual cigar card. Because the review is the fact that I've had probably 20 of these over the last few months, and in a house fully stocked with Cubans, I've often chosen these above the Cubans for those long evening smokes. So they are absolutely fantastic things. I highly recommend you go to mypatriotcigars.com and buy yourself some if you're in the United States, especially if you can't get your hands on good Cubans. Yeah, very, very respectable products. Thanks for them. Shout out to them. And thanks again to Mr. Roger Stone. So, we have lots of questions tonight, and I'm going to try and rattle through. Because I'm very, very busy. But I do love to spend my time with my fans. Without my fans, without the people who support me, without the people who watch us on Rumble, I wouldn't be doing any of this. So, I like that young men are listening to myself and my brother. I like to be better people. I love the stories of success. So no matter how busy I am, I'm always going to find time to sit down and have a cigar.
Lord, that you're fighting our battles. We believe what we're singing today.
The first thing I want to get into, because I never cover influencer boxing, because I don't give a fuck.
Dylan Dennis right now in the name of Jesus. Lord, I thank you that you're breaking forces of depression, anxiety.
So I'm not going to talk about boxing matches or anybody who's going to be fighting. I'm going to be talking about one specific issue, and that is the legal cases now being brought up against Dylan Dennis, and if he deserves them, and if he went too far. Lots of people don't quite understand the fight game. Lots of people's first introduction to watching anybody box or anybody fight were the initial influencer boxing matches. Fighting is a very scary thing to do. It's a very nerve-wracking thing to do. Your emotions are heightened in the entire 12-week training camp on the way up to a fight. But more importantly, fight hype is the most important part of any fight, especially in this influencer boxing game, in this influencer boxing age. Because the key to the hype is to make people want to watch the fight. I've never paid for an influencer boxing match. I've never watched an influencer boxing match. I have friends who fight. I, however, will be watching this. Why? Because of the successful promotion that's been run by Mr. Dylan Dennis, who's blown this fight up bigger than I think any influencer boxing match has ever been blown up.
So,
We commit
did
our
anybody
lives
cross the line?
afresh and
Yes.
anew into your hands. Lord, make us and mold us into who you want us to be.
And here's who
I
crossed
thank you
the
that you're going before us, even now.
The line was crossed
making
by
crooked
whoever
places
idea
straight.
it was
Opening right doors
to press
closing
legal
wrong
charges
doors.
against him,
Bringing the
to
right
sue
people
him,
across
to
our
drag him through
path,
court.
and weeding out those that
Because,
shouldn't be there.
frankly,
Lord, I
this
ask
is
for
the
all
fight
of us
game, and
for
people
your
say
wisdom.
horrific things.
I think that we have
Did
the
Mike
mind
Tyson
of
cross the line
Christ,
when he
the
said to
spirit of
Lennox Lewis,
wisdom,
"I want to eat
discernment,
your
Lord, that we know
children"?
the right decisions in
Did
life, that
Joe
you're giving us
Frazier
the
cross the
power
line
to obey,
when he
that
mocked
we will
Muhammad
make
Ali's name
decisions
change?
that
Said he was
move
going to
us
make him
toward
bow
our
to Jesus even though he's a Muslim?
God-given Lord,
Lots
that
of
we will
boxers
become
refused
all
to
that
call
you
him Muhammad
created
Ali,
us to
his
be.
Muslim name, and kept
Father,
calling
we've
him
all
Clay
made
or
mistakes.
Cassius
We've
Clay.
all taken wrong
Very,
turns.
very
We
offensive.
ask for your forgiveness.
No,
and
they
we
did not cross the
receive
line.
your
Maybe they
mercy
did,
right
but
now.
this is the fight game,
Lord,
and I
I
think
thank
the
you that you
only
can
line would have
still
been
get
crossed
us
if
to where we're
Lennox
supposed to
Lewis
be.
launched
We're
a
not gonna live in
lawsuit
guilt and
back in the
condemnation,
early 2000s
letting
against
the
Mike
accuser
Tyson for
hold
saying
us
that,
back. But Lord,
and
we
ruined
believe
the
we're
whole boxing
redeemed,
match
we're forgiven,
with a bunch
that
of
your mercy is
legalities,
bigger than
you know,
any
making
mistake.
making
So we're
Tyson
letting
not
go of
want to
the
fight,
old today.
making Tyson
We're
think,
getting
well,
ready
this
for
isn't
the
worth a
new,
5-year
Lord
legal
God.
battle. I just want to have a
thank you that
boxing
you
match and
haven't
get
brought us
paid.
this far to
I
leave
feel
us,
like that's what's
that
happening. I don't know if
2023
it comes
will
from
be a
Dylan's
bountiful
opponent
year, a
necessarily,
productive year,
Dylan's
a
opponent's
faith-filled
girlfriend,
and a
Dylan's
favor-filled
opponent's
year.
management.
In Jesus'
I don't know
name.
where it's coming from, but that
And
is
Lord,
where the line has
we
been
lift up,
crossed. I mean,
we
if I
lift
were
up
in charge
Israel,
of
we
this
lift up
fight,
all the Middle East,
I would
Lord.
10x
You
Dylan's
said, Lord, to
fight.
pray
What
for
he
the
has done
peace
is
of Jerusalem. And so, Lord, we just
astronomical
ask for your
in terms of the
protection
promotion
for your
of this fight.
people.
And the only thing that's
watching
going to stop
after
this
and
fight
fighting
happening
battles
is
and
Dylan sitting
comforting
around
those that are
thinking, and
hurting.
I know,
Lord, we speak
if he
peace
backs
into
out of the
that
fight, a lot of people are
situation.
going to be giving him
We
shit.
stand against
And
all
I
the
don't
force
actually
of
condone him
evil
backing out of
and
the fight, but let me tell you
just,
something. If he
heartache
sits there,
and trouble, Lord, I
his
think
life's
those
okay, and he thinks, you
powers
know
are
what,
broken. And
my life's
I
good.
just thank you for your peace,
Do I
Lord
really
God.
want
Father, I do lift
a
up people that are
5-year
fighting
legal
battles in their
battle
health, those that are
and
not feeling
potentially
well, didn't
facing
get a good
bankruptcy
medical report. Father, you
over
said
this
you'd send
boxing
your,
match
you
I'm
sent
supposed to
your
have
word
maybe
to
not?
heal
Fuck
them.
the whole thing off.
God, I think you're right
Which
now,
is a
healing
sad
is flowing
possibility.
into all those
But
that
whoever
need
it was who
Lord, I
decided to
thank
bring
you
in
that
the
you're bigger
legalities
than
and the
cancer,
lawyers
bigger than heart
into this
trouble,
shit talking
bigger than
match,
diabetes.
which
Lord, I
all
thank you that you are
fights
Jehovah
are,
Rapha, the Lord our healer.
then I believe that they
I
have really
speak
crossed the line.
healing,
I mean,
wholeness,
Conor McGregor, who I massively
victory
respect, when
coming
he was
into
fighting
your
Khabib,
body,
who again I
our
massively
cells,
respect,
joints,
said some very
ligaments,
offensive things to
tissues,
Khabib.
organs,
I mean, he was bringing up his
mind,
wife,
memory.
his
Lord,
religion,
I thank you
his
what you said, with
associates,
long life
and I
you
like
will
both of those
satisfy
guys.
us.
But that again
We
was
thank
very,
you
very
for it in
offensive, and it's
Jesus'
the fight
name.
game. You
Not
answer the
just
questions in the ring.
physically.
Khabib got
I
the better
lift
of him
up
on the
those
fight night.
that have gone through
But
loss.
if
Those that
Khabib
are
had
in tough
decided to
times.
sue
Father, you
Conor
said you're
McGregor,
close to the
now I'm not
brokenhearted.
going to talk in the ring, I'm not
Let
going to
them
wrestle
feel
him, I'm
your
not going to box him, I'm going to bring in a
presence
bunch of
right
lawyers
now. Ask you that you would comfort
to
them,
litigate
that
him
they would
into
know we are praying
bankruptcy
for them.
for saying
Lord,
X
even
about
though
my
it feels
wife,
like it's the end,
then I think that would have
that you
crossed the
have a
line.
new
But Khabib and
beginning,
Conor did not do
that
that.
you are still
They,
in control.
did a lot of shit
You said
talking,
what was
a lot
meant
of
for
hype. It was a
harm, you
massive
would turn
fight.
to
I
our
watched the fight
advantage.
myself.
So
They
I
did their
speak
talking in the
fresh
ring.
hope and fresh
Maximum
vision
respect to
and
both the guys. They didn't
fresh
bring lawyers into
attitudes
it.
and new
And Khabib got
beginnings.
the better of him on
That
the night.
weeping
So I
endures for
feel
a
like
night,
Dylan's
but Lord,
opponent
I think
needs
a joy
to
is
take
coming
that
in the
approach
morning.
and immediately
In Jesus'
cease
name.
with
Lord,
the
you've
legal
done
action.
great things in
That
the
would be my
past, but we
advice
believe
to
and
anybody
declare
around him. That
the
would be my
best
advice to
is
anybody
still in
involved in
front
the
of us.
promotion of this
We're
fight. The
letting
legal
hope
action is going
rise,
to kill the
faith
single most
rise,
anticipated
dreams
fight
rise.
in
We thank you
influencer
that we
boxing
are
history.
victors
This whole
and
I'll
never
sue you culture,
victims.
I don't like
In
it.
Jesus' name.
In fact, I once gave
And if
credit
you
to
receive
Dylan's
it,
opponent.
can you say amen today?
About a year ago, or a year and a half ago, I was talking to him. I said, I
Amen.
like
Victors
that with
and
his
not
initial
victims.
fights with
Let's
KSI,
make a
he
declaration of faith.
brought
Let's
back
say it like
the old
we mean it.
tradition
Are
of,
you
I have a
ready?
problem with you.
I
I'm not
am
going to sue you.
blessed,
I'm not going to diss you.
prosperous,
I'm not going to write a rap
redeemed,
about you. I'm going to
forgiven,
fight you because I have a problem with you. And I actually sat here on this couch in an emergency meeting and said, I like this man for bringing that back. To be the man who initiated that, I've got a problem with you, I'm going to fight you. Bring back the old school, I challenge you to a duel culture. And then, because Dylan posted some images he found on Google, start bringing in lawyers and litigation instead of wanting to talk in the ring. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. So no. Lots of questions about the fight hype. Did anyone cross the line? Yes. Whoever idea it was to bring lawyers into this game, definitely crossed the line. Jordan Peterson, who I've never spoken about ever in my life.
I love those songs we were singing.
Did an interview with his daughter.
I hope you let it take root
daughter.
down on
He
the
brought
good
up
soul
my
of
brother,
your heart.
and
Let me tell
many
you,
of
the
you have
enemy
seen
is
this.
outnumbered.
Thousands of you have been asking
You know,
questions.
things may
Thousands.
be
I've
coming
got lots of
against you.
questions. So I am
Sometimes it
going
looks
to
like, you know, it's bigger, it's
cover
Goliath.
this
But let me
slightly.
tell you, you
I am
have the
actually
most
going to
powerful
bring this
force
up.
in the
Jordan
universe
Peterson
on
is
your
also on
side.
the podcast about my
God
brother.
is breathing
I
in
feel
your
like
direction right now. Don't be talked out of living a life of victory. Sometimes, you know, there are circumstances coming against
Mr.
us.
Dr.
but
Peterson
what does it say
is
in Psalm
extremely
34?
obsessed
Many are
over
the
one
afflictions of the
aspect of my
righteous.
brother's
So you're having
rise
trouble,
to
hey,
fame, and
you're
one
the righteous.
aspect of my
That's
brother's
part of
life
the
and his work
promise, but
history,
don't forget the
of
rest
which
of
there
it.
are many.
But
He's
the
very
Lord
correct when he
delivers
says that
us
people
out
are
of
very
them all.
complicated.
So if you're
And
in a tough time,
credit to him,
you
he
know,
might not
your
know
report
much
is
about
not, I'm not
I
saying
don't
to deny
imagine
it,
he
but my
sits around
report
watching
is I'm coming
entertainment
out.
content. I don't
God's
imagine
in the
he sits around
process
watching
of turning this
podcasts and
around.
interviews
It
we do
looks
with
like
Tucker
I'm
Carlson,
outnumbered,
Candace Owens,
but I know the enemy
and
is
all the big
outnumbered.
guys who we speak to,
Let me
Patrick
tell
Bet
you,
David.
you wouldn't
Maybe
be
his
alive
knowledge
unless
is
God
limited,
had
but
something
he's
greater in your
obsessed
future. I
over
just
this
encourage you
idea
to let faith rise up. That's
that
what
my
we're talking
brother
about this whole fall
ran this
season.
webcamming
Faith is
studio
rising.
many years ago.
Hope is
Very
rising.
popular business here in
Dreams are rising.
One,
That's what
I was mainly
causes
in charge
God to
of the
work.
webcamming studio.
I
all
just
these years
believe
ago,
you're going to
not my
see
brother.
God do some
Two,
unusual things.
I feel
As you
like
release
to
your
paint
faith,
my
God's
brother
gonna open
as a
some
man
doors you couldn't open.
with all
He's gonna
his
bring
various
some family
accomplishments
members in you
and
thought would
all
never
of his
serve
brilliance
He's
as
going
a
to
man
free you
who
from
once
some
ran a webcam
habits that have hold
is
you back.
to
The
not
enemy
do
comes with
justice
those never lies, never
to the
gonna
story
change,
of the life that
never
is
get
entertained.
well,
So if
never
I
get
could
out of
speak
debt,
to
never
Dr.
be happy
Peterson,
again.
I feel like
he wouldn't be telling
relations
you
are
that
becoming a
if
little
he
more
didn't know
civil because
God
he
had
stopped
something
calling me
amazing
names
right up in front of you.
and stopped
You
calling
be
my brother names
strong
on
and of
X.
good courage.
I feel like
the
he
Lord
should
your
know
God
that,
is with you.
yeah,
We speak
we are not
victory
from
over you.
his
One
world.
last thing. 2023,
I may
a
seem like I am.
bountiful year in your
You know, he
life.
grew up, I believe
a
his parents were
productive,
librarians,
faith-filled,
teachers, and he grew up in this
favor-filled,
wonderful family,
blessed,
good upbringing.
prosperous,
Me and my brother are men
healthy,
from the streets.
and any
I,
other
at
good
35
adjective you
years
can
old,
think of
would not
here. In
advocate
Jesus'
starving.
name.
But I
All
was
right, y'all,
once
we're going to take a
24-year-old
moment to
man,
pray today.
a 24-year-old man
Here in the building,
with
if you need
no
prayer
formal education,
during
no
this
higher
next song,
education,
anyone's
who was
welcome
trying
to
to
come down
educate
to the
himself,
front,
who was
front
trying to
of
make
your
money in all the
section,
ways
back
that
of
I
your
knew
section
how.
up top.
And the way it
Someone's
typically
there that
worked
would
is I
love
would
to
post
pray for
adverts
you.
on
Rest of you,
Facebook
you're
back in
welcome
the
to be
day.
seated if you
For
like.
people who
but
wanted
if
to
you
work
need
as
prayer,
streamers,
please
live
don't
streamers,
hesitate
and I
to
would
come. We'd
find
be honored to pray for
applicants,
you.
and my whole job was
Victoria's
mainly
gonna
be
be praying
sitting
for you
around
guys
doing
online
spreadsheets and
listening
payroll.
live
It
on
was a
Sirius
very
XM,
boring
but we're
part
so blessed to have you
of
with
a very
us today.
interesting life. My fighting, my training, my Landry's kickboxing matches being obviously the main focus of our life at the time. We ran a small hotel in Thailand, and we were car owners and shareholders in a training camp. At the same time, we had a small Airbnb business with a few apartments in the Netherlands that we would rent out. We had all these various things, and we were trying to hustle and make money. Yes, we did make some money from our webcam studio. It's not how we made our money. It's not how we made our massive wealth. Our massive wealth actually came after we'd already sold that business, left behind, and started putting God first. That's where our real success actually came. So I don't want to go into it in too much detail, but what I would say is to Dr. Peterson, we are not from the same world you are from. Most people who grow up where we grew up to be drug dealers, to be criminals. We've never broken the law. We've never done anything illegal. Do I regret ever running that webcam studio? No. Do I advocate against the porn industry today? Yes. Or the adult entertainment industry? Yes. I met some wonderful people. It made some money at the time. Kept my head above water. And to boil Andrew down as a man who ran a webcam studio. Okay, cool. 4 years, 5 years of his lifetime, he was slightly involved in this business, which I did the brunt of the work on. To belittle him and everything he's done to just that one thing would be disingenuous, and I believe he's doing it from ignorance because I believe he's too busy to actually watch all of Andrew's content and know mine and Andrew's story. So yeah, there's much more to my brother than that. And, you know, we had to learn to become gentlemen and civilized people the difficult way. Tristan Tate at 21 or 20 was out, you know, drinking too much, starting bar fights. Well, not starting bar fights, certainly finishing bar fights. Hanging around people who were not necessarily the best people, drug dealers, idiots, you know, other kickboxers in my gym that weren't necessarily the smartest people at the time. We'd go out, end up in a fight, get drunk, go home with black eyes, laugh. I mean, that was me when I was in my early 20s, and I've evolved. And I think that Andrew's lesson to young men, the fact that he's lived this eclectic life, and the fact that he's come up the way he's come up is why he is a shining example to the youth of the world.
Houston, Texas,
Get into that.
and she got that favor to be in the care of doctors. And we love our doctors. We love good doctors. Because
I think Andrew goes to show that no matter where you were born and no matter what your circumstances are, if you wish to become a force for good in the world, you can become a force for good in the world.
healing
And
while she's
everything
here
that
in
my brother
Houston.
preaches
Maybe
from,
you need healing in your body. Well, we want to
believing in
stand
God,
with you
hard work,
right now. If
discipline,
there's symptoms
stoicism,
in your body,
we certainly
just want
practice
to
it as
stand
well.
against those
And
the root
this
of
wouldn't have come,
whatever
and we would
that
not be the
is.
men that we are
want your
today
body to be
if we had
ever
not made
with
all of the
hope.
mistakes
The
we
scripture
have made.
says
We've
that
run many
by the
businesses that
stripes
have
of
failed.
Jesus,
I made many
we
mistakes in
are
relationships, many
made
mistakes in
whole.
friendships.
So we're not going to be whole, but we are whole. So I want you
I
to
wouldn't
claim
be
that
as
in your body
complete
right now.
as I am, and I wouldn't understand the
am
world
healed
as
in
well as I do
Jesus' name.
if I
We
had
have
never
Jose who wants a
lived
hedge of
my
protection
past.
around his
And now here
family,
Andrew
his
is
children.
arguably one of the most
Caroline,
famous
to
men
have
in
a
the
better
world, certainly to the young male
relationship with her
demographic,
mother.
the most famous man in the world.
Families and
And
relationships are so
he's preaching
important,
nothing
so
but
we want
good.
to pray for you,
And he's shining
Caroline
a bright light
Jose,
on
and all
the
of you
problems
out there
that men
who
face in the
maybe
world.
need to have a
And,
broken relationship
you know, we
mended, or
saw a
you
lot
just
of these
want
problems when I
protection
used to run that
and
webcam
around your
studio.
family.
I preach
You
very
know, the
heavily
Bible
against
says that
pornography
the
today.
seed of the righteous
And the
shall be
reason I
mighty in
do
the
is
land.
because I
So
used to run that
maybe your
webcam
child
studio.
doesn't
Completely
seem like
legal,
they're mighty
normal
right
business.
now. Maybe they're
Legal,
far off from
tax
God.
payable
But you know
business
what?
I used to
There's a
run
promise,
many years
and he
ago.
says
Now,
that they will be
let me tell you
mighty.
something, because
He
I get
says
attacked
also
for this
that
all the
those who
time.
are
I'm finished
far
talking about
will be
Mr.
brought
Dr. Peterson.
near.
I'm
So
not
if
doing the
you are
Mr.
praying
Doctor
for
thing
the
as a joke. I'm
salvation
actually
of your
correcting myself
child,
and saying
you're
doctor when I
praying
is in fact doctor.
that your family will be saved.
You
You're
know,
praying for healing.
I get this all the
Whatever
time, and I'm
you're
going
praying
to
for,
speak
there's
about
a scripture
that
in the
business
Bible, and
a
I
little bit,
encourage
which I don't do
you to
anymore,
find where it is
because I've done interviews way back in the day with some very big people about the webcamming business and the ins and outs of it. The main thing to understand is today I preach
to deal with the money
massively against pornography.
Customer of mine was short of cash.
In fact, the other day I
Didn't
shared a
that
meme where it
Where's
says, "Do you
she
want a
at?
night with this girl
Okay.
or a fight with Aiden Ross?"
Nate
And I made a
was
joke.
mentioning
And I
you
said,
having
"Haha, I
cash
just fight Aiden Ross
Well, my
twice."
business is no
I didn't
business
know
of
that that
yours.
girl
Well,
was
not
a
right now,
porn
but
star. I'm going to
think
remove
we
that
might
from
be
my
able to
X
help
account
each other
because I don't
out.
like promoting it in any way. I know because
What am I
of the
supposed to
business I
pay?
used to run
You want to make money?
how dangerous this is for young
All
men.
right, the pain.
And the fact that people attack me for it and call me a hypocrite actually just shows how infected society is
from now
by
on,
pornography,
contract
and
out.
pornographic content, and this masturbation
I suggest
culture.
they buy art.
I'll give you an example. Everybody knows
What
drugs
the
are a
frig
vice.
do you know about art?
Very few people
This
will argue that
classy
cocaine
art
is
gallery
well, cocaine
run
is
by this
extremely
young
popular.
lady
No, me,
who
I'm
take a
anti-drug. Everyone knows I'm
reasonable
anti-drug.
cut for
I've been
herself
anti-drug
and
for my
cut
entire life.
us
Now,
a nice, clean check.
My 5-year-old.
because
makes
people
better
know it's a
paintings.
drug,
That's the beauty
and they know
of
it's a
this,
vice.
you cretin.
what
This
happens
thing
is
that looks
if
like
a former
Smurf
drug
with
dealer who
diarrhea
used to sell
can
cocaine
for
or
$1
heroin,
million,
maybe he never took it
and the
himself,
IRS
sold
will
heroin
bat
on the streets.
an eye.
These people are doing TED
What's your
Talks
artist's name?
saying, yes, I was a heroin dealer. This is what I saw on the streets. This is what
Are you the
addicts look
Bagman?
like. This is
Tell
what
me
people
about
do
the Bagman.
to get their
I would
fix.
never say it's a
They
good
will be
piece,
giving TED Talks
but
and
it makes
standing
me
ovations
feel
as former
dirty.
drug dealers, criminals, some of them convicted, who served jail sentences. And people will applaud them
When
and
I
say,
hear no,
I'm glad someone
it
like
makes me want
this,
something even
who
more.
knows what he knows,
It's
is telling
supposed to
the
be a
youth to stay
front.
away from drugs.
That means low profile. Why
But the
do I
thing
even
is
have
with
to tell you
pornography
this
is
not good?
very few
I
people
admit money
today
laundering was a
accept
crime.
that it's a vice.
But murder?
Everyone,
I'm sorry,
most
we don't
people,
have any
a lot,
work from the Batman
secretly
available.
watching this
There's an
stuff, secretly
extremely long
consuming
wait
this
list
stuff.
of collectors.
Just look how much money some of these OnlyFans women make and some of these porn actresses make. Millions. So the business is real because people are indulging in it on a huge... And people want to defend the fact that it's not a vice, it's perfectly healthy. And when someone like me comes along and says, look, I was very lightly involved in this industry. There was never any pornography. There was never any sex between people. There was never any porn, but I was very lightly involved in this industry. So I know what addicts look like. I know how bad it is for them. I know how to get their fix. I think this is terrible for society. At least I don't say they're not telling them. No, I say men should stay away from it. People say you're a hypocrite. You used to run a webcam studio. I'm like, yes, I know. I know I did. That's why I know it's bad. Because I saw you, the customer, with your pants around his ankles for 6 hours every night, spending all his money away. And the criticism comes very fast and very thick, not understanding the fact that I only have the knowledge and the because of my inside knowledge.
Could you excuse us, please?
Some fighter. Can't remember his name.
Special Agent Will Graham.
By special agent, he means not really an agent. He didn't get past the screening process.
Those guys used to
Too unstable.
with their webcam models, they're bad role models.
I really must insist you meet the woman.
If you want to talk.
What? One, you're fucking hypocrite. Let me explain why that guy is. When you run run any type of entertainment,
You excuse this,
whether it
please.
be Twitch streaming agency, Rumble streaming agency.
Special Agent Will Graham.
By special agent, he means not really an agent. He didn't get past the screening process.
You are leading
Too unstable.
some people to completely
That really must be sister
abuse
to them.
If you want to talk,
your name. Nothing that you can do. When you run a webcam, there are people who very and exit, and then you get addicts.
You excuse this,
Addicts
please.
who are uncontrollable, who will throw all their money at webcam.
Special Agent Will Graham.
by special agent, he means not really an agent. He didn't get past the screening process.
Running your business, you close that down. The addict's going to go to someone else. Now, for this guy, a professional fighter, to sit there and say that I should have some remorse for the addict or some control over what the addict does is embarrassing, because he is yet to turn the mirror on himself. He is an entertainer. He is fighting in the ring. He is providing entertainment for these millions of people around the world watching him. You think people don't bet, my G? You think people don't bet healthy amounts of money on your fights and hope that you win, and when you win, profit from it? Yeah, that's cool. Because the betting and the fight purses are linked. The fact that there's so much gambling involved and the fact that people bet is why you get paid in the fucking first place. And let me tell you something. The big money in the betting and the big money in the gambling doesn't come from the guys who watch your fights and use this gambling service in a healthy way. No, it comes from the addicts, the degenerates, the people who cannot be helped. Every time you fight, somebody has lost everything he had. And for me to sit there, having done what I've done and having lived the life I live, and say this fighter should feel remorse. This fighter is a bad example to men, because through his fight purses, he has scammed millions out of degenerate gamblers who cannot help themselves, would be false. You, sir, I have nothing but respect for. Good for you. You're a fighter. But you don't understand that you have opened the door for degenerates to lose every penny they have every time you put on those gloves, every time you lace up. And for you to lace up and say, you know what? If you want to be a critic of me, you want to be a critic of my brother, okay, cool. Good. Then you do this, my friend. You say, I will fight for money at a much reduced fee, as long as nobody in the world can gamble on my fights. That way I've protected everybody. And I'm completely responsible, and I did not, no betting website scammed some gambler out of his cash. Don't, when you're in the entertainment business, that bankrupts families and people because of their lack of self-discipline. Don't you dare lecture me, little man, about what I've done in my past. Because the addicts cannot be helped. I'll tell you what I do. You would lose all your fight contracts and all your sponsorships if you said something like, no one bet, no one gamble on fights, no, everyone stop it. You got into the octagon, thanks for watching me. Got into the boxing ring, thanks for watching me, but don't ever gamble and don't bet. You lose every contract you have. I come along. Even when I was running my webcam studio years ago, I would do podcasts about the ins and outs of it and advise young men never to partake in these activities. So yeah, how do I conflate being anti-pornography and having run an adult entertainment business in my past? My knowledge from the business is what made me anti-pornography. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't give a shit about the issue. And I'm a loud voice on this issue. And I'm changing young men for the better. So don't lecture me. Now this is another very interesting question I got. There's a debate going on X with a bunch of people who work for the Daily Wire and a few influencers, people like Pearl, about marriage. And everyone is arguing with each other as though everything is an absolute. And I'm going to chime in because I think both are wrong. I think both teams are wrong. Both sides are wrong. You're both wrong. Well, I'm going to chime in. I talked to a man called, I would speak now, if he were listening, to a man named Ben Shapiro, who you all know. And I don't really have very much against Ben Shapiro. I've seen some of his clips. Some of them are very insightful. I think he gets a lot of things wrong. But I don't really have anything against Ben Shapiro. But his absolutist mindset of the only way to fix society,
we don't want anything
is find a wife, marry virgins, have a bunch of kids, keep the family together. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not. I'm saying he has no right and no position to criticize people like me. Because I believe he got married at something like 25. So never had a girlfriend, got married at 25. Respect to you. Like, if that's how you want to live your life, good for you. And I really do mean that. But for him to say, oh, the Tate brothers, the Tate brothers just want to run around and sleep with a bunch of girls. No. The Tate brothers at 25 maybe did. I'm a 35-year-old man, and I am a father, by the way. But for you to say, oh, the Tate brothers just want to run around and sleep with a bunch of girls, Mr. Shapiro, is wrong. That's like me saying, oh, well, Ben Shapiro, he just wants to stay a virgin forever because you were acting that way when you were 22. Don't take a past and apply it to how I wish to run and live as a family. I believe that my family is better and stronger and more coherent to the future of humanity than your family. And we don't have to agree. And I don't have to talk you around. You're doing your thing. And I'm going to do mine. But my family is very good. In my family, at least 3 of us, myself, my brother, and my cousin, are all united. We're all joined forces. So the way it might work, the way it might look in the future, let's say 5 years, 6 years, it might be 3 men, 1 billion net worth as a joint pot of money to take care of the family, 4 or 5 women, 15 kids. Cool. Now that's a different family setup than you have. But what's important is my family will not have a singular point of failure.
We may not see it happen right away, but we know
God forbid
you are
anything
working.
happens to you.
We know that tide is turning, and that's what we're holding on to. That's the vision we have for our life and for the lives of our family. Father, we thank you that you are a miracle worker.
Could happen.
We believe, Father, that you can heal, deliver,
I feel like your
set
family
free.
has a very
So that's
singular
what we
point
ask
of
you to do
failure
today.
compared
For
to
everyone
my
who's calling
family,
out to
where I
you,
see
we
myself. So
surrender it to you.
what
and
I
we
would
thank
advise
you
is
in
keep your
Jesus'
arguments
name.
with Pearl Davis, who I think is
Amen
wrong
and
about
amen.
marriage also.
We love you so much.
And just
we're
don't
gonna
bring my name
continue
into it.
to agree
Because
with you.
I
Thank
see
you for
my
being with
setup
us
and my
today.
structure as superior to yours. And you don't have to agree with me. But there's certainly no degeneracy in the way that I reproduce and raise my kids and have my family. That certainly doesn't exist. And if you find clips of me at 26 saying, yeah, I fucked all these bitches, I'm the biggest playboy in Bucharest, cool. I was a 26-year-old who just made his first $1 million, and I was nowhere near as smart as I am today. I wasn't even a religious man. I wasn't a Christian back then. I was not the man back then that I am today. So don't look at old clips of me, Mr. Shapiro, and assume that myself and my brother just run around trying to put our dicks in it. Because that isn't what we do, and that isn't how we live. And we'll see in 5 or 6 years' time whose family unit has produced the most children. We don't share women, by the way. I don't want anyone thinking like there's women, but we all... No. That's degeneracy. No, there's no degeneracy involved in my family. But let's say in the future there's 3 men with 7 or 8 women who are being taken care of with $1 billion in the bank and 15 children. Cool. I think that when all the children are raised correctly, go to the right schools and taught the right things, is more congruent and more useful to the future society than you have here. I believe on October and I wish you the best of luck. I have no ill feelings against you. I have no ill feelings against Pearl. I don't care.
Lord, you sent the
but
answer.
just don't say my name.
Dispatched that angel. That's what faith is all about. So don't get talked out of it.
I don't care.
We love you guys.
But don't call me a
got a new
degenerate,
book
please.
out, and we're celebrating that
believe
today.
me,
It's
I'm
called
not.
15
Certainly,
Ways
I
to
used
live
to be.
longer and healthier.
Jesus
so
Christ, I look at myself. You know the funny thing about being on the internet?
Come on up, guys, and
I look
talk
at some of the
about
shit
it
I've
in a
said.
moment,
People will meet me
first off,
today.
I never dreamed I would
And they're
write
like,
a
yeah,
book,
but I
y'all.
found a video of you
I've
saying
written quite a few
that
now,
you slept
but,
with 3
it's
girls in the same
basically-
week.
The
I'm
principle
like, no,
behind
you
the
found a
book
video of
is
25-year-old Tristan
nutritional
saying
book.
that. And
it's
I
living
did.
longer and healthier, but the scripture
I
says
came up
in
the hard
3
way.
John,
I
wish
learned a
above
lot of
all
lessons
things
in
that you
life.
prosper and
And
be in good
people
health,
grow and people change
even as your soul
they age.
prospers.
That's the whole point.
So it
if you live 10
your
years and you haven't
soul
changed
being
as a person,
healthy
you've wasted 10
to your
years. Who
physical
said that?
body being
Maybe
healthy.
the Dalai Lama.
I say this: our
I don't know who
emotional
exactly said that,
well-being
or Buddha,
affects our
Confucius,
physical
or
well-being.
somebody from the East.
And
but it's a
I know
very
not
good
all
saying
sickness is from
because
that,
I'm
but
certainly a very
there are
different
many
man to the
times
man I
that we
was
that we're making
10 years ago,
ourselves sick.
but the internet
You know,
never
we're carrying
forgets. So
stress
those
and
videos will still haunt me.
unforgiveness,
I'll
living
say things like this, and
frustrated
people will
and
say,
worried.
but he also said this.
Studies
Boom,
show you
9-year-old
live like that,
video.
it weakens your immune
No,
system.
I wouldn't
Doesn't
say those
fight
things
off
today.
illnesses
I don't
like
think that's
like
cool
it should. And
to brag
even
about
read
who you're
where
sleeping with and stuff. I mean,
90% of
kids in their
visits to
20s,
a
man. I look at
primary
people when
care
I'm 25
physician
now. I
are
think you are
stress
so dumb.
related.
Because I thought I knew
believe
it all.
if we can get our
25,
soul
26, especially when I became a
healthy,
millionaire.
many
I
times
thought I was rich when I was a
physical
millionaire.
healing will
I just
come.
look,
Listen,
looking
we
back
want
on
you
him,
guys to be
he was
around for
stupid,
100
he was
years.
broke, he
We
had a lot of
need
things
you. We
wrong,
need your
but I
body
was trying my
healthy,
best
whole, and
to
strong.
become a
So
better person. And I
I
made
believe
progress
when
every
we do
single
our
day.
part,
And
God's
here I
going to
am,
do His part.
the compendious
He's going to
gentleman
keep
you
us
see in front
strong
of
and
yourself
healthy.
today.
But I got
So,
some friends with me. Y'all know
I
my
like
older,
the way
not
that
as
my
good
life
looking
works.
brother
I
Paul
am
is
not
right here with me.
degenerate. And you
Sister
don't call me
Barbara's
names,
with
please,
us on
Mr.
our
Shapiro
pastoral
and
staff.
friends.
Serena heads up
And
our
Pearl,
college students,
don't
and
mention my name in your
Brother
bargains. I don't think
Jeremiah,
you did, but
mighty worship
just
leader
don't.
as well. Got a great
don't.
team at Lakewood, but Paul, we'll start with you because Paul's
Justin Trudeau
a
from
surgeon,
Canada
you know, and
had the
this
whole
is right up your
parliament
alley,
applauding a
Paul.
Nazi.
It's not the. Again, I believe what
Don't
what
really
the
know
book
what
is
to
about.
say
Of course,
about
you
that.
read it is that
I
emotional
mean, like,
well-being. It
a
affects our
literal
physical
Nazi
health.
who fought for the
Yeah, there's no
Waffen
doubt.
SS.
I think it's the
14th
best book
Division.
you've ever written, Joel. I think it's your best.
I'm
one
going
by far,
to,
but I love the
first of all,
concept he
condemn that
started.
action.
Yeah, let's
That
give him a
was
hand.
dumb.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you know.
Because he fought
I
against
love
Russia.
the concept that you
Sorry.
started the book
He
with.
fought
though,
against the
and that is
Allied
that your
powers,
inner life
which
is
included
more
the Soviet
important than your
Union
outer
and
life.
also included
To
Canada.
spend a lot of time on the
Canada
outer
was
life, but do you
allies
think
with
about
Russia.
the inner life.
So
And
he
you
was an
define
enemy
that
soldier
outer
who now
life by saying
celebrating
we need to pay
in
attention
Parliament.
to our soul.
But
Excuse
there's
me, the
two
inner
sides
life,
to this
our
because I'm going to
soul,
defend the
our
soldier
emotions,
in a
our
second.
thoughts,
Defend
and
the
our
soldier in a second.
attitudes. And you know what? Because
Yeah, that
what's
was
going on
stupid,
inside
Justin
of us,
Trudeau.
in our soul,
The Nazi
in our inner
regime
life
fell,
profoundly
and
affects our entire
most
life.
of the world is
And
glad
I really
that it
like
did.
that chapter that you
And
wrote on
to take
Let It
a
Go, where you
literal
talk about
Nazi
the
soldier
important-
from
how
Ukraine
important
just
it is
because
not
he
to
fought
bury
against people
toxic
who may have been
emotions down
Russian
on the inside
on
of
the
you.
side
Not
of
to
Hitler.
bury disappointment,
In league
and
with all the
anger
things
and
Hitler did.
resentment and
And-
unforgiveness.
and
Because
clap
those
for him in
toxic
your parliament?
emotions,
Are you
they
dumb?
always leak out.
Are you
And when they
actually
leak
stupid?
out, they
That may be the
negatively
biggest
affect our
dickhead
lives,
move
they
I've ever
affect our
seen
relationships,
in
they
all of
affect our
international
marriages,
politics in a very
they
long
affect
time.
everybody around
But
us. You told the story of how there was this eagle who swooped down and grabbed this mole in its talons, and as it flew, it held it close to its chest. After a little while, the
I've
eagle
heard,
became weaker and
in
weaker,
light of
and
this,
eventually,
in
when
light
it
of who this
landed,
man
it dropped
was,
over dead.
Poland,
And little did the
who I
eagle
have a lot of
realize,
respect
but the
for,
mole had bitten
wished
into
to
its
extradite
chest
that man
and injured its heart and
and
eventually
charge
killed
him
it. And you
for
asked this really
crimes
great question, Joel.
because of his
You
role
said,
in
are you
the
holding
Second
on to
World War.
something that you don't realize
I don't
is
think
killing
that's
you?
cool either, Poland.
Because that's what it is. That's
I
what
don't
it's like when
like
we hold
the
on
Nazis.
to toxic emotions.
I
And your
don't like
encouragement was
the
to
Waffen
forgive,
SS.
to let it go, to
But
release those negative
it's been a
emotions.
very, very long
You said
time.
this. You said it's not
And
always easy to
when
forgive,
war like the
but
Second
it's
World War
harder
broke
to deal
out,
with the
there was no
poison of
voluntary
unforgiveness.
military
And really,
service.
that's what Jesus
You became
taught us.
a
You know,
Nazi
when
soldier,
Peter
you
asked
became an
Jesus,
Allied
how often
soldier,
do we
you became
forgive?
an
He
Ottoman
said
soldier,
70 times 70.
depending on where
really
you were
what
born.
Jesus, 70
And
times
every
70.
man in that
really
generation
what
fought the
Jesus
war.
was saying,
I don't
we can
think
live in an actual state of
70 years
perpetual
later,
forgiveness, where we say
you
no
can,
matter
because
what people
you
have done
won,
to us in the
of course.
past,
The
no
Allied
matter what
powers
they're going
won.
to do to us today, no
I
matter
don't
what
think you can start
happens in the
dragging these
future,
people through
we're not
court
gonna let
and
toxic
trying to find them
emotions
guilty
get
of
buried
crimes.
inside of us.
I think
We're
that
gonna
defeat
not let
was
them
their
hold us
punishment,
back from the
and
abundant
you need
life
to leave
that
them alone.
Jesus
I actually
came to
saw
give us,
this
or the
about
destiny that God
I think
has
he
in
was
store for each
Ukrainian.
and every one of us.
That's so good,
There
Paul.
was a
I love
Netflix
that.
documentary
You know, Paul, it reminds
about a
me,
man who
you
was
knew
living in the
this
United
man
States, and
growing
they found out that he
up.
may
was in
have
the
worked at an
little-
extermination
small
camp and
church
stuff,
back
which
with
is
my-
obviously
when my
very,
parents were
very
there. I was just a
horrible.
little boy,
But
he
the
could
war
play
was
the
very,
piano
very
really,
horrible.
really
And people
great,
were
but
exterminated on
later
all
in
sides,
life, he developed this real
and
bad
you can't just take the
rheumatoid
losing soldiers and
arthritis,
start
and his
bringing them through
fingers and
trials in the
hands just became
1990s and the
gnarled up, and he
2000s and
couldn't-
2010s
he couldn't
and
hardly eat or do
2020s.
anything with them. It was just
Yeah, I think that's very stupid of Poland.
debilitating.
But yeah, Justin
He
Trudeau,
heard my father
incredibly
speak a
stupid.
message about
Incredibly
forgiveness years and
stupid.
years ago.
But he's
He
an incredibly
realized he had been holding
useless
something
politician.
against
I
his
think he's one of
parents
the
for like 20
worst
years.
Western leaders that
He
possibly
felt like they
exists.
hadn't raised him right.
So
He
I don't
had-
like
so
him.
He'd been estranged from them and just kind of.
I'm reading a super chat now.
Wasn't letting anything go. He heard that message and he decided.
So this is
to
an
make
interesting
things
one, and
right.
I don't know. I thought
He
I'd
went and
dedicate a few
visited with his
seconds to
parents, and they
it. Seconds.
reunited. They all
Because of all the
forgave
people
each
who are going to
other,
see
just
this, a
new
lot of people
beginning.
won't know exactly
You know,
who this
after
is.
years
What do you think
and
of Lawrence
years,
Fox?
His
Lawrence
fingers
Fox of
and
the Reform
hands
Party of the
began to
UK.
slowly open up
I
and get
like
better
him.
and better and better.
It's
And like
a very
within-
short and simple
within that
answer.
first
I like
year,
him.
they had opened
I
up
think
where he
he's
could play
great.
the piano
And
again.
I wish that
I
the
think about how
electoral system
often,
in
you
England
know,
was different.
there's
Because the electoral
these
system in
toxins like
England
you're
is different.
talking
People
about,
like Lawrence
Paul, and
Fox,
it's
people like
affecting
Nigel
our immune
Farage,
system. It's
some of the
affecting
best
our
politicians
creativity.
that
We
exist
don't have
in
the
the UK
energy that we should.
could
and so
potentially
what
get
we're
into power
encouraging you
and
with.
make
I mean,
some
not
change.
everybody-
Sadly,
no, we don't-
the way the
aren't all
system's set
bad
up, I don't
people,
think
but
Lawrence
sometimes
Fox
we're
and
just
Nigel
holding on
Farage
to
have a chance
things.
of ever
We're
becoming the
not
leader of
dealing
the
with
country,
stress.
which
We're
is
living
tragic.
frustrated.
But there are some good
Man,
people within
I said
the
it earlier. We need you
Parliament
around
of
for
the
a
UK. Jacob
long
Rees-Mogg
time.
was recently
We got to
made a
let
lord.
these
I like
things
him
go
very
and
much.
let God fight
He's very old
battles
school.
and just live from a
I
place
like
of
him very
peace
much.
and trust.
Yeah, there's
That's
a lot of
when
good
your
people in
immune
British
system
politics,
and,
but I feel like the system is
even I was
very,
reading,
very
too,
bad,
about
and the
how
system doesn't
God
allow
created our
superstars
body to heal
to arrive.
itself.
Superstars like Donald
When
Trump,
the
who
body
obviously
is
came
healthy, yeah,
across
things come against us, but it can heal itself
many years
as
ago
well. But,
and won the
anyway,
election by a
my
landslide.
friend, Sister Barbara, thanks for being a part of our
say he won
family here at
twice?
Lakewood.
Do I say that? Do I get myself in trouble?
Dr. Paul
He
said,
won the
it's an
election
amazing book, very powerful.
against Hillary Clinton.
And the chapter that
I'm going to leave
resonated
it at
most
that
with me
because I don't
was
want to be
chapter
shot.
9.
But
You have nothing to
the
prove.
political system in
I
England
love
leaves
that
very
chapter,
little room
Pastor
for
Joel,
superstars
because
to come
you
along
encourage
and
us
blow
that
everyone's mind
we
with some,
are enough.
new
And we
revolutionary
need to
ideas and be
know
taken
who
seriously,
and
which is very
whose we
sad. But I
are.
do like
And I
Lawrence
love
Fox.
that
He's a good guy.
because if you don't know who you are,
politicians
the
in
enemy will tell you.
Europe,
Not only will he tell you,
there
but
aren't
he'll,
many good ones.
allow
But
us to
I'm going
expend
to do a quick
lot
shout
of our
out to who I think is
emotional
the
energy,
single
physical
best,
energy,
the single best
proving
politician in
points
Europe at the
and
moment,
fighting
Viktor
battles that
Orban.
have nothing
And let me
to
tell you
do
what
with
makes
our
Viktor
destiny.
Orban's politics
So
so
by
good.
the time
He
you
is
get to the
Prime Minister of
purposes and
Hungary, if you do
plans
know.
that God has for you, you're already worn out. So it's important that
'Cause
we
Viktor
know
Orban
that who and who
sticks
we
to
are.
one simple
I love
rule.
the story that you
I don't
told
have to like, and
about
you don't have to
the
like, and nobody
anointing.
has to like
One
everything
of the
Viktor
things that
Orban does,
Pastor says
everything
in the
Viktor
book
Orban
is that
says.
God's favor,
He's
his
really
anointing
come to
is
prominence
not to
and to a lot
boost
of
our
people's attention ever
egos,
since
it's
that
to build
amazing
God's
interview he did with
kingdom.
Mr. Tucker Carlson,
And we
our
do
friend
that
Tucker.
when we know whose and
But
whose we are.
the one
Because,
thing
see, the enemy wants us
I think politicians
comparing
used to
and
have
competing.
50 years ago,
And when
100
God
years ago,
says,
200 years
"You're
ago,
already
every single
anointed,
politician
you're already
up until
accepted,
recent times
you're
has
already
followed one
approved.
rule and
I
one
don't
rule
care if
only,
you have
and that's
one
what made
like
them
and
good
2
politicians.
followers.
And
You're
now it's so
already
rare
approved by the Most High
that
God.
I can applaud a
You
man
are
and call him Europe's
fearfully
best
and wonderfully
leader
made,
because he
already
sticks to this one
approved.
simple rule.
And the story that you told
And that rule is
about
this.
Tom Brady's
Viktor
jersey,
Orban
I really love
cares
that. I'm not really a
about
sports fan,
Hungarian
but I
people
read even recently
more than
where
anything
one
else.
of his latest winning jerseys
You know, he could be
was
told to sanction
auctioned
Russia.
for
He could be told not to take gas from them. He could be told to, not deal with Germany
Now, I
by the
don't know
Russians.
how
It doesn't
much
matter
that
who speaks to
jersey
him,
is
on
really
what
worth,
side,
what the
and tells him
value
what
of
to
it
do
is.
or
We could
suggests
probably go
what
to any
moves he
sporting
makes.
goods store
He does
and
one very
purchase it
important
for
thing.
maybe
He looks at every single
$49.
problem
But the
and says,
value of that
how
jersey
does this benefit
was who it
or hurt
belonged
the
to.
Hungarian people?
And that's
And
our
every
value,
decision
who
he's
we
made
belong to.
since
We
taking
are
power,
children
quite
of the
I don't know
Most
exactly how
High
many years, but he's been in
God.
power a long
We
time.
have
Has
everything
all
that
boiled
we
down to that
need
one simple
in
fact.
order to
And isn't that
accomplish the
crazy
purposes and
that
plans
that's what can make you
that He
Europe's
has
best
for our
politician?
lives.
If somebody
You
became
are
Prime
enough.
Minister of England tomorrow,
That's so good, Barbara. I love that. Beautiful. Y'all know Serena, she works with our college students.
and said, okay, no matter what we do,
Great addition to our staff, and we've got a lot
immigrants
of
coming to
awesome
the
young
shores
people
from
here as well.
Syria,
Serena, thanks for
Nigeria, and
being a part of
Pakistan, and
Lakewood.
these little
Thank
dinghy
you,
boats,
Pastor.
and the
I
war in
think for me,
Ukraine
what I
want
love about
money,
your
and so
book is
no,
so
before I make
practical.
any decision
And
as Prime Minister of
Chapter
England,
7 stood
how
out to
does
me
this help
so much, where you talk
British
about how to live in the present.
Does it help
How many of us know life is busy?
The answer is no.
Right? And depending upon
Fuck
what
your idea.
stage of life that
If the
we're
answer is
in, we
yes,
can
let's
easily fill up our
consider it and take it very
calendars,
seriously.
our schedules
I think England
with plans,
would be a wonderful
retirement
place to live in about
plans,
10
career
years.
plans,
10 years of
visions,
that kind of
goals, and
leadership, as
all
with
of the
France,
things. But at the
as
top
with
of the
Italy,
chapter,
as with
you shared something.
a lot of the
and
countries in
it
Europe that are
just stood
failing in
out to
real
me.
time.
You said that
Germany,
you've met many
Sweden.
people who
I
have
think that's
lost
all it
what they've
takes.
had,
And that's
going
why
after
Hungary
what
has
they
remained one
wanted.
of the safest, most
And
beautiful countries
it stood
in
out to
Europe.
me
And I think the
because it
future
made
of
me
Europe
think
is in
about
Eastern Europe.
many
I have
times
very
we're
high hopes for the future of
striving
Romania.
for the future. We're
But
striving for the
isn't
things
that crazy
we
that
want.
that's all it takes to be
or
an amazing
maybe we get
politician?
stuck in the past, which you
I feel like
mentioned
as a man,
in
I mean,
the
this is
book
my
as
house.
well. well. But
if you were going to make
what
decisions,
happens is
if I'm going to make any
we
decision,
get
how does this
stuck,
benefit
and we forget
the people
in
in my house, and the
actuality
people I
what
have
we
to take
have
care
in our
of?
hands
That's how most
is
people
today.
act.
And you shared
And,
today
yeah, he
is a
is-
gift
he seemed
that
the
we
best
need to
politician.
show up for today.
I'm gonna
We
talk
need
about
to show up for our friends. We need to
prison
show up for our
for a second
family
before I get
because
onto the
people are
super
counting on us. I think of even how Jesus said, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow has its own concerns. I think what Jesus was saying is live in the present.
Before I get into the super chats,
also this
I'm
simple
gonna talk
example
about
you shared about
prison
how
and
you keep your
violence
phone by your
in prison.
bedside, you plug it in, and
Because
one morning
I've had a few questions
you woke
about
up
this,
and you had
both
realized
from
it
fans
was
of mine
unplugged.
about how violent remaining in prison
And
is.
you said in many
And
ways,
also, I've had lots of comments.
we are the
about
same, aren't we?
violence in
Where we
prison
can be
from
present
haters.
but not
So,
connected, right? We
I guess
can
the very
live
short
in the
question
same
that
home,
my
under the same
friends
roof, work in the same
and my
place,
fans like
and
to
yet
ask, well,
not
what's it like in prison? How much
be
violence is there? The
present
answer is
mentally.
some, as with
Physically,
every
we're
prison.
there, but we're somewhere
But
else.
The real
for me, something, because I love practical things, something that I do that I may or may not have borrowed from you, Pastor. Because we hear,
were you in
we
prison?
sing about
Did you
it,
drop
how
the
David
soap?
says,
And
this is
did
the
you get
day
beaten up in
that the
prison?
Lord
Oh,
has
you're going to
made.
go to
I'll
prison. You're going to
rejoice,
get
I'll be
raped.
glad in
Blah,
it. Is
blah, blah.
just waking up in the morning,
I'm not.
dropping to my knees.
me
I
tell
hope I
you
can do
why
this till I'm 100 years old.
Because
and just saying,
prisons
God,
work
thank
the same
you for
way
waking me
everywhere in the
up.
world.
This is your day, and I'm going to rejoice. I'm going to be glad in it. And I think what that helps all of us do is just get that heavenly perspective that He's the Lord of our day. And if God is present with us, then I can show up and be present with others as well.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Serena. So beautiful. I love that. Brother Jeremiah, thanks for being a part too on our worship team. Joined us a few years ago. You got a beautiful family. We appreciate you being here. But give us a word, my friend.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I agree with everything that was already said here. The book is just absolutely wonderful.
This is not how cigar nights are supposed to go.
And you know, whether or not
I have questions from fans of me, fans of mine,
the Bible
fans
says
of
that
you,
the steps of the righteous
people like you,
ordered
people
by
who
the
want
Lord, that He orders every single one of your steps if you surrender to Him. You know, He makes the crooked path straight, the high places low, the rough places plain. If you put your life within His hands, in chapter 4 talks a lot about that.
I will stop doing
resting and releasing control. And I just absolutely love that because in this culture today, we're trying to strive for something. You know, the culture is all about try to achieve something, try to make a name for yourself, get somewhere,
what other
get
questions
the most
do we
likes
have?
that you can possibly get. You know, and oftentimes what we do is we feel like a failure if we don't
ask me a
achieve
question
that
in the next 10
status, or if
seconds,
we're not able to reach the same point as our peers. And we lunge out and we launch out in our own strength. And then when we actually do fail, we blame God, and we never even ask for His counsel in the first place. You know, but we blame Him. And essentially, what the book is saying in chapter 4 is you gotta release all of that, release all the control, all the things that you think you can control, and just give it to God, and He'll bring about the miracles and the provision.
What flavor do you think it
that
is?
He has. He's already set provision in your steps. He's gone before you, and He's set that up. And so you're going to walk right into that provision if you release that control.
So I'm getting one of my 5 a day.
It's like, why wander around in the valley of hustle and striving when you can stand on the mountaintop of victory?
Donald Trump
That's where God is. He's at that victory point, and He's able to bring you to that same place in your life. He's already ordered your steps.
For those of you who don't,
I love the story that you shared of your
a judge
Lisa,
in New York,
how, you know, for so long she tried to bear children, and she just
has
couldn't.
accused
There
Donald Trump
was
of
so much that she
business
tried. She
fraud.
prayed. She
and what
planted
the
her
way
faith
he's done
into,
that is what
into wanting
get
to
away
bear
from my
children,
street.
and then when she finally released
The way
control,
he's done
the
that.
Lord
You may
brought that
outsmoke
miracle into her life, and it wasn't in the
Say
way
you
that she
outsmoked me.
expected. It wasn't in the way that she imagined. It was in His timing and,
the way he's done
and
that
according to His
is
will
by
and
saying
His
that
plan.
Donald
And,
Trump
you know, we sing
misrepresented
these
his
songs, and
wealth
as a worship leader,
while
I
going
love
into
these songs of
business.
faith where
To
we
prove
sing
that Donald
all
Trump
about, you know, I
misrepresented
believe
his
you're
wealth.
working, God.
What
Behind the
he's done
scenes, you're
is
doing
he's
something.
valued Donald
And God
Trump's
is
properties
working. He
himself.
actually is working on your behalf.
So the
That's what His
Mar-a-Lago
word says. He's gone before you.
golf course
He's
in the
ordering your
state,
steps. He's
which, of
working
course,
on
is
your
a
behalf.
massive
But I
property
also
worth hundreds of
believe
millions
that
of dollars.
God is just
Was
waiting.
valued by this judge
He's waiting for us to
at
surrender that
$18
control.
million.
To
Who's
say,
better
God,
at golf,
my
you or
steps
me?
are ordered by you.
Neither
They're not
of us
ordered by me. I don't want to do this
see.
on my own anymore. I give you all control. You are sovereign. You are Lord. I hand my life in your hands, and I know you've got better plans for me than I ever have for myself.
That's so good, Jim. I love that. I think that's one thing that
I will
frustrates
bust
us
you up
is
at
we're
golf.
trying to control things that we can't control. We're not
Bruv,
supposed to
we're gonna go to a
control.
golf course and we're gonna play
I've
a
talked
game
about
of
it
golf.
before. We have to
We're
know
gonna
what's
get
our
annihilated.
job and
When I
what's
get endless
God's
holes in one and
job.
become the
Our
world's
job
best
is to
golf player.
believe, honor
Top
God.
G,
be
what
our
does G
best.
stand for?
God's job is to change
Golf.
things. It's in His timing and His ways. And the longer I live, the more I say, God, I trust your timing. I trust your ways. It says in Psalms that God will work out His plan for our lives. And so
what they've done to
that's how
President
we
Trump
can
is
live from a
essentially
place
the
of
same as
peace
saying,
and not this
Andrew and
angst
Tristan,
and stress
you
on
have
the inside. It's
misrepresented
really,
your wealth to
like I
the
said,
world, and we
weakening
think you are
our immune
fraudsters.
system.
To
So
prove that you
hope
have
you'll pick up the
misrepresented
book.
your
I believe
wealth,
it'll help you.
I
I just want
value
to pray,
your
Lord,
Bugatti
thank you for
at
all of
$1.
our friends today
You
watching
don't have
and
a $5
listening.
million
And
car. It's
Lord, show
$1
us
that
areas
decided,
where our
and you've
soul is not healthy.
misrepresented your wealth.
Lord, we're open.
So, I
Lord,
really
just
feel
reveal
for
to
President
us
Trump,
things that we're
I'm
not,
praying for him and his
where we're
family,
holding
wishing
on
him
to
the most
control.
success,
We're not
because
seeing
what
things
they're
the
doing to
right
him is
way. And Lord,
actually
any
criminal.
unforgiveness,
I mean,
any
this is Banana
toxins,
Republic,
Lord, show
third
us and
world
we
shit.
commit that we will
And
do our
I
part
swear
to
if he doesn't win the
release.
next
And
election,
Lord,
I'll
I
never
just thank
step
you that
foot
your
in that
people
country
will
again.
live
Ever.
long,
For the
healthy
rest of my
lives. And Lord, let
So-
the book help millions of people all over the world as it goes out, Lord, for your glory and not ours. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. Well, thank you all so much. God bless you today.
Andrew, what do you think of streamers popularizing OnlyFans girls?
Well, interesting question. You see, We live in an attention economy. We're no longer in an economy
Many
that's
elderly
based
patients
on
with
talent
cataracts are
or
either
skill.
blind or nearly blind. They come to the hospital
Not
for
golf.
surgery.
We're
but some
in
of
a
them, because
economy
they live in remote and rural
which is
locations,
primarily
and they're blind,
derived
they can't make it
from
to the
the
hospital.
amount of attention you can
One
attract
of
to
the
yourself.
ministries
Case
in Bikini
end point.
is to send a
If
mobile
somebody
eye
famous
team to them to
releases
do
a
their
perfume,
cataract surgery
the perfume
in their villages.
sells.
The main
Does
surgeon
that
here is
famous
Mr.
person
Koopa, and he called
smell
me
good,
recently,
particularly?
and he said the
I don't know.
ambulance that
Have you
carries
ever
all
smelled
the equipment
Beyonce?
in the team had broken down. The gearbox was no longer
Have you ever
functional.
smelled Taylor Swift?
Because of your generosity,
Probably. You probably
we were
smell
able
it
to
when you're
repair
weirdo.
that gearbox.
Point is,
repair this very ambulance.
I haven't smelled
behind
any of
me.
these people.
And because of that,
And someone says, "Do you want to
dozens
smell
upon
like
dozens
Beyonce?" My
of
first
elderly
question is,
patients were
what does she
blind,
smell like?
But now they can
I don't know. But if she puts her name on a perfume, everyone wants it. Because she has attention, which means she can market and sell almost anything. We live in an attention economy. So if you're not particularly skilled, you're not particularly talented, what you have to do is attract
I
attention.
am very happy
Streamers,
that I can
the majority
see
of them,
once again.
are not insightful, intelligent
I am praising
people.
the Lord
You and
that
I
can
have an
read the
audience
Bible
based on the fact
again.
that we give
I
life
am
advice and wisdom
forever
and guidance
grateful.
because we're slightly older. But if you're,
When
but if you're a
give them that
23-year-old
gift
idiot,
of sight,
all you
it's
can do
like
is
you are in
scream into the
prison.
void,
Now you are at
do
ease.
dumb
They
stuff,
don't have to depend on
be a
somebody
moron,
to take them to church.
and if you get
They'll
enough
be able to go
views,
to church
you
themselves.
can manage to make some sort of career. And I think everybody at home knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all of them.
The patients,
So,
I would love to say thank you and
are
God bless
they
your
stupid
work.
or are they haram for hanging around with OnlyFans girls? Well, OnlyFans girls need attention to sell their OnlyFans, and losers need attention to sell their stream. And none of them have any talent. None of them are insightful. None of them have any wisdom or life experience. None of them have anything to teach you. Birds of a feather flock together.
She'll go back
So
and
my
rejoin
answer
the
is,
choir,
in this
and
attention
she'll
economy,
praise the Lord in the
unfortunately,
church as they say,
on
"And
the
I
race
will
to the
dance."
bottom, while everyone does more and more stupid things to get views,
Throughout
I
the
don't
Bible,
think
we
I
see
am ever going to be
Jesus heal the
surprised
sick
by how
and
low
give
they
sight
will
to the
sink.
blind.
And if hanging around with
Here
an
at
OnlyFans girl is going to
Mission
get them some
Hospital,
attention on the internet, they're going to do
compassion and
it.
empathy
Same as they're going
come
to do anything
together
else to
to
get some
produce
attention on the
action.
internet.
Where lives
Like to
aren't
grade
just being
themselves
changed,
endlessly,
they're being
scream
saved.
at a camera,
Here, the
be
blind see
clowns,
again, and the sick are
be
healed.
morons, sip
None of this is
lean, whatever
possible
crap they
without
do
you,
to get
Lakewood.
views.
So from the
That's what
bottom
they're
of our
gonna do.
hearts, we
But
say
I will say
thank
that
you
the biggest
for
idiots
bringing
in
the
this
hope of
equation
Christ's
are not
salvation to
the models
Zambia.
who are
With your
doing the
continued
streams or the streams
support,
themselves. The
together
biggest
we can do
idiots in the
even more
equation
to bring
are
hope to the world.
people who are watching them. If you're watching them, more
In the
fool you.
gospel, we see
Enjoy.
Jesus time and
Yeah,
time
they wouldn't be able to be
again
OnlyFans girls unless
healing
people
those
bought it.
who are suffering,
Yeah. So who's
causing the
buying it?
lame
Exactly
to
the
walk
point
and
I
the
was
blind to see.
Who's buying it?
He has always been a God of
That's what's actually so
miracles.
hypocritical
And
about
many
this whole thing.
times, he asks
You can't
you and
sit
I
and hate on
to
OnlyFans
take
girls
part
if
in that
you
miracle.
watch porn.
Thank you for your
If you ever
continual
go to
generosity.
Pornhub.com,
You are
ever,
investing in hope.
you can't then go on the
God
internet
is
and say
still
OnlyFans
using
girls are
people
whores.
like
You
and
are
me,
the customer.
and God
You know
is
who
still
goes-
doing
They are
miracles,
above you.
and that's
You know
why
who goes
hope is
Pornhub.com?
rising.
95%
We do appreciate
men
you
are.
guys
Of
being
course.
so
95%
generous and just
of men,
making a
including,
difference, you know,
and
there in the
especially
video that we
the super
saw and really
self-righteous.
all over
All the
world.
incels who
So
hate on these chicks
we're
are
just
also the
speaking
consumers of their
victory over
content.
you. Let's take
If
a
you were
moment to receive
upstanding
our
citizens
tithes
like
and
my brother and
offerings
I, who
today,
don't ever look at
your
that shit, ever.
donations, keeping the ministry
I don't give a
going really
shit.
together.
Listen,
We're making a great
10,000
difference.
pictures for
I
a
think
penny.
about how the scripture says,
I will
when
keep
you
my
refresh
penny,
others,
thank you
will
very
be
much.
refreshed.
I'm
That's our prayer
uninterested,
for each one of
completely
you
and
as
utterly
you
uninterested in my
participate
heart and
Hope
soul.
Rising and just
Because you people
taking
consume
the
it, they have an
gospel
audience.
all over the world,
So it's hypocritical
through
for you
the
to then
media,
complain that
through
they have an audience and see
humanitarian,
yourself as
through
above them when
our
you are the
local
customer.
outreaches.
You
You gotta
make
know
them
you're
a person.
refreshing
You
others.
give them your
So
attention.
stand
This
on
is an
that
attention
promise. Lord, I
economy. You
thank
be
you
very careful
that
who you
I'm
give your
going
attention
to be
to.
refreshed. And let me tell you,
That is the
when
answer
God
to the question.
refreshes you,
So as for
it's never
streamers
the
as a
same
whole,
way.
most of
You
them
know,
are
when
fucking
you give,
losers.
it's all
Stop
it always
watching.
comes back
Literally
bigger,
stop watching.
greater,
I actually
pressed
advise
down,
this,
running
in
over,
fact,
shaken
and I want
together.
my
That's our
fans
prayer
and
for you.
people who
Remember,
propagate my message
the
to
economy's not
cut
our
this out
source.
and share it with the world.
Thank God for our
If
jobs
you
and all
want to
that,
make
but that's
the world
not
a
our
better
source.
place, if you want
God
to
is
be
our
part of
source.
the positive
You are
change in the
connected to a
world.
supply line that
Instead
will never run dry. We
of
just believe you're
browsing
gonna
the
see
internet for content to
God's
watch
goodness goodness in your life in ways you've never seen,
or
in your
Kik,
health, your
or
children,
TikTok,
your career,
browse
and in your finances.
Find a lot
you will
better
lend
content,
and not
a lot
borrow
smarter,
in Jesus'
more
name.
knowledgeable, more
Let me speak a
insightful
blessing.
people
Lord, I pray for
here on
all
Rumble.
of the
So
awesome givers,
switch your
giving
entertainment
today
site,
and giving during the
wipe your
week, the
history,
month.
get out
Lord,
the
as
habit
we
of
let
typing
hope rise and
www.y
faith
into your
rise and
browser
our generosity
and type
rise,
R instead.
I thank you,
Rumble's
Lord,
the future.
you are
And because you
refreshing
invaded
your
my stream,
people
you
back
actually
in new
completely thrown me
ways.
off, so I'm just gonna
Lord, I
cancel it
just
right
thank
now.
you for
No, don't cancel.
giving
Let's do 2 more
talents to
questions.
the full.
But there are no more
Contracts,
questions.
businesses,
No one's sending super chats for
opportunities,
you.
good breaks,
Just normal
chasing them
questions. We don't
down,
need
doing,
money.
Lord, doing what only you can do. I speak your
do, I don't.
abundance, supernatural
I do. I'm a
provision, lending and not borrowing. Lord, I
Strap
thank
mine.
you that you are blessing
It is.
those so they
Holster
can be
Brock
a bigger
is my name,
blessing.
because
in
the Glock's
Jesus'
always in my
name,
hand.
God bless you today.
It is. I
as
don't
you
need the
give.
holster. It's a Holster Brock.
Thank you for being
Any
a part
questions
of
for
Hope
Andrew?
Rising.
Thoughts on the Croydon stabbing? Yeah, in fact, I'm going to go into this because I tweeted about this about an hour
Here are some ways you can
Croydon stabbing.
Scan
some
the QR
fucking
code
loser
using your smartphone.
was trying to flirt with some girl on a bus.
Give hope to
who was
77977.
and she was uninterested in his advances.
To lakewoodchurch.com
and he fucking stabbed her to death. Let me explain something to the
free
world
at
out there.
567
The world who preaches
Your giving is
dangerous
changing lives in our city and all
in a
over
world
the
where
world.
every man listens to Andrew Tate, and in a world where every man takes Andrew and Tristan Tate's advice, this shit does not happen. That is not masculinity. That is the opposite of masculinity. That is acting out to your emotions, feeling sad, feeling rejected, and lashing out with violence. I want the death penalty back. I want this guy strung up on the fucking gallows. Let me tell you something. If I get rejected, which rarely happens because I'm national anthem, makes me a billionaire. If I do get rejected, stoicism. I'm calm about it. Manner. I'm polite about it. Okay, ladies, enjoy the rest of your evening. I am self-accountable. Why did those girls like me? I'm reflective. They have boyfriends. Why did I get rejected? Everything we preach, from stoicism, self-accountability, emotional control, would have prevented this shit from happening. And it pisses me off that they'll attack Andrew, ban him from schools, plaster his face all over every fucking newspaper, and say that he's a fucking danger. Let me tell you, that young man, and I use the word man very fucking loosely, has listened, taken in anything that me or my brother have said. He would have said, okay, oh, you have a boyfriend? Well, he's very lucky. Winked at her and said goodbye. He may have even fucking got a number one. But instead he stabbed her to fucking death, and we are listening to these fucking clowns talking about how men need to act out their emotions when they feel a certain way. Wrong! This is everything wrong with society and everything we preach about. So I'm pissed. I am furious that they demonize people like us, try to frame us and lock us away in prison, and say that we are somehow the danger to women. And shit like this is happening on the street. And what? I bet it's only a matter of fucking time before some dickhead blames Andrew Tate. Oh, someone was stabbed to death because a fucking idiot couldn't control himself. This is Andrew Tate's fault. I bet this fucking happens, so save this stream. It infuriates me. If young men listen to Andrew and Tristan Tate, none of this shit would happen. None of it. Without my fucking daughter, I'd kill those guys' entire fucking family. Mark my words, you stab my daughter because she rejects you, your whole fucking family, grandma, baby, everyone's getting fucking animal, piece of shit, hanging.
Absolutely, it's feral. And you're completely right. And what's actually amazing is the people who are brainwashed with things are these far-left psychopaths, these Marxists and Leninists. They're all fucking crazy. And the reason they feel so threatened by masculinity in the first place is because they're trying to inflict a form of slavery among the populace, which is all that communism is. They want everybody enslaved, and it's only masculinity that stands up against slavery. So it's all a big coordinated effort. And please understand, the Matrix doesn't do things by accident. They're going to sit there and attack masculinity as a whole, to try and remove the masculine essence, because it's the masculine essence which is going to resist slavery. Then they're going to come along and say it's masculinity which is evil. But if they get in trouble, if something bad happens to them, they call the police, hoping a big, strong man, a toxically masculine man, who's overly brave, steps in. They don't hope a Marxist turns up. They don't hope a feminist turns up. They hope a man turns up. If men were on that bus, they could have stopped the stabbing. Strong men of honor and dignity, the kind of men we talk about. And it is absolutely insane that you think teaching men to be masculine is somehow dangerous to society when it's only ever been men and the masculine ideals that have protected women. Feminists have this idea that, masculinity is bad for women. Let me disprove that instantly. If a woman is talking to a man and that man is overly excited with his advances and she wants to get rid of him, her most common reply is, my boyfriend is out there, or I have a boyfriend. She invents a man or names a man, an imaginary man, to make the man go away, because women intrinsically understand that by themselves, without masculine protection, they are nothing but prey to men. You need a man to protect you. So the saying come along and say all masculinity is toxic, that's why men are doing bad things to women. Men are the only reason why men don't do bad things to women. Men stop men doing bad things to women. If we don't stop it, it'll never stop. Women can't stop it. You need men to protect you. And you need men who are brave, who are stoic, who understand they have duty and honor. That is exactly what is wrong with modern society, especially London. Who else was on that fucking bus? A bunch of boys. If a man was there, he would have stopped it. A bunch of children and boys and scared cut men. A bunch of liberal left-wing losers. That's why London's failing in real time. Watched a 15-year-old girl get stabbed to death and didn't even do anything about it. And then you want to sit and say toxic masculinity is the problem.
Let me tell you something. If I had been on that bus and I saw that fucking idiot pull out the knife, I would have knocked him out and stamped his fucking guts out. You know what would have happened to me? Jail! Fucking jail would have happened to me. They would have called me a racist if that guy was any race but my own. I don't even know what color he was. If he was Japanese, Chinese, black, or white, they would have called me a fucking racist, and I would be public enemy number one.
Guys,
if you see a man pull a knife out on anyone and you take him out, I don't care if you kill him. I, Tristan Tate, will pay your fucking legal fees. I will do my very best to fight for you, because it's men like you that we need. And it's sad. It's fucking sad that we're the ones who attack. I'm sick of this. I need to drink.
Palmer from Mexico. We have
right here on the
enjoy your cigar. And Pastor Danilo.
Pastor Danilo to 2 o'clock today. We're going to have a great time all in Spanish. But come on, let's all stand together if you would, please. But love having you at Lakewood today. We're honored to have you here. You know
and you
this,
need to
but
look
your
at
new week goes
politics,
better because you've taken time to honor
Do this
God.
as a litmus test. When you see somebody attacking the ideals of masculinity, and masculinity is not a perfect thing. Nothing in the world is perfect.
You know what? There's a
God
blessing
did
on
not
your
create anything
life when you
perfect.
put
Only
God
God is
first
perfect.
place. And
Neither is
you get in
absolute
the house
femininity.
of the
It's not
Lord.
perfect in and of itself.
I've
But when you
told
see
y'all
somebody
this
who is
many times, you
attacking
can
the
never
ideals
give
of
God
masculine
something
accountability and
without Him
masculine
giving you
essence
more
as a
back in
whole,
return.
when you look at them and their
You don't even
overall
come to
politics,
get,
usually
you know, we
their
don't come to
politics are
get, but you
geared
know, it's
towards
just the way
slavery.
God is.
They
And
want
so
the entire
you're giving
populace
God your
enslaved.
time,
They
your
want some
energy,
form of
took
communism.
gas
They
money,
want the
you got
government
your
in
kids
charge,
ready, but
and they want to be
just
slaves
go
to
out of
people
here
who are
knowing that
faceless who
God's
we don't
pleased
know, and they're
with
putting
you.
their
You're
exact
gonna have a
absolute
blessed
faith
week
and
and a
fate into the hands of people who they believe for some reason are going to do good for the world because they are ignorant.
Honored to have
It
you.
is
If you're
no
visiting, a
coincidence that
special-
those that attack
special
masculinity are also
welcome
the
to
same
you. I
people
could
who are pushing
normally
for
meet you,
slavery.
but this afternoon I
Anybody
have
who
to
can read a
leave,
history
but
book
come
and has a
back
brain
anytime
understands
after
that it's only the
I minister. I'd
masculine
love to have
essence
the
that resists
opportunity to
tyranny.
shake your hand.
Always has
Hey,
been and always
ladies, a
will
couple
be.
Fridays
And that's
from
why they
now,
consider me
October
public
20th,
enemy
Love
number
Your
one.
Life
That's why
is
the
coming
Matrix
up.
attacks me. That's why
Victoria
me
and
teaching men to go to the
Jeannie
gym and
Allen
stand up for themselves and be strong, accountable men
always come,
is seen as
but
a
I sit in the
problem
very,
for the
very
Matrix.
back, or I sit up
Just
top
teaching
and-
men to be
but man, you
strong
see
and have
thousands of
self-accountability
ladies
and
here
believe in themselves and have an
worshiping,
opinion
loving
is a
God.
problem for the
Afterwards, they
Matrix
have the
because they don't
big
want that. They want us
after
all
party, so
enslaved.
if you're
They
anywhere
want us all
around here on
cucked
that
and they want
Friday,
us all
love to
afraid.
have you
But when
be a
bad
part of
things
that.
happen, they call men
One
like
more
us.
thing,
We're not allowed
the
opinions.
marriage
We're not allowed to
conference
talk.
is coming
We're not
up,
allowed
guys,
to point
in
of view.
November.
But when the
Always a
building
great
is on fire,
conference.
we're
It's not,
expected to
you know,
charge into
doesn't
that
mean you have
building
a
and
bad
save
marriage.
everybody.
It just means
It's
how can
hypocritical.
we
And I'm
make
telling you
relationships
that the
better.
society
So
we're now living
you
in
wanna
is
be a
reaching a
part of that
critical
Spark
point.
Marriage
It's reaching a
Conference. We'd
point of
love to have you be a
inflection,
part.
the point of
Last
no
thing,
return.
2 weeks
When
from
men
today,
realize that
my
there is
mother
absolutely
turns
no
90
benefit, as my
years
brother just
old,
said,
and
you end up
so-
in jail. There's no benefit to being a good man anymore. We're
So
going to see
on
society
October
degrade in real
22nd,
time. You need men
not
who are going to
next
stand up
Sunday,
and do
but
the
the
right
next,
thing
we're
because
gonna
it is
have a
right.
90th
Not because it's going to
birthday
benefit
party for
them,
my mom
not
right
because
here
it's going to be
during the
beneficial to
service.
their lives, not because they're going to be paid for it or
We'll still be I'll still be
celebrating for
ministering,
it,
but we'll
because
celebrate
they know
my
it is the
mom's
right thing to do
90
because they have
good
duty and
years.
honor.
So
And that is
thank
the
God for
absolute
that.
baseline of masculinity.
Anyway.
And anybody who doesn't understand that and doesn't understand truthfully what my brother and I is teaching
They're
can be
talking about my
considered
mom, I
enemy
think,
number
but
one
anyway.
because they are trying to usher in a slave
I was trying to think of a
mind.
joke.
And the
I couldn't
slave
think of
mind
anything
will be
about 90 good years, but that's all I
manipulated
had,
by the
y'all.
MSM, by the
Hey, when you see
Matrix to
yourself
ensure
on the
that
big
absolutely
screen,
nobody
give our TV
who
audience
is
a great big Lakewood
anything less
welcome.
than a propagator of their hatred is living any type
God
of life
bless
which is worth
you.
living.
It's great to be with you today, and I hope you'll stay connected with us during the week through our daily podcast, our YouTube channel, social media, and you can come visit us in person. We'd love to have you be a part of one of our services. But I'd like to start with something funny, and I heard about this husband that died, and he left his wife $20,000. After the funeral, his wife told a friend that she was totally broke. The friend said, "What do you mean? I thought you said you had 20,000. She said, "I did, but I spent 5,000 on the funeral and 15,000 on the memorial stone." Friend said, "Wow, that must have been some kind of stone. How big was it?" She held up her finger and said, 3.5 carats. All right, y'all, say it like you mean it. This is my Bible. I am what it says I am. I have what it says I have. I can do what it says I can do. Today, I will be taught the Word of God. I boldly confess. My mind is alert. My heart is receptive. I will never be the same. I'm about to receive the incorruptible, indestructible, ever-living seed of the Word of God. I'll never be the same. Never, never, never. I'll never be the same in Jesus' name. God bless you. If you'd like to open your Bibles to Matthew chapter 4, you're welcome to. Matthew chapter 4, and we'll put the other scriptures on the screen as well. Don't forget, 2 o'clock, an awesome Spanish Spanish-speaking service today, the festival, and then, of course, on Wednesday, all of our young people meet up on the 4th floor with Pastor Devontae, and Thursday, the college students, 4th floor with Pastor Serena, and a lot of great young people. Monday night, the Bible study, you can watch it online, and of course, Wednesday night still online as well, but honored to have you at Lakewood today. I want to talk to you today about angels are coming. We all have times that can be overwhelming. We're dealing with an illness, a child is difficult to raise, trying to pay bills, doors aren't opening for our dreams. We've done the right thing, we've worked hard, but it hasn't improved. Now the pressure feels like too much. We don't say how we can go on. It's not that we're weak. It's not that we don't have faith. It's battle fatigue. I talked to a man that's lived a blessed life. God's been good to him, but he's had some setbacks. A relationship is not working out. His business is struggling. He said, Joel, I'm at a breaking point. I can't take it anymore. And God sees what you're going through. He knows when it's too much. And the scripture says God is a very present help in times of trouble. When you feel overwhelmed, thinking you can't go on, God doesn't sit idly by and think too bad, you're on your own. No, God will send angels to strengthen you, to encourage you, to help lighten that load. Angels are called ministering spirits. They are messengers that God uses to carry out His will, to fight battles, to push back forces of darkness, and to breathe new life into your spirit, to refresh and re-energize you. You may be tired today. You love God, you're grateful, but you're weary. You don't see how you can keep moving forward, dealing with the anxiety, believing for your dreams. You've stood strong as long as you can. You think, I can't handle this anymore. Be encouraged. Angels are coming. Strength is coming. Freshness is coming. You're going to feel a supernatural power lifting that load. A new attitude, giving you a second wind so you can step up and fulfill your purpose. God knew at times the load would be heavy. He knew the pressures could feel overwhelming. He's not faulting you because you're not strong enough. You should be tougher. He knows we're human. We all have breaking points. He sees you being your best, going the extra mile, doing the right thing when nobody thanks you, working hard but not seeing results. He's about to step in and do what you couldn't do. He's already dispatched the angels. They're on the way with healing in their wings, with strength, with favor, with fresh vision, with victory. You may be at a breaking point, but get ready, a breakthrough is coming. Genesis 28, Jacob had a dream. He saw this stairway going up to the heavens. The scripture says there were angels ascending and descending. They were in heaven. They'd come to earth to carry out God's will. Then they'd go back to heaven to get their next assignment. It was this constant flow of activity, thousands and thousands of angels ascending and descending. God was showing us how He's always working, dispatching angels to rescue, to strengthen, to move people out of the way, to bring answers to prayers. We all have situations where we could feel overwhelmed. Get a negative medical report. We're still dealing with an addiction. How can I take care of my elderly parents and raise my children at the same time? This pressure is too much. What you can't see is angels are coming. God has already dispatched what you need. He's not going to let you be defeated. Angels are about to break chains that have held you back. Angels are bringing freedom. Angels are headed to your children. Angels are holding back wrong influences. Angels are en route bringing energy, courage, fortitude, so you can rise up and do what God's called you to do. When Jesus was on the earth, from the age of 12 to the age of 30, we don't read anything about Him. There's nothing recorded in the scripture for those 18 years. But at 30 years old, He was walking out to the Jordan River to be baptized by John the Baptist. When John saw Him, he pointed in front of a large crowd and said, "There's the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world." He was announced publicly for the first time as being a Messiah, the Messiah. When he was baptized by John, A voice boomed out, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased." A dove came and landed on his shoulder, representing the Holy Spirit. It was this incredible moment where Jesus was about to begin his ministry. After 18 years of silence, now he was ready to go. You would think God would send him to a large city. They'd have a big meeting. He'd start doing miracles. Or he'd go to government leaders, influential people, and be celebrated and recognized. But the scripture says the Spirit led Jesus into the wilderness to be tempted by the enemy. You can be in the wilderness and be in God's will. You can be in the desert by design. The enemy didn't lead him there. The Spirit led him there. One side of the Jordan River, it was lush and green and fertile. The other side, it was barren, nothing growing, dry. Sometimes we find ourselves in the wilderness. We know we have God's favor. We know He's put big things in our heart, but we're in a dry season. We're not seeing any growth. Doors aren't opening. The opposition is stronger than ever. You could get discouraged, complain. Well, this is when you have to dig down deep and say, God, I trust you. I know I'm not in this desert by accident. You've led me here. You won't take me someplace where you won't sustain me. So Lord, I thank you for the strength, the peace, the favor, the courage to stand strong and outlast this test. If you'll have the right attitude, you'll come out of the dry place into an abundant place. After 40 days of fasting in the desert, the enemy came to Jesus to tempt him. It was when he was the weakest. He was tired and hungry. He tempted Jesus 3 times. He said, turn these stones into bread. You're hungry, make something to eat. Jesus wouldn't do it. He said, bow down before me and I'll give you all these kingdoms. Jesus refused. Final temptation, he took Jesus to a high place overlooking the temple. He said, if you're the Son of God, jump off this ledge. You said your angels will protect you. Once again, Jesus wouldn't do it. After he passed these tests, the scripture says angels came and strengthened him. You can imagine after not eating for 40 days, having to deal with the temptations, being hot and dry, how overwhelmed he must have been, how he didn't think he could keep going. But God knows when the pressure is too much. He knows when you can't take it anymore. Here, Jesus is the Son of God. He's all powerful, but in his human body, he had limitations. He faced times where he felt like he was at a breaking point. Notice what God did. He sent angels to strengthen him, angels to refresh him, give him what he needed for his destiny. And the scripture says that Jesus came out of the desert in the power of the Spirit. How could he come out more powerful when he's been in a dry place, no food, being tested, facing opposition? Angels showed up. They brought supernatural strength, and energy, and favor, and courage. You too may be in a dry place. You don't see how you can keep going. You're fighting the good fight, but you're suffering from battle fatigue. It's been so long. Feels like it's too much. God sees what's happening. You didn't go into that dry place by accident. That wilderness was not easy, but you passed the test. You've stayed faithful. You didn't give up. You didn't quit believing. Like with Jesus, God's about to send angels to strengthen you, to bring new life, fresh vision, encouragement. You're not just going to come out of the desert, barely making it, beat up, bedraggled. You're going to come out in the power of the Spirit with fresh vision, fresh favor, renewed strength, ready for the new levels that God has in store. When my father went to be with the Lord, that was the most difficult thing that I had ever faced. I thought he'd live another 20 years. I worked with him behind the scenes for 17 years, and I loved doing the production, putting his messages on television. We traveled the world together. He'd come over to our house at night. We'd have dinner. We'd go watch the Astros play baseball. Life was good. But in 1999, he had a heart attack and passed. My life was suddenly turned upside down. We didn't know what was going to happen to the church. how it was all going to work out. I couldn't see it at the time, but like with Jesus, the Spirit led me into the wilderness. Sometimes what we think is the enemy is really the hand of God moving us into our destiny. The closed doors, the bad breaks, the loss, nothing happens without God's permission. You shouldn't fight everything you don't like. There are deserts you have to go through to get to your destiny. In those dry places and those wilderness seasons, you have to know God is right there with you. He's not going to let you go through anything you can't handle. The moment it becomes too much, God will send the angels. And I knew deep down I was supposed to step up and pastor the church, but I had never ministered. I was dealing with the loss of my father, all these changes. I thought I'd be so upset and so distraught, but I felt a peace that I can't explain. Yes, I missed my father, but I didn't fall apart. Sinking discouragement, God, why did this happen? I felt a supernatural strength. There was a courage, a confidence, a knowing that I was well able, that everything was going to work out, that God was still in control. I look back now and realize that wasn't normal. That was God sending angels, strengthening me, giving me the grace to go through the desert, to not give in to the temptation to get bitter, live sour. It was difficult. None of us like to go through the wilderness, but something happens in the desert. God is getting you prepared to come out in the power of the Spirit. Some things can only take place in the dry season. The loss, the disappointment, the bad break. You may find yourself there now. You're facing pressure that you've never faced. Feels like you're at a breaking point. Can I encourage you? Angels are coming. This is not a surprise to God. He led you to the wilderness. He doesn't leave you out there alone. He knows the pressure. He knows the struggle, the loss, the pain, what didn't work out. That load is about to be lightened. Like God did for me, you're going to feel strength that you can't explain. You're not only going to come out, but you're going to come out stronger, with greater confidence, greater courage, greater faith. The book of 1 Kings, the prophet Elijah had this showdown with the false prophets of Baal. They had a contest to see whose God was real. They worshiped an idol named Baal. Elijah worshiped Jehovah. They both built an altar and put wood on it. Whatever God started the fire would be the true God. The prophets of Baal went first. They prayed, sang, danced for hours. Nothing happened. When it was Elijah's turn, he prayed and fire came down from heaven. Not only burned up the wood, but burned up the stone. He destroyed 450 of the false prophets of Baal. An amazing victory. But when the king's wife, Jezebel, heard about what happened to her false prophets, she was furious. She sent word to Elijah saying, if I don't kill you by this time tomorrow, I'm going to take my own life. Elijah was so afraid, he took off running into the desert. It's interesting how we can lose perspective. He had just called down fire from heaven, saw God destroy 450 men, but when this one woman made a threat, there's a whole message there, but I'm not going there, but when this one lady made a threat, he was filled with fear. Are you running from things because you've lost perspective? You're listening to threats, believing what the enemy whispers in your mind when you've seen God deliver you in the past. You know He's more powerful than what you're up against. Elijah should have answered back, Jezebel, I'm not afraid of you. You can save your threats. God delivered me from all your false prophets. I am confident He will deliver me from you too. Somehow he lost perspective and he sat down under a tree in the desert, so exhausted, so overwhelmed, he didn't want to live. He prayed to die. He said in effect, God, I'm done. This pressure is too much. Just take me on home. He was at this breaking point, ready to give up. What's interesting is God didn't say, Elijah, what's wrong with you, man? You should be stronger. You should have more faith. You shouldn't let this pressure get to you. God doesn't fault us for not being strong enough. He knows there are times that we feel overwhelmed. The scripture says He gives strength to the weary. He doesn't condemn the weary. This could have been the last we ever read about Elijah. He's tired, he's weary, he's ready to give up. What did God do? Verse 5 says, an angel showed up. While Elijah was in the desert sleeping, this angel cooked him food, made some bread, got him some water. He woke Elijah up and told him to eat. Elijah saw the freshly baked bread and he thought he was dreaming. He ate and went back to sleep. The angel woke him up a second time, told him to eat some more. Elijah ate the food. Now he had the strength to make a 40-day journey. His whole attitude and perspective changed. He got his fire back. He realized God was still on the throne and that He was bigger than anything he was facing. He came out of the desert with a new passion, more energy, ready for the next season of his life. But notice how good God is. He could have had the angel lead Elijah to some food, show him where to hunt, help him find an animal where he could cook the food, show him where the water was. But the angel not only brought the food to Elijah, but he cooked it for him. God has these times where He's going to cook the food for you. You're tired, you lost perspective, weariness has set in. God has angels preparing your meal. You're not going to have to go after it. It's going to come to you. The strength, the encouragement, the provision, the right people. God is not going to let you miss your destiny. A friend of mine is a well-known pastor. Years ago, before anyone knew him, he was very discouraged. He'd been pastoring for several years, small church, less than 100 people. They hadn't seen any growth. The building was run down, needed repairs. He couldn't pay his bills, working part-time on the side, trying to keep it all going. And some of the members were disgruntled. He got to the point where he was done. The pressure was too much. He didn't have it in him anymore. He would travel during the week and speak at other small churches. And he had one last commitment, and then he was going to be finished. He's going to walk away. He spoke that night and poured out his heart and soul as he always did. No one could tell that he was at a breaking point. They couldn't see that he was drained on the inside and that he had nothing left to give. After the service, the pastor had dinner for him in the back. Word came that there was a lady that wanted to see him. He asked them to tell her that he was too tired. He had a long drive home. Plus, he didn't want her to have to wait that long for them to get finished eating. They told her, but she said, I don't mind waiting. I have to see him. An hour later, he walked into this empty church, and there was this older woman with her hospital wristband still on. She was taking chemotherapy for cancer. She was very frail, her voice weak, her hands trembling. She said, I had to tell you, if it had not been for you, I wouldn't be alive. I listened to your messages all through the day. That's what's giving me the strength and the faith to keep going. Now, I drove here from 2 hours away to tell you, whatever you do, don't stop ministering. They both stood there and wept and wept. She had no way of knowing what he was dealing with. Today, that pastor goes all over the world. He says, the reason I'm still in ministry is that woman. When I say God's going to send an angel, sometimes God will use people as an angel. The scripture says, some have entertained angels unaware. That friend that encouraged you, that neighbor that said the right thing at the right time, that coworker that showed up right when you needed them. Sure, you knew them, but what you didn't know is they carried out the assignment of an angel. They became a messenger of God. Jesus had just finished the Last Supper with his disciples, and he told them how he was going to be crucified and how he was entering the darkest part of his life. After dinner that evening, he went to the Garden of Gethsemane to pray. He took his closest disciples and asked them to pray for him. He said, my soul is overwhelmed with sorrow, even to the point of death. You can imagine the weight of what he was carrying, the pressure he was under. He was saying, I'm at my breaking point. I have to have some help. The people he was counting on, unfortunately, fell asleep. They were too tired. He woke them up, said, please stay up and pray. This is a critical time for me. They said, of course we will. They had good intentions, but they fell back asleep. And sometimes the people you're counting on will let you down. They love you, they want to help, but they're not there when you need them. You can't rely on people, you have to turn to God. And Jesus was so overcome with emotion, he sweat great drops of blood. He said, Father, if you can, please take this cup away from me. Didn't look like he could go on. How could he handle all that pressure? The scripture says, an angel appeared and began to strengthen him. Friends may let you down, but God will always be there for you. When it feels overwhelming, you don't know how you can raise that child, how you can deal with that sickness. Angels are coming. God has not forgotten about you. He knows what you're dealing with. Those times you feel troubled, you don't see how you can go on. He's going to lighten that load. He's going to relieve the pressure. You're going to feel a supernatural strength enabling you to outlast the opposition, overcome the adversity, to step into that destiny that belongs to you. May feel like it's too much right now, but when that angel shows up, you're going to come out in the power of the Spirit. Jesus went over and saw his disciples still not awake. This time, instead of trying to wake them up, he told them, sleep on. He was saying, something happened over there in the garden. No disrespect, but I don't need you anymore. What you couldn't see is an angel showed up and empowered me for my destiny. He strengthened me where I was weak. He lifted me where I was down. He filled me with hope where I had despair. I was in great sorrow, but now I'm in great peace. I was deeply troubled, but now I'm deeply confident I will fulfill my destiny. That's what happens when the angel shows up. You may be facing things that have you troubled. You don't know how it's going to work out. That pressure is weighing on you, like you're at that breaking point. God sees you. He's concerned about you. He has angels coming. Isaiah said, you will run and not be weary. Yes, it's been hard. You've had to struggle. It's taken a long time, but this is a new day. That weariness is coming to an end. You're about to start running into your purpose, running into opportunity, running into great relationships, running into good health, running into freedom, running into ease. Where it used to be a burden so heavy, like with Jesus, there's going to be a supernatural grace to handle it. And all those people you thought you had to have, the ones that fell asleep, didn't support you, weren't there for you, no offense, but you don't need them. Tell them to sleep on. The angel showed up. You're armed with strength for this battle. You're anointed for this adversity. You're favored in the famine. You can handle that pressure. You're empowered for your purpose. What's significant is Jesus was so troubled in his spirit and sweating those great drops of blood. But after the angel showed up and strengthened him, he never talked anymore about being troubled or overwhelmed. When the guards came to arrest him, Peter cut off one of the soldiers' ears. Jesus thought, you're finally awake. I don't need you now. I have the grace to carry out my assignment. I have the favor to finish my mission. When he was brought before Pilate, falsely accused, Jesus didn't fall apart. When the soldiers were mocking him, put that crown of thorns on his head, that should have been too much. Surely he would say, God, take this away. I've changed my mind. But he had supernatural strength. Those angels put in him everything he needed to finish his purpose. None of us will ever face what he did. But what I want us to see is God will never let the pressure keep you from your destiny. He'll never let you feel so overwhelmed that you can't fulfill your purpose. That's when he'll send angels. And what God has destined for your life, all the forces of darkness cannot stop. You may be in a difficult season, like Jesus, a dark hour. You don't see how you can face what's in front of you. God knows what you're dealing with. He's already dispatched the angels. He's about to bring strength power, endurance into your spirit. The fact that you're in that difficult times tells me that you're on the verge of a new level. You're not going to just come out, not the same, but in the power of the Spirit. You're going to see something you've never seen. The enemy wouldn't be fighting you if he didn't know you were about to take new ground, set new standards, break out of limitations that have held you back. It may seem like it's over your head, but it's not over God's head. Angels are coming. Strength is coming. A second wind is coming. I believe and declare God is about to lighten that load, lift your burden, ease the struggle, relieve that pressure. You're going to feel a supernatural strength. You will run and not be weary, outlast the opposition, overcome the adversity, and reach the fullness of your destiny. In Jesus' name. And if you receive it, can you say amen? Amen. I receive it as well. Let's pray together. If you can stick with me 5 minutes, we'll wrap it up in prayer. Lord, we received your word today. I know it falls on good ground. And Lord, we trust you. I thank you, Lord, that angels are ministering to all those that need it, Lord. And I just thank you, Lord, that we put our hope in you today. We're going to relax and know that you're in control. And Lord, I just thank you for your goodness. And I thank you for your mercy and protecting your people as they go about their week, and their children as well. Lord, show out in their lives. Let them finish 2023 strong in Jesus' name. With our heads bowed in prayer, if your heart stopped beating in the next few minutes, are you at peace with God? Do you know where you'd spend eternity? If not, I would love to pray with you. I'm not here to condemn anybody. I'm here to help you find a new beginning. I know this comes from a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. In just a moment, if you're not at peace with the Lord, or maybe you are a Christian, but you've grown cold toward God, you know you need to rededicate your life. You need a fresh new start. If that's you, in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to take a step of faith and stand right where you are, and we'll pray together. I can't think of a better time to get on the road to victory than right now. God is not mad at you. Your sins have already been forgiven. All you have to do is accept the free gift of Christ's salvation. Will you do it today? The enemy in your thoughts will whisper, do it next week. Do it another time. Listen, the Bible says, today is the day of salvation. You're not hearing this by accident. Well, Joel, it's embarrassing to stand in front of everyone. I have people at the house. I can't lift my hand. Listen to what Jesus said. If you won't be ashamed of me before people, then I won't be ashamed of you before my Father in heaven. I'm going to give you a great opportunity to show God that you're not ashamed of Him. If you're not at peace with the Lord, or you just need to rededicate your life, you need a fresh new start, a new beginning. If that's you, would you be bold, take that step of faith, and stand right where you are, and we'll pray together. Would you do that? Come on, Lakewood, let's give them a hand as they stand all over the building. Come on, don't put it off. I feel like there ought to be a few more. Your heart's beating fast. Up top. Anybody else watching, listening? One more hand, Lakewood. They're still standing. Anybody else? Anybody else? Well, God bless you. And please remain standing if you don't mind. Let me tell you how proud we are of you. More importantly, I know the angels are rejoicing. God is never going to be ashamed of you because you took this step of faith. And the scripture says, whoever calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. Let me help you to call. Do you mind all praying this after me? Lord Jesus, I repent of my sins. Come into my heart. I make you my Lord and Savior. Amen. Well, remain standing one moment. I want to tell you how much we love you. We're going to be praying for you. I also want to give you a personal invitation and a challenge to come back and be with us on a regular basis. We as new believers, give us the next year of your life. Just like you go to work, make a commitment for the next year, you're going to be here every time you can. in person, online, on the radio, I'll make a promise. Before that year is over, your life will never be the same for the better. We're going to help you grow and become all God's created you to be. I said it earlier, I know you're busy. Sunday may be an off day, but there's a blessing on your life when you get into a community of faith. That's how we can really help you to grow. I hope you'll take me up on that. After service, there's a room over here called New Beginnings. If you need anything, prayer, information, meet some people from Lakewood, they'd love to talk to you. You can take the New Beginnings course online. There's classes after service as well. Check out the web, and we can help you in many different ways. But know this, the moment you stood up, God washed away all your sins, your mistakes, your failures. You are starting with a fresh, clean slate. Write it down in your Bible, October the 8th, 2023, a new day of victory in your life. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Well, let's all stand together if you would, please. Thanks so much for coming out today. How many of you are going home better off than you were before? Amen. Amen. We love you guys. I'm going to speak a blessing until we meet again. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord show you His favor and have mercy on you. And may the Lord watch over you and give you His peace. God bless you. We love you very much. Have a great week, a favor-filled week. See you back real soon.
Wasn't that an incredible message? Listen, I am so glad that you chose to be a part of Lakewood Church today and a part of our global family, because when you start your week off with Jesus, we believe that the entire week, not only the day, but the entire week goes better because you chose to put God first place. Welcome to everybody that's listening live on Sirius XM. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you click subscribe, but also make sure that you hit share and share that button to everybody else that, that may need the message. You don't know who needs the message. Your friend may need it, your mom may need it, your cousin may need it. Hit share and make sure that they get it so that they can be encouraged and inspired just like you are, all right? Listen, now, if you are a new believer, like you gave your life to Jesus, you just said that prayer with us, you gave your life to Jesus for the first time. If that's you, first of all, I want to be the first to say congratulations and welcome to the eternal family of Jesus Christ. But I also want to say thank you so much, and we're so proud of you. Listen, if you gave your life to Jesus for the first time, what I want you to do is type the word new in the chat. We just want to celebrate you. We want to come around you and lift you up, encourage you, and just congratulate you on such a big decision. That decision that you made will literally be the best decision that you can make in your entire life, knowing that your eternity is secure with the one who Jesus for a while. Why don't you put some emojis in the chat, put some exclamation points in the chat, just to celebrate all of the people who made that decision. Next, we have next steps for you. We have a thing called New Beginnings. It's an online class where you can go and get next faith steps. You can walk it out and understand what it is that I need to do. Who is God? What does it mean to be saved? What is salvation? All of those things, those questions that you can, get answers to kind of help you out on your journey to being all the things that God has created you to be, being the person that God has designed for you to be. So make sure that you, if you're in the United States, text the word new to 77377. Again, text the word new to 77377, or just go online to lakewoodchurch.com/new beginnings. Again, also, lakewoodchurch.com/new beginnings. Also, if you have you have a desire to say those declarations that we say every single week. You want to take it from being a Sunday thing. You want to take it into all of your life, all throughout the week. You can download the declarations right now. You can say them over yourself, speak them. Don't just say them just because we're in church and it's something that we do. It's not something to pass time, but we believe that life and death is in the power of the tongue. So why don't you speak life over yourself? Get in agreement with what God says about you and download those declarations and speak them over yourself throughout the week. Lastly, don't forget that the 1515 experience is still going on. So if you haven't downloaded your free 1515 experience devotional, be sure to do that now. The link should be in the chat, and make sure that you stay encouraged all week long. Let me pray for you, and then we'll see you right back here next week at Lakewood Church. Father God, in the name of Jesus, I thank you so much for all of the people who are listening or watching live. I pray that you would be with them throughout the week. God, I pray that you would meet their needs, that you would provide healing, that you would provide joy, encouragement, whatever it is they need, be Jehovah Jireh. In Jesus' name, Amen. We love you.
A germ that lives in soil. Many people know about it from the 2001 terror attacks. In the attacks, someone purposely spread anthrax through the U.S. mail. This killed 5 people and made 22 sick. Anthrax is rare. It affects animals such as cattle, sheep, and goats more often than people. People can get anthrax from contact with infected animals, wool, meat, or hides. It can cause 3 forms of disease in people. They are cutaneous, which affects the skin. People with cuts or open sores can get it if they touch the bacteria. Inhalation, which affects the lungs. You can get this if you breathe in spores of the bacteria. Gastrointestinal, which affects the digestive system. You can get it by eating infected meat. Antibiotics often cure anthrax if it is diagnosed early. But many people don't know they have anthrax until it is too late to treat. A vaccine to prevent anthrax is available for people in the military and others at high risk.
Are you a student who learns from YouTube videos or attends online classes? Video Notebook?
Hey guys, it's Medicosis Perfectionalis, we're medicine, and we talked about the different races, which is a non-motile, aerobic, spore-forming, gram-positive rod. Anthrax can make spores, and these spores can remain dormant for decades, if not centuries. The spore protects the Bacillus anthracis bacteria from the unfavorable environmental conditions. We talked about Hey Medicosis, out of the 3 forms of anthrax, which one is more common? Hands down, the most common is cutaneous anthrax. 95% of anthrax cases are cutaneous anthrax. About 5% inhalation, less than 1% gastrointestinal. Lucky for us, cause the mortality rate of gastrointestinal gastrointestinal anthrax can approach 100%. So we'll talk about cutaneous anthrax, then inhalation anthrax, then gastrointestinal anthrax. Cutaneous anthrax, 95% of cases. Route of entry, inoculation. Incubation period, about 6 days. Signs and symptoms. We start with a papule, which is an elevated lesion, elevated off the surface of your skin. Then fill it with fluid. Now it's called a vesicle. Flatten it. It becomes an ulcer. Not just flatten it. An ulcer is removal of the epithelium and its basement membrane. When both are gone, it's called an ulcer. When only the epithelium is gone, it's called an erosion. So an ulcer is deeper than an erosion, something that your woke professor will never tell you. The ulcer is surrounded by erythema and edema, redness and swelling. Because remember, acute inflammation, what are the cardinal signs? Redness, hotness, swelling, pain, loss of function. Eventually, painless necrotic scar. That's why we call it anthrax, because it looks like a coal. It can heal painless necrotic signs, redness, hotness, swelling, pain, loss of function. Eventually, painless necrotic scar. That's why we call it anthrax, because it looks like a coal. It can heal with granulation tissue, leaving a hyperpigmented skin, plus or minus healing by fibrosis known as scar tissue. Can I get lymphadenopathy with cutaneous anthrax? Yes, usually local lymph node or regional lymph node, but most of the time it's not generalized lymphadenopathy. Can you give me at least 3 causes of generalized lymphadenopathy? Let me know the answer in the comment section. How can I diagnose cutaneous anthrax? Where should I take the sample from? From the skin, of course. You can swab the fluid out of the vesicle, or you can do a full thickness punch biopsy of the scar. Management, oral Cipro or oral Doxy. The lethality is less than 1% if you got treatment, and about 20% without treatment. And if you think this is bad, wait until you see the next ones. Number 2, inhalation anthrax, 5% of cases. Route of entry, inhalation. Incubation period, about 3 days. But this pulmonary anthrax could be very prolonged. It could take 2 months. Why? Because the spores are hiding in your nose, and they can remain as a spore, prolonging the incubation period. Or, now we're getting sick, they can go to the alveoli. They will be engulfed by your alveolar macrophages. Send them to the mediastinal lymph nodes. Congratulations, you have developed mediastinal lymphadenopathy, which will widen the mediastinum if you do a chest x-ray, and it can also lead to hemorrhagic mediastinitis. Ew, that's why the mortality rate is high. Inhalation anthrax has 2 phases. First, prodromal phase, followed by fulminant phase. Prodromal phase lasts between 1 and 6 days, after which you can get into the fulminant phase. Prodromal phase is non-specific. We have fever, muscle aches, or myalgia, non-productive cough. Very non-specific. Influenza can do this. Fulminant phase, however, is fulminant, severe. Do you remember fulminant hepatitis? Same concept. Severe pulmonary anthrax. You have fever, massive edema, hashtag edema factor, hashtag edema toxin, mediastinal lymphadenopathy, hemorrhagic mediastinitis, hypoxia, bacteremia, sepsis, septic shock, sometimes even meningitis. Yes, indeed, anthrax can lead to meningitis. Where should I take the sample from? Well, since the spore could be hiding in your nose, take it from the nasal passages, or since we can have pleural effusion, we need pleural fluid analysis. If you have sepsis, bacteremia, septic shock, etc., blood culture. If meningitis occurred, CSF analysis by lumbar puncture. Management. If we have pleural effusion, we need chest tube thoracostomy or thoracentesis. Since anthrax secretes a toxin, we need an antitoxin. And if you remember my video where we compared between exotoxin and endotoxin, only exotoxin have antitoxins against them. Oh, now it makes sense that anthrax is exotoxin. Yes, indeed. What antibiotic should I use? If there is no meningitis, Cipro and linezolid. If there is meningitis, Cipro and linezolid, and for the meningitis, you add meropenem. And if you thought that inhalation anthrax was bad, wait until you see the very rare but very severe gastrointestinal anthrax. represents less than 1% of cases. Route of entry, ingestion, incubation period about 3 days. Signs and symptoms, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. The vomiting is bloody. Hashtag hematemesis. The diarrhea is bloody. Hashtag hematochezia. I can have ascites, hemorrhagic lymphadenitis. Which lymph nodes are inflamed? Your mesenteric lymph nodes. Where should I take my sample from? Swab it. Well, it's gastrointestinal, so it's either oral or rectal. So you swab both. If there is ascites, you need to tap this fluid, paracentesis, and then you biopsy the lymph nodes of the mesentery, and you biopsy the spleen because the spleen is a lymph organ. It's a secondary lymphatic organ if you have watched my hematology oncology playlist. Management, if there is ascites, tap it because this tap, paracentesis, is both diagnostic and therapeutic. That does not mean that it's going to succeed, but we hope for the best. Antitoxin against the toxin and give antibiotics, Cipro plus linezolid. Some pearls for the pros. The only bacterium that has a polypeptide capsule rather than the regular polysaccharide capsule.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Kinda satisfying, if you ask me. Really smooth. Beautiful work. Okay, let's see what we got.
This woman has an amazing talent where she can talk in any accent almost perfectly, and it sounds incredible. Check it out.
American. Oh my god, I'm like so excited to be back. You have no idea. I am very happy because I will see all of my Australian friends. And I'm like literally so excited. But like the hardest part about being over here, it is like can be a little bit distracting because there's music here right now. And honestly, like when I see people, I'm like, stop bothering me because really my social battery it runs out of time very, very quickly. But honestly, because it's very close to home, I am really not like picky about anything. But I think I'll manage. And quite frankly, Serbian. I think that I just love it here. When I'm in Belgrade, I actually think Indian. That is like a little bit hectic, because like all of these people, all of these different personalities. Turkish. I like it, yeah. Yani çok nice geliyor. Italian. And honestly, I am very excited about all of this. And thank you for watching.
This woman has an amazing talent where she can talk in any accent almost perfectly, and it sounds incredible. Check it out.
American. Oh my god, I'm like so excited to be back. You have no idea. I am very happy because...
What's the matter?
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I?
Why are you parking here? This is my house.
Okay, but
Who are you?
I'm waiting for my friend. He lives in one of these houses over here.
What friend?
I'm waiting for one of my friends.
You have friends?
Yeah, my friend.
You have friends and you park outside my house?
But the postcode took me here. I'm literally just waiting here until my friend comes out. He lives in one of these houses.
You know how expensive this area is?
Well, yeah, I do know.
I don't think you're from here.
No, I'm not from here. That's why I'm here to see my friend.
I don't think you have a friend here. You don't know whose daughter I am. Какой-то идиот припарковался около нашего дома и говорит какого-то френда. You have no friends.
I do
I'm
have a
telling
friend.
you have no friends.
I do.
I can tell. Go call the police.
For what?
My brother will come now and he will give it to you.
He'll
but
give you
I will
what?
also call the police. So
Your brother's gonna give me
you
what?
give it to you.
What? Who's gonna give me what?
Yes.
What do you mean you're gonna give it to me? What's the matter?
Who are you?
What do you mean who am I?
Why are you parking here? This is my house.
Okay, but
Who are you?
I'm waiting for my friend. He lives in one of these houses over here.
What friend?
I'm waiting for one of my friend.
You have
my friend.
friends?
Yeah, my friend.
You have friends and you park.
What is your problem, man? Do you know how to fucking drive? No. What? No, I don't know how to fucking drive. I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared. What are you talking about, you psycho? You don't know how to drive? Not everybody knows how to do everything. Driving isn't the only thing. Just move your car! Oh, okay. I don't know how I can. Oh my God, just grab the steering wheel. Fine! Ow! It hurt? Yeah, it does. It does hurt, actually. What if you get to where you're going and it's a job interview and I turn out to be the boss? I'm not going to a job interview! You could be a year from now. Oh my God. Everybody says, oh, that guy seems great. I'm saying, hold on, wait a minute. That guy yells. Move your fucking car! I can't! Why not? I'm good. Thank you. What? I'm good, thank you. You don't want to help me, you just want to yell. Fuck. What is your problem?
Huh? Oh, please. Don't tell me you and the Boy Scout have switched cities. And so, why are you here?
I need the delivery list of that compound for the last week.
So of course you come to me at 3 in the morning. And you couldn't visit the person who does the deliveries and is probably awake as we speak?
The information was deleted on her computer. I assume yours has a few more safeguards.
1 or 2. Here, would you like a printout?
I have what I need.
What you need is to show me some respect. And I'll remind you I'm a Justice League member now.
Probationary member. Don't call us, we'll call you.
The greatest of all time. What a dangerous man. Shouldn't have doubted him. The usual.
You feel that you've been doubted?
Of course.
Do you feel that's been fair?
Yes. I don't really care about it. It's fuel to me. It's fuel to me. The greatest of all.
Rate this guy's physique out of 10.
Is that 4? It's so it. I'd give it an 8.
Look at the hair. Is that not him?
7.5.
How about this guy?
I like that.
7.
10. I love that.
You like it better than the other guy?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
But the other guy was Thor.
Was it?
I told you!
Who's
right?
that?
Thank you!
You recognize the
Who's
tattoo?
That?
Is that you? Oh my God!
That's you? My G! That's my dude. All the way to the gym, all day, every day.
When you did retire, and when you retired in the ring, that was the most honest retirement speech I've ever heard a boxer give ever. He's just like, I don't have this in me anymore.
No, it just wasn't there anymore. That was pretty bizarre for myself, even, because this is what I based my life on doing. When I first started doing it, I said, I'm gonna dedicate my life to this stuff.
Is your hair real? That shit looks nice. That's not real.
During her menstruation, she would go to the river to wash the bloodstains from her clothes.
I don't have to explain myself to you.
Did you spit in this? I'm not sure I want to serve to a man who doesn't want to be an American.
Me, oh my. Where are you going, Geronimo? Huh?
You gonna grab your bow and arrow there?
Just want a glass of water. Oh shit, Bird's thirsty. Get a load of that. Is he crying on it? Huh?
Oh, now hold on.
call the cops. Freeze, Cochise.
Did you spit in this?
I'm not sure I want to serve to a man who doesn't want to be an American.
Me, oh my, oh. Where are you going, Geronimo? Huh?
You gonna grab your bow and arrow there?
Just want a glass of water.
Oh, shit. There's 160 feet.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Here we go. Eminem pieces of advice for the kids. Number 10.
ATL, talk to him low.
How could I possibly be inconspicuous when my flow is fucking ridiculous? That's quite an accent.
This is a day in the life of a lonely housewife. I kiss my husband goodbye and then I start my day. At 10 a.m., it's...
So I'm like learning the Arabesh language, the Star Wars.
Can you call your mom right now?
Oh yeah.
Can you...
These are 5 places I felt unsafe as a female traveler. I was hesitant to make this video, but a lot of people requested it, so we'll talk about a few specific.
About 10 years ago, I did a film with Morgan Freeman. The first 10 pages or 10 minutes of the film are us two driving together in a car. It took 3 days to shoot. And he didn't talk to me the entire time, like in between takes, right? At the end of the 3rd day, he just turns to me and he goes, Jonah, Jonah, Babona, Banana, Fana, Fofona, me, ma, Momona, Jonah. That's it. And then it was like super uncomfortable. I didn't know what to say back. So I just said, thank you.
Iva! Ah, what are you doing? Wait, and I'll show you.
Ready.
Iva!
Is that steering wheel legit?
Yeah.
Is it legal?
Yeah, I mean, Formula they use a yoke in Formula One. They don't have a steering wheel.
Right, but you're not on the highway in Formula One car.
Yeah, yeah.
I like driving like this, like resting my hand on the top of the wheel.
Well, I think autopilot's getting good enough that you won't need to drive most of the time.
It does look cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very spaceshipy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Is that steering wheel legit?
Hi, Russell. I'd like to buy a handgun.
If you don't speak another language, you can fake.
Obvious that you want me, but I said I would want myself.
everyone dies. The Yellowstone supervolcano would kill almost all of us. That's a supervolcano that is a continent killer.
Okay, this man just made dumplings out of chicken skin. He just made chicken scumplings. Look.
This man has an awesome signature. He starts off with a basic question mark, then draws a long line followed by 2 loops. He then writes his name and follows by another long line. And now look at the result. It is absolutely beautiful. This man has an awesome signature. He starts off with a basic question mark, then draws a long line followed by 2 loops.
Meet Wadi, the tool that's revolutionizing the way businesses use WhatsApp API. Wadi is a platform that helps businesses connect with their customers seamlessly on WhatsApp, with features like automatic replies, campaign broadcasts, and a lot more.
I think on the line you don't have time to be in doubt. You have to think how till the last minute how you can turn this and how you kept the belief, how you can influence the process. And so, yeah, I was not in doubt. I don't have time for that. I have to coach the team.
Scott McTominay as well. What does that say about his mentality? He's come on here to do what he did.
A lot. He's Man United in every vein, in his heart. So he's playing for the badge. He gives his life. And when you're coming on and you give this to the team, that tells a lot. It tells also a lot about this dressing room. They are together. And also, I felt the whole afternoon strong togetherness with the fans, because even when we were losing, they kept standing behind us. They kept us going. The team kept going, and finally we get rewarded.
He said to TV afterwards that he couldn't hear what you were telling him on the side of the pitch. Well, you probably said score a goal. What were you trying to tell him?
I said score 2 goals.
I mean, what can you tell someone when there's 3 minutes?
I think. I think on the line you don't have time to be in doubt. You have to think how till the last minute how you can turn this and how you kept the belief, how you can influence the process. And so, yeah, I was not in doubt. I don't have time for that. I have to coach the team.
Scott McTominay as well. What does that say about his mentality? He's come on here to do what he did.
A lot. He's Man United in every vein, in his heart. So he's playing for the badge. He gives his life. And when you're coming on and you give this to the team, that tells a lot. It tells also a lot about this dressing room. They are together. And also, I felt the whole afternoon strong togetherness with the fans, because even when we were losing, they kept standing behind us. They kept us going. The team kept going, and finally we get rewarded.
He said to TV afterwards that he couldn't hear what you were telling him on the side of the pitch. Well, you probably said score a goal. What were you trying to tell him?
I said score 2 goals.
I mean, what can you tell someone when there's 3 minutes?
I think it was clear. I said, put Christian Eriksen down, left fullback, and go up and make the box, and bring the energy, but make the box. Finally, is that in that moment you felt we were stronger. I think for a lot of spells in the game, we got the switches, but it takes a long before we got the numbers in the box. And yeah, we built up that game, and finally we got the numbers in the box. And when you don't enter the box, you don't score goals.
Scott's a player who's played lots of different roles in his career, but for his national team, he's been playing that advanced midfield role, scoring goals recently. Do you see a future for him doing that for United?
Yes, of course. That's why he's here. And so he's one of our midfield players, and yeah, he can make the boxes. You see, and against Burnley he played, and then he should have played against Crystal Palace, but then he was ill, and then he come out of the team, and then others taking over. But yeah, he has as everyone fight for his position. But of course, when it helps when you contribute like this afternoon.
The substitutes had a good impact. What was the thinking behind taking Casemiro off at half time and Christian?
I wanted more football. One who brings passing, distribution, link-up play so I thought bring Christian Eriksen for Kassa.
I mean, it was an impressive end to the game, but the first half must have given you concerns.
I think we controlled the game without creating many chances, but also we controlled the game, and we had to get more box entries, but I think we came in opponent's half. We control their counters and they are quick. They are good on counterattacks. We didn't allow them counterattacks. They got some standards, some set plays. They are very strong in it, and they got 2 opportunities from it. But we didn't allow them one shot, and I think we had some opportunities. And then same story again. We concede a goal. We make, I think, on the decisive moment, totally the wrong decision. 2-3 players. We starting without VI formation, and then we easy giveaway, and it sums up a little bit our season. Such easy giveaways, you get punished. Top football, and we have 2 good players to act like this. So this has to be a turning point, but also it has to be a restart because we have to get into higher levels. But that the spirit is good, that the belief is good, so that the team is together. We have shown that. We have shown strong character, and it can be a turning point in the season, but it's up to us.
James.
As you said, the goals come from an individual error. Yeah, and that seems to be happening more and more. Why is that? Is it the pressure on the players? Because obviously things aren't going well at the moment. What can you do to change that? Because you wouldn't expect that from someone like Casemiro.
First of all, when you can't handle the pressure, don't play here. And those players, they are so experienced. These are so high quality players, so they have to take responsibility. And so I don't point to one player, but I see it in the sum up from the start in the season. You have to take responsibility. So defending, also on the ball, you have to take responsibility. And in the start of the season, I had some remarks in, say, defending with goal and matching running from the opponent. And now, sometimes we're dealing with the ball, or in decisive moments, we have to recognize as a team that we need leadership to have a good organization. And we don't always have, as I just expressed, we have a free kick, and we are not in formation, and we start to play. And from there on, it's our easy, avoidable mistakes, and it has to be out of our game if we want to be successful. But the good point is, this team has spirit. This team has a strong character and show belief, and in togetherness with the fans. I'm sure you have your fight every season into the season, and that can be helpful. That can be a foundation from here on to build on.
Last 2, Phil and Laurie. When we look back at the summer, there's all sorts of, as ever with United, there's, will he be coming, will he be going, whatever. There was a lot of suggestions that Scott might have been one of those who would be going. Was there ever any chance that he would be one of those who would be going in the summer? How close did he come to leaving? Or was he never, ever going to be allowed to go in your book?
No, what it is, when there's the right price, then it's every player has a price. But he has a big value. And so sportive, so also economic. So I want to have a player like Scott McTominay in the squad. And Scott McTominay, as I just expressed, he is United. He's Man United in everything. And for every minute, he will fight for that badge. So those players, you need in your squad. And yes, as everyone else, fighting for his place. And still, we are now in October. Normally in October you have to find your start 11. We are, by a lot of injuries, we are not there. So we have to still find our best balance.
Does that mean no one came approached your valuation of Scott?
No.
Last question, Lauren.
Hi, Eric. It was bleak at 1-0 down, first successive Premier League defeat on the cards. You mentioned that it can be a turnaround, this result. How do you make that the case and not just sort of one-off?
I think those games give fuel to a dressing room, and that they know how far they have to go to get results, and that it can't be easy going. And in football, it's eaten or you get eaten. And too many times in the first start of the season, we got eaten by opponents who are more hungry, and that can't be. And it has to go away. And every player has, every second he's on the pitch, he has to deliver that. And that is a demand and the standard. And when you do that, we have seen last season, then you get a determined team. And we were not always determined on every occasion in games. And you get hammered for it. And this has to change.
Thank you very much.
Scott, you've had experienced loads of things at Old Trafford and loads of goals and great moments, but scoring twice in stoppage time to win the game. How does that one compare?
Yeah, I think that was the best. Obviously, unfortunately, my mum and dad weren't here today, so yeah, typical. But no, obviously that was so special, and obviously for the team, like I said in previous interview, then it's important that the team kicks on now, because moments like that can almost change the dynamic of things once you come back from the international break as well.
Boss, I guess that's why they called it the theatre of dreams, and end like that.
Oh, fabulous. Well, what an atmosphere in the end, and that fight definitely helped us. But you see in the whole game, the fans sticking behind us. They kept us keep going, but also the character of the team, they have to do it. And they did it. They kept going with a plan, and finally we got rewarded. So you have to make your own look. And yeah, that is what we did today, but you have to bring it every game on the pitch.
Bruno, can you just take us into the dressing room, what it's like in there after such a dramatic finish?
Relief, happiness, and obviously I think we all agree that we deserve this result, because during the 90 minutes I think we controlled the game really well. We could have scored in the first half, we didn't, and obviously we know that we are in a moment when we don't score, we concede a goal, and after is always going to go behind the result. But today we get that, we get the 3 points, we get the two goals from Scott at that last minute, and was a really good result for us, because we needed to get the 3 points today.
I mean, tell us what it feels like, particularly when that winner goes in. We'll never experience how that feels. So how does it feel when the place suddenly is alight when you know you've got the winner?
Yeah, I can't put into words the feeling that I had when the second one went in. That was like, it was an out of body experience, really, to be fair. And it was funny because I was watching David Beckham's documentary last night, and you see all the history and the people behind the club, and that's what the lads do it for. And that's who it means most to. Kath on reception, the kitmen, from everyone, yourself to the interviewers. It's so important that we all come together, and that's what it means at this football club, that we do it for the people, and the people who've been coming to this football club for many years, and that's the same as me. I'm a fan, so I want us to do well.
87th minute you came on. What was the message? What was your plan? when he came on.
Score, like we had to make something happen, and I think that was probably the direct message, was go on and show yourself. And I've been speaking to Darren Fletcher and Mitchell, the coaches, and that's what they say, like whenever you get the opportunity, go and show yourself. And that's what I've been trying to do in training as well, and show the manager that I'm capable of moments like that, and long may it continue in the future if we can come together as a team and start performing how we know we can.
Could this be a sort of a turning point in the campaign?
This has to be a turning point. First of all, we have to realize we have to step up. We have to do things better. And it can't be that you every time you're following facts. And that game management, that has to improve. Like today, when we were in the game and you give so easy a goal away by rushing in situations, then you're following facts. And then it's very difficult against a good organized opponent like Brentford to get that turning point and to get a goal to come into the game. But how long the game's going, of course, the risk is you're getting into more rush, and you lose completely control of the game. But it didn't happen. Well, we kept going with a plan. We bring the balls in the box. Finally, we get more numbers in the box, and finally we got rewarded.
This is obviously a famous place for late goals and late turnarounds, but could you see this coming? It was already 93 minutes on the clock before the equalised.
That's what the manager is always saying about the subs. I think last year was the team with the most goals from players coming from the bench, and this has to be the mood for everyone that comes out of the bench. You know, I know it's difficult to be on the bench. Everyone wants to play. Everyone wants to play long spells, but Scott came on for 5 minutes and he scored 2 goals. And as you said, like it's Fergie time at United. It's quite normal to score at this time of the game, and a part of being Fergie time has to be an academy player scoring too. So Scott gave us the win today, and we are really, really happy for him, because, as I said, a part of the 2 goals is the desire and the togetherness that we had during the whole game, and the effort that everyone that came on into the game put to help the team. That was really good.
It's only one result, but I just wonder how that can change the season and the feeling of the season and all of the stuff that you can constantly hear about United all the time. Can that change it, a moment like that?
Yeah, we're in our own bubble, and obviously at this football club you have to be in your own bubble, because the pressure to play well, to score goals is immense, and the people demand results. And for us at the minute, we just need to block all that out and obviously know that we can do better, not be naive and think that we're doing great when we're not. And I feel like now's the time things like that can catalyst moments to go and push forward, I think.
And 93 minutes and 97 minutes, which obviously is quite remarkable, but overall, when you look at it, do you think it was a deserved win?
They were obviously well organised, and they had a lot of players behind the ball, and we were watching thinking that this is a tough game. It's not easy against any team in the Premier League now, especially teams like that who are so well organised and together. But you have to bide your time, you have to pick your moments, and that's what this club's about, never giving up.
But can this change the season, the feeling of the season, stop the noise that always follows Manchester United, a turnaround like this?
No, it's Man United. We'll never stop the noise. It's even if you win 10 games in a row, there will be noise around something else. This club is massive, and we have to be aware of that. If you want to play for a club like this, you have to be aware of that. You have to be capable to deal with that, and understand that the most important thing is the noise that comes from the dressing room, into the dressing room, by the players, by the staff, by the club, and obviously we know that together with the support of our fans, because as again we saw it today, we're losing the game. We know it's some boos every time. That's quite normal, but you see when we get 1-1 how they get behind us, and they believe with us to get the result, and that's what is important for us.
This place has been such a fortress for so long. I think it's 31 unbeaten until recently. Is it important to get that back again, and could this help?
Has to be, because we know that everyone, when it comes to play at Old Trafford, has to feel that it's not a good place to come. It's a good stadium to come, but it's not a good place to play and not a good team to play against. And we have to get back that feeling that we are an aggressive team. We are a team that when we play at home, it's difficult to beat, and it's difficult to get something from you.
Scott has always had a goal in him, but when he came on in the 87th minute, what were your instructions to him?
Score 2 goals. No, a bit of you can't expect that, but you know with Scott, you get drive on the pitch, you get energy on the pitch, and he can make a goal. He can arrive, and his willingness is very strong, and his feeling for this club is very strong. It is with all his heart. So he will always defend the colours of this club, and he earns absolutely the badge.
Everyone's seen you score goals internationally, which is a great feeling as well. Now you're turning it to club form. When you look at your overall goal scoring form for club and country this season, it must give you a lot of confidence whenever you play for club or country.
Yeah, but obviously that's important to get in the box and score goals, and you want to contribute as much as you can in that respect. And it's opportunity. That's probably the most important thing, is playing and helping the team whenever you can.
Well done today. Thanks, mate. Finally, international break now. No rest for you, but I mean, chance to play for your country, which you always enjoy.
Yeah, it's something really special and important, obviously playing for your country, and I will play in my hometown too, so having family and friends around to see the game is always something nice, and represent your country is nothing better than that, because I think for me it's the peak of your career, because you always dream to play football, you always dream to play in certain clubs. I think when you play in certain clubs you always want to achieve the national team. That is where the best Portuguese players normally used to be, so I'm really proud to be part of that, and now it's time to get there, my head, and get good results to get the qualification done.
Well, enjoy it. Thank you very much. People obviously talk about United all the time, but the spirit of the side, what we saw today, what does that say about the spirit of the team?
It tells me I'm very proud of that after all the setbacks we have, that is not easy for a team to deal with the dressing room. But then you see that the dressing room is connected, and they will fight for each other. But we have to do it always. And we really make that as an issue after last defeat against Galatasaray, where we let each other down on certain occasions, and it can't be. And when you play a game, you have to be for 95 or 100 minutes in a game.
Finally, boss, is it in a way good to have an international break now, or would you rather keep playing, or maybe you could get some other players back?
Of course, you want to build on this and to keep going. But yeah, it is what it is, and you have to deal with it. But I just sat in the dressing room, see it as a turning point, but we have to reset, come back with energy, and we have to step up in levels.
Well, the forthcoming international break will seriously drag unless Manchester United can get back to winning ways today. Points are really the only thing that matters today. Hickey has a go. Not the worst effort, you have to say, from the Scottish international. It was a long way out. Now at the other end, here come Manchester United with Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes onto his right boot. He lays it into Mount. What a block from Ethan Pinnock. They've won it back. Wissa has it. He's got Mbermo up with him. Hickey to the left. Couldn't get it back to Wissa, and then what's gone in. Jensen scores. It's not his cleanest strike. Keeper couldn't keep it out, and Brentford lead at Old Trafford. Fernandes finds space. Fernandes! Well pushed away by Strakosha. Got hold of that, Bruno.
Yeah, it's a really good strike.
McTominay is coming on for Amrabat. Garnacho gets the ball in somehow, goes for Delo, pushed out only as far as McTominay, drilled towards goal. Scott McTominay equalises for Manchester United 3 minutes into stoppage time. The substitute drills it home. Brentford's players on their knees. Strakosha can't quite believe it. And one more chance to get the ball in the box. Maguire nods it across. McTominay! Oh my goodness! In the pantheon of great Manchester United comebacks, this is near number one. McTominay, the most super of super subs. 2 goals deep in stoppage time.
Scott McTominay, you are everybody's hero inside this stadium and beyond.
NATE is a world leader in TVET training and capacity building. Over the past 40 years, our Polytechnique institution has worked with organizations in over 50 countries. We train your workers to compete in a constantly evolving business and technology climate. We can meet your training needs, whether you operate in the private or public sector. You can build a program using NATE's established courses and certificates, or create a totally customized program from the ground up. We're flexible because we know every organization has unique needs. NATE works closely with its industry partners. We will be with you every step of the way, providing support before, during, and after your TVET training and delivery. The success of your workforce development program is our priority. We know a skilled workforce leads to the improvement of your organization and the lives of people in your community. Make an inquiry today to learn more.
This is how to get fit.
This is a metabolism killer. This is a metabolism killer. And even this is a metabolism killer. The sad reality is most people eat these foods every single day and wonder why they can't lose weight.
The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto, paleo, carnivore, it's not vegan, and it's definitely not super intense exercises like this. Or this! That ain't how you lose weight.
Stop doing these two mistakes to get into shape.
Stop running on the treadmill every single day if you're trying to lose weight, or I'm gonna jump in this pool. Cardio burns fat, right? No, cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you do eat and stored as more fat. And this is why even when you eat low-calorie foods or you run for an hour a day, you get softer, but you don't actually lose any weight. And this is one of the biggest reasons why most weight loss attempts fail within the first 3 weeks.
I don't even weigh 210 pounds. You've lost me. That's insane.
I now went from a 6XL. I can now say that I'm in a large.
I had lost right at 30 pounds. My jeans were falling off of me.
So you lost
53 pounds. I went from 189 pounds to 136 pounds.
Dang.
So what is the best workout or diet for losing weight? One of my friends reached out to me recently, just frustrated with his lack of progress. He was eating healthier, but his energy levels were super low. He wasn't losing weight. He wasn't gaining muscle. His sex drive felt down. So I said, show me your diet. What are you eating? And he sent over his diet. And after checking it out, I noticed that there was a food that was holding him back. And I call it the man killer because it's commonly thought of as a healthy food, but it's actually terrible for guys because this food can destroy the primary hormone that's responsible for actually building muscle and losing weight. And without it, it can feel impossible to do. And so to make matters worse, studies show that as we age, our testosterone levels naturally decline, making it even more crucial to take control of our health now. And so to help him and others, I made a free presentation that reveals what this food is, why you should stop eating it, and a 30-second routine in order to boost testosterone. If you want to check that out, click the link below and watch the free video.
Watching my body shrink and muscles are starting to develop and you can see it.
I have abs for the first time in my life. I'll be at the gym. I'm squatting more than the guys next to me.
You will never have to be on the treadmill again. I want to say slowly the weight started coming off, but it came off faster than I thought it would.
I've actually had a lot of people just come up to me in person and ask me how to get in shape fast. It's funny, it actually happened the other day. I was walking out of, I think it was a Starbucks or something, and this lady came up to me. She was like, how are you in such good shape? And so instead of explaining all about the 3 different body types, I actually said, to save you the time, I have this link. It's gonna take you to a free body type quiz. It'll tell you basically what I could tell you here, the 3 most important things to get in shape for whatever your body type is. And if anybody wants to check it out, I'll put a link to it down below. It's a super simple quiz. You answer 6 questions and it'll basically just tell you exactly how to get in shape fast. You can hit that link below and take the quiz. We won't ask for your email or anything like that. Click the link below this video right now, take my free body type quiz and get your personalized plan right now.
Here are the 2 teams emerging from the tunnel with machines blowing bubbles at the players. The West Ham fans sing one of their famous songs. Newcastle Pope in goal.
Nate is a world leader in TVET training and capacity building. Over the past 40 years, our Polytechnique institution has worked with organizations in over 50 countries. We train your workers to compete in a constantly evolving business and technology climate. We can meet your training needs, whether you operate in the private or public sector. You can build a program using NATE's established courses and certificates, or create a totally customized program from the ground up. We're flexible because we know every organization has unique needs. NATE works closely with its industry partners. We will be with you every step of the way, providing support before, during, and after your TVET training and delivery. The success of your workforce development program is our priority. We know a skilled workforce leads to the improvement of your organization and the lives of people in your community. Make an inquiry today to learn more.
This is how to get fit.
This is a metabolism killer. This is a metabolism killer. And even this is a metabolism killer. The sad reality is most people eat these foods every single day and wonder why they can't lose weight.
The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto, paleo, carnivore, it's not vegan, and it's definitely not super intense exercises like this or this. That ain't how you lose weight.
Stop doing these two mistakes to get into shape.
Stop running on the treadmill every single day if you're trying to lose weight, or I'm gonna jump in this pool. Cardio burns fat, right? No, cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you do eat and stored as more fat. And this is why even when you eat low-calorie foods or you run for an hour a day, you get softer, but you don't actually lose any weight. And this is one of the biggest reasons why most weight loss attempts fail within the first 3 weeks.
I don't even weigh 210 pounds. You've lost me. That's insane.
I now went from a 6XL. I can now say that I'm in a large.
I had lost right at 30 pounds. My jeans were falling off of me.
So you lost
53 pounds. I went from 189 pounds to 136 pounds.
Dang.
So what is the best workout or diet for losing weight? One of my friends reached out to me recently, just frustrated with his lack of progress. He was eating healthier, but his energy levels were super low. He wasn't losing weight. He wasn't gaining muscle. His sex drive felt down. So I said, show me your diet. What are you eating? And he sent over his diet. And after checking it out, I noticed that there was a food that was holding him back. And I call it the man killer because it's commonly thought of as a healthy food, but it's actually terrible for guys because this food can destroy the primary hormone that's responsible for actually building muscle and losing weight. And without it, it can feel impossible to do. And so to make matters worse, studies show that as we age, our testosterone levels naturally decline, making it even more crucial to take control of our health now. And so to help him and others, I made a free presentation that reveals what this food is, why you should stop eating it, and a 30-second routine in order to boost testosterone. So if you want to check that out, click the link below and watch the free video.
Watching my body shrink and muscles are starting to develop and you can see it.
I have abs for the first time in my life. I'll be at the gym. I'm squatting more than the guys next to me.
You will never have to be on the treadmill again. I want to say slowly the weight started coming off, but it came off faster than I thought it would.
I've actually had a lot of people just come up to me in person and ask me how to get in shape fast. It's funny, it actually happened the other day. I was walking out of, I think it was a Starbucks or something, and this lady came up to me. She was like, how are you in such good shape? And so instead of explaining all about the 3 different body types, I actually said, to save you the time, I have this link. It's gonna take you to a free body type quiz. It'll tell you basically what I could tell you here, the 3 most important things to get in shape for whatever your body type is. And if anybody wants to check it out, I'll put a link to it down below. It's a super simple quiz. You answer 6 questions and it'll basically just tell you exactly how to get in shape fast.
You can hit that link below and take the quiz. We won't ask for your email or anything like that. Click the link below this video right now, take my free body type quiz and get your personalized plan right now.
Here are the 2 teams emerging from the tunnel with machines blowing bubbles at the players. The West Ham fans sing one of their famous songs. Newcastle Pope in goal. Trippier, Lascelles starting consecutive Premier League matches for the first time since January to February last year. Cher and Byrne, the other players in the back 4. Dan Byrne's got 2 goals in his last 3 appearances. Bruno, Longstaff and Tonali in midfield. Almiron, Anderson and Isak. Then a bench of Dubravka, Dummett, Wilson, Ritchie, Target, Manquillo, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. So Wilson back on the bench after a
hamstring issue, but no Joe Linton for Newcastle. We are underway. West Ham have kicked off. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Free kick for the Magpies on the touchline in their half of the pitch. They are kicking towards the goal to our left. We have the same position as the television camera angle. Very deep position, gets it, starts to run. Tried to take on players, dispossessed, but back with Longstaff. And then Trippier sends a cross in, looking for Anderson, who got underneath the ball with a header. And over the top of the easiest.
Not the easiest under pressure as well. Did well in the end to get something on it, actually.
Naif Agard towards halfway, and Michail Antonio, the West Ham striker, played back and then lifted forwards into the box, pokes out of his goal, the cut back and tapped in. West Ham's first attack, and Thomas Souček opens the scoring. Plays it short to Bruno. Now Almiron receives it from Longstaff. He's found the feet of Isak, helped on to Tonali, back to Isak, chance to run, 3 defenders, and Isak the only player in black and white there. Brilliant feat to hold on to possession. More defenders back than attackers, but Newcastle still on the move. Tonali, 25 yards out, left of centre, into Bruno. Move to Almiron, brings Trippier into the attack, fires straight at the keeper at the near post.
Poor ball. Good play, nice and patient, worked it. Delivery's got to be better.
Played straight at Emerson, and then West Ham lose it to Newcastle. Sandro Tonali with a chance to take them up the pitch, and he's doing so. And this is Almiron, corner of the area, turns inside, has a go for goal. Ooh, and that's not a bad effort from Almiron. Hands on the top of his head. He feels that was close. It might have been bending away rather than curling back in towards the top corner. But a nice spin. And Areola didn't dive, but he had a look. Bruno to share. I mean, they're not, you wouldn't say they're playing badly, Newcastle. They haven't created anything. They've had the Almiron shot, that's about it. Or what about this? Lascelles, big run up from the back. Enterprising run up through the thirds, and about 30 yards from the West Ham goal. He's been clattered. And Trippier, as you'd expect, with the free kick into the middle of the box, flicked on, and Areola gets down, but there was no touch from the keeper. And Dan Burn, I think, was the player near post. He made the run in between 2 defenders, and that has dropped narrowly wide. Anderson, it's a misplaced ball, and foul by Tonali near the centre circle, and that'll probably be it for the first half. And it is it for the first half. Peter Banks blows his whistle. Newcastle are 1-0 down to West Ham, and a goal that came early. Bit of a mess at the back, simple tap in for Thomas Souček when he comes forwards. He's passed it out to Anderson on the left wing. Bruno sidesteps Antonio, Lascelles to Trippier, 3 in the box. Square to Bruno, behind the D. Still in possession, Bruno. Isak in the area, gets turned, clips it up. Longstaff trying to head it down. Areola.
Oh, what a save! What a save that is!
In fact, it was Dan Burn in the middle who had the header. Burn there, come up from full-back. Oh! Makes a big save. Then West Ham think they're on the counter-attack, but Peter Banks has brought it back through.
Great career opportunities, personal development.
A free kick. Isak hanging up the cross and the header down. Areola busy for the first time today, really, and nobody in black and white could get anything on the rebound. It was Burn at the back stick.
Strong hand.
Trippier with a free kick from in midfield. Alexander Isak's in and scores! And Isak is in and scores his 6th goal of the season. The free kick from deep from Trippier was headed down, and all alone in the penalty area, Isak took a touch and lifted it high into the net. In the 57th minute, the equaliser has arrived. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1.
I think he could. This will be checked.
Oh, yeah, I think he might be offside.
This will be checked.
Well, VAR is Andy Manley. He will have a look, and he's doing so right now. It's not clear. It's a goal. It is a goal for Alexander Isak and for Newcastle United, who have levelled it up in London. Forwards again from West Ham. Share header into midfield. Almiron chests it, and has he lost it? Referee is going to give a free kick, but he lets play go on because Newcastle are away with an advantage over the halfway line. Longstaff on the outside of Anderson. Nobody in the box. Anderson comes inside, then goes back on the outside of Ward-Prowse, then shifts it inside onto his right. It's good feet from Elliot Anderson, as we're so used to seeing now. He has the ball again, 5 yards outside the area. Back to Bruno, central position. Hung up for Trippier. Put back in towards
Yes!
Isak, and Isak with another tap in. This time at the back post from Trippier's ball back over. And they've turned it around inside minutes. Isak with both goals. And it's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2.
That's Paquetá again. He turns off. Doesn't want to track Trippier. Doesn't want to get.
Nate is a world leader in TVET training and capacity building. Over the past 40 years, our Polytechnique institution has worked with organizations in over 50 countries. We train your workers to compete in a constantly evolving business and technology climate. We can meet your training needs, whether you operate in the private or public sector. You can build a program using Nate's established courses and certificates, or create a totally customized program from the ground up. We're flexible because we know every organization has unique needs. Nate works closely with its industry partners. We will be with you every step of the way, providing support before, during, and after your TVET training and delivery. The success of your workforce development program is our priority. We know a skilled workforce leads to the improvement of your organization and the lives of people in your community. Make an inquiry today to learn more.
This is how to get fit.
This is a metabolism killer. This is a metabolism killer. And even this is a metabolism killer. The sad reality is most people eat these foods every single day and wonder why they can't lose weight. The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto, paleo, carnivore, it's not vegan, and it's definitely not super intense exercises like this or this. That ain't how you lose weight.
Stop doing these two mistakes to get into shape.
Stop running on the treadmill every single day if you're trying to lose weight, or I'm gonna jump in this pool. Cardio burns fat, right? No, cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you do eat and stored as more fat. And this is why even when you eat low-calorie...
Here are the two teams emerging from the tunnel with machines blowing bubbles at the players. The West Ham fans sing of their famous songs. Newcastle Pope in goal. Trippier, Lascelles starting consecutive Premier League matches for the first time since January to February last year. Cher and Byrne, the other players in the back four. Dan Byrne's got 2 goals in his last 3 appearances. Bruno, Longstaff and Tonali in midfield. Almiron, Anderson and Isak. Then a bench of Dubravka, Dummett, Wilson, Ritchie, Target, Manquillo, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. So Wilson back on the bench after hamstring issue, but no Joe Linton for Newcastle. We are underway. West Ham have kicked off. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Free kick for the Magpies on the touchline in their half of the pitch. They are kicking towards the goal to our left. We have the same position as the television camera angle. Very deep position, gets it, starts to run. Tried to take on players, dispossessed, but back with Longstaff. And then Trippier sends a cross in looking for Anderson, who got underneath the ball with a header. And over the top of the easiest.
Not the easiest under pressure as well. Did well in the end to get something on it actually.
Naif Agard towards halfway, and Michael Antonio, the West Ham striker, played back and then lifted forwards into the box. Pope's out of his goal. The cut back and tapped in. West Ham's first attack, and Thomas Souček opens the scoring. Plays it short to Bruno. Now Almiron receives it from Longstaff. It's found the feet of Isak, helped on to Tonali, back to Isak, chance to run, 3 defenders, and Isak the only player in black and white there. Brilliant feat to hold on to possession. More defenders back than attackers, but Newcastle still on the move. Tonali, 25 yards out, left of centre, into Bruno. Move to Almiron, brings Trippier into the attack, fires straight at the keeper at the near post.
Poor ball. Good play, nice and patient, worked it. Delivery's got to be better.
Played straight at Emerson, and then West Ham lose it to Newcastle. Sandro Tonali with a chance to take them up the pitch, and he's doing so. And this is Almiron, corner of the area, turns inside, has a go for goal. Ooh, and that's not a bad effort from Almiron. Hands on the top of his head. He feels that was close. It might have been bending away rather than curling back in towards the top corner. But a nice spin. And Areola didn't dive, but he had a look. Bruno to share. I mean, they're not, you wouldn't say they're playing badly, Newcastle. They haven't created anything. They've had the Almiron shot, that's about it. Or what about this? Lascelles, big run up from the back. Enterprising run up through the thirds, and about 30 yards from the West Ham goal. He's been clattered. And Trippier, as you'd expect, with the free kick into the middle of the box, flicked on, and Areola gets down, but there was no touch from the keeper. And Dan Burn, I think, was the player near post. He made the run in between two defenders, and that has dropped narrowly wide. Anderson, it's a misplaced ball, and foul by Tonali near the centre circle, and that'll probably be it for the first half. And it is it for the first half. Peter Banks blows his whistle. Newcastle are 1-0 down to West Ham, and a goal that came early. Bit of a mess at the back, simple tap in for Thomas Souček. When he comes forwards, he's passed it out to Anderson on the left wing. Bruno sidesteps Antonio. Lascelles to Trippier. 3 in the box. Square to Bruno behind the D. Still in possession, Bruno. Isak in the area, gets turned, clips it up. Longstaff trying to head it down. Areola.
Oh, what a save! What a save that is!
In fact, it was Dan Burn in the middle who had the header. Burn there, come up from fullback. Oh, makes a big save. Then West Ham think they're on the counter-attack, but Peter Banks has brought it back for a free kick. Isak hanging up the cross, and the header down. Areola busy for the first time today, really, and nobody in black and white could get anything on the rebound. It was Burn at the back stick.
Strong hand.
Trippier with a free kick from in midfield. Alexander Isak's in and scores! And Isak is in and scores his 6th goal of the season. The free kick from deep from Trippier was headed down, and all alone in the penalty area, Isak took a touch and lifted it high into the net. In the 57th minute, the equaliser has arrived. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1.
I think he could. This will be checked.
Oh yeah, I think he might be offside.
This will be checked.
Ball. Well, VAR is Andy Madley. He will have a look, and he's doing so right now. It's not clear. It's a goal. It is a goal for Alexander Isak and for Newcastle United, who have levelled it up in London. Forwards again from West Ham. Share header into midfield. Almiron chests it, and has he lost it? Referee is going to give a free kick, but he lets play go on because Newcastle are away with an advantage over the halfway line. Longstaff on the outside of Anderson. Nobody in the box. Anderson comes inside, then goes back on the outside of Ward-Prowse, then shifts it inside onto his right. He's got feet from Elliot Anderson, as we're so used to seeing now. He has the ball again, 5 yards outside the area. Back to Bruno, central position. Hung up for Trippier. Put back in towards...
Yes!
And Isak with another tap in. This time at the back post from Trippier's ball back over. And they've turned it around inside minutes. Isak with both goals. And it's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2.
That's Paquetá again. He turns off. Doesn't want to track Trippier, doesn't want to get close to him. Great little ball played in, and saying that by Trippier. But Paquetá just doesn't want to know.
Well onside Trippier.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt about this. Not at all.
62 minutes on the London Stadium clock, and Newcastle United have come from a goal down to lead by 2 goals to 1, and Alexander Isak now has 7 for the season, and a left-footed tap-in. What one-touch finish, backstick. How can there? Well, there's some West Ham complaints thinking there should be an offside in this. We've seen it back a few times.
There's nothing to check.
No.
Get on with the game, will you?
Lascelles now 40 yards out, forwards to Trippier. Isak's there. Anderson coming in at the back post as well. Goal kick.
Yeah, chance just drops for him, doesn't it? Doesn't get anything on it. It's a fresh air, I think.
Takes a touch back to Trippier, then on down the line to Bruno. Could go inside to Longstaff or Tonali. It's with the Italian, then Longstaff to Bruno, then pushed inside to Sharon, finding the players in space, making West Ham work. That's a good ball moved on to Bird and through, and Isak's in. This for the hat-trick. Isak around the keeper and sent wide, and he's hit the post. He's hit the post, and then it's gone out off the defender for a corner. So close to a first treble in black and white.
Great ball down Bourne. What a pick out this is. Should score, really.
Oh, it's hit the post. It's come back and hit Nayef again and gone for the corner. Over to the far side, and Soufal galloping forwards, cuts it back. Kudus edge of the area.
No.
Corner. Mohamed Kudus, the substitute, has beaten Nick Pope low down at the keeper's left-hand side, and in the 89th minute, it's West Ham United 2, Newcastle United 2.
Oh, it's a good hit, to be fair, but once he's got away down that right side, it's a good little pick out.
He's an entertainer, an artist, the star of a one-man show. The stage is always his. He calls himself a lion. Sometimes he calls himself the GOAT. Well, now the biggest ego in world sport meets, well, a similarly proportioned ego. On centre stage, it's Zlatan and Ibrahimovic, uncensored. Zlatan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I can't think of anybody better suited to do an interview for a show called Piers Morgan Uncensored than you.
I think I'm the perfect guy for you.
Do you feel like you've always been uncensored?
I feel, I've been myself always, even if people think I try to act or something, but I think I see and I say, so wrong and right, I'm being myself. I think it's very important.
Will I get to the real you in this interview?
100%. You put the level.
You've just retired.
Yes.
Something I don't think you probably thought would ever happen. You worried about it happening. You were concerned about it happening. What's the reality been like?
I just retired 3 months ago, and I agree with you that if I wanted it or not is different, but I accepted it because in the end I was not feeling good. I could have continued suffering in physical way and keep going, but I wanted to feel good and I didn't want to have a consequence after my career where I'm limping or I cannot do things with my boys. So I choose to stop, and I think I stopped in the right moment. But to be honest with you, when I see all the other strikers out there, I could still play because I would do much more than them and better than them. And that's not for my ego, that's facts.
You want to name some names?
I could give you many names, probably 95% of them out there. So
you think you're better than 95% even that?
I am better, I don't think.
I'd take you at Arsenal. I would take you at Arsenal.
Okay. Could be. I had a chance to go there.
I know you do. We're going to come to that. It breaks my heart. I can't even think about it. We're at the Shaftesbury Theatre, one of London's great theatres here. You're used to being on the big stage. This is one of the big stages of theatre. It's an empty crowd. There's no one here.
Yeah,
just a
just
few people.
You should have brought me the crowd. Because
well, I wanted to see how you felt.
I would make them bounce.
But you would.
100%.
How are you going to deal with not having the big crowds? Being on the big stage with a big crowd and now this?
I think I don't need that. I've been doing it for 20 years, 25 years. I played in front of 90,000. And I made them bounce, I made them cheer, I made them whistle, I made them hate, I made them love. So all these things, and I don't have that ego that I need attention now, because I am who I am. I'm remembered for what I did on the field, so I'm not looking for attention. I'm not looking for get recognized and all those things, because or else I would choose to be a commentator. I would do those things that you have these ex-players doing, because they're doing it because they still miss the attention. They want to be seen in front of the camera, and I understand them, because when you're on the field, you feel alive. And when you go there, you get this adrenaline. You feel the grass, you feel the duels, you feel the heat, you feel the atmosphere, and then depending on what kind of player you are, I'm a very emotional player when I'm on the field, so I switch from one thing to another thing. And but now it's a different thing. Now I will live let's say a normal life, and hopefully a normal life. And
what do you want to do? Have you worked it out yet?
I'm doing more. I mean, now 3 months has gone, so I'm doing more things now than I did when I was active. So I have my collaborations. I do different things and different projects. I'm a little bit curious about the acting thing, because I've been trying some things in front of the camera. I mean, I'm not shy. If I'm a good actor, I don't know. I don't think.
I could see you playing a James Bond villain.
Villain, yeah.
Yes.
I would smash James Bond, but he could win in the end. I'm okay with that. But during the movie, I would smash him,
Yes.
and then probably I would lay somewhere 2 meters under the ground, which is okay.
Because when you smile, you light up the room. You're very charming. You seem a very nice guy. When you don't smile, yes,
I look sharp.
You have a very severe face.
Navigating IT certification prep was tough until exam topics. Ever wondered how some professionals effortlessly climb the career ladder? It's not just about hard work, it's about having the right tools. It's not just another study platform, it's a revolution in IT certification preparation. Why? Because Exam Topics offers real, up-to-date questions from the industry's leading names. But here's the real game changer, the community. Imagine having a team of experts and peers guiding, advising, and cheering you on. That's the power of Exam Topics. I've been in those shoes, going through countless resources filled with doubt. But with Exam Topics, I found clarity, an edge that set me apart in this very office. In the world of IT, knowledge is power. And with Exam Topics, you're not just informed, you're ahead. It's the smart choice for the modern IT professional.
Which I've seen on many a football field. You could be a good villain, I think.
I think also, because and for my English also, I sound like a, I don't know, criminal Russian type. So could be. But I'm interested. I'm curious. I like to see how it works, and why not? I mean, just to try some different things.
At your last game, AC Milan supporters obviously going crazy for you. You made a very emotional, heartfelt address. It was very moving, actually. And at one stage, it was interrupted by the Verona fans booing you. And you stopped. You stopped talking to your fans. And you addressed the Verona fans and you said, keep booing. This is the biggest moment in your year, seeing me.
Yes.
I love that. Very
I mean,
Zlatan.
that was me being me, exactly.
Yeah.
That was me being me. And like I said, you whistle, you cheer, but for them was the moment of the year, because seeing me is not for everybody. So that's the way they enjoyed it. Because remember, if they whistle you or talk bad about you, It's because you're number one.
Did you play better when you were in front of home supporters cheering you, or when you were away somewhere like Inter Milan where they wanted to kill you?
I mean, when you play on the highest level, you need to fight trigger points because obviously after a while you get used to one thing, and then when you're used to one thing, you don't get triggered the same way. Obviously, you're a professional guy. You go out, you do your job. But for me, it was about getting triggered. I needed to get adrenaline. And playing home could be defense, could be the opponent. I needed to find trigger points where I trigger myself and I became more active. But I have to admit that away games, I feel alive. I feel very alive. Where the night, let's say away against the Inter, which is still my home because it's my stadium still, and 90,000 whistling you, I feel alive. Because
I feel with you, Zlatan, that your whole life has been a fight.
Yes.
And that's the way you've actually liked it.
Yes.
You were brought up in an environment like that. You played football in that environment. You were at your best when you were in a scrap. And it was interesting going over your life and reviewing it. You actually said you viewed football as you viewed life. It's a fight, you said, and of course you're a Taekwondo black belt as well, so you do actually know how to properly fight. I need to be angry to play well, you said. I need to shout and make some noise. And then your co-writer on your autobiography, David, he said, complex is the best way to describe Zlatan. On the one hand, he's a strong warrior type who knew he had to be very tough to survive. So he takes on fights all the time because he's always had to. But another part of him is vulnerable. He's a guy wounded by his upbringing. He uses all that to create strength for himself. In his position, 99 guys out of 100 would have gone under, but he used his anger to make himself better.
That's true.
You think that's an accurate
I think it's a correct picture of me because even if I'm not in a fight, I'm looking for a fight because it's something that kicks. I get a kick off, I get adrenaline off, and where I came from, it was about survival mode. I mean, the strongest guy would survive, and to survive, you needed to be tough. You needed to show you're tough, and that's where I came from. But I brought it in my game also, and I had moments where it was going against me, moments where it was giving me advantage, and all around me they were talking. Like it always says, media, they criticize you, they talk shit about you, and they want to have something to say. But that was me. If I would not be like that, I would not be where I came, or maybe sit here and speak to Piers Morgan. So,
will I get a better interview out of you by being nice to you, or if I start yanking your chain, insulting you a bit, roughing you up a bit? Will I get the real Zlatan then?
No, you will get the real Zlatan in any question. I mean, if you're looking for something, I will give it to you. If you just keep it on a simple way, I still give it to you because I have a lot of experience. I mean, in front of media, I gave them shit, they gave me but I'm enjoying it that moment. I think I had moments where media thought that I have some kind of acting thing image because I want to do hardcore image for the media, and then I'm soft on the inside. But I'm not afraid to say what I think. I'm not afraid to do what I believe in. Then afterwards they give you or nothing. I mean, it's me. I cannot change me. I'm not here to be beautiful or to be perfect to somebody. I think being yourself is perfect. Yeah. You will do mistakes. You will learn from your mistakes. And you will still do mistakes. So I think it's important being yourself. I came to America. I saw actors. I saw big shots trying to make the perfect image. And I go to one of the show and they're like, where's your crew or entourage? And I'm like, what about my entourage? No, but normally, like famous people, they come with 20 people. I say, you're here for me or my entourage? For you. I'm here, so I don't need them to make my image. I'm here for myself, so that's why I always say, be yourself. Being perfect is being yourself. And
authenticity has a power to it, I think.
I think so, yes. And me getting angry and that's me. I need to get fired up. So that's how I bring out sharpness. That's how I bring out the best out of me when I walk on fire. Because if you make me feel too comfortable, I'm playing to win. And to win, I will destroy you. I will do everything to win. And I need to win. Because when I win is my proof that I am alive. And that's, wherever I came, I was like that. But then I had situation where I have teammates, they would crack. They would not make it. They would cry in front of me. But I don't care because I'm here to win. Because I played in top 5 clubs in the world. I played maybe 3 of them. And if I don't do my job, they bring in somebody else and I'm not there anymore. So that's why I say it's about survival mode. I'm not here to be nice or to be bad. I'm here to win. So to win, I needed to get those find those trigger points to get the best out of me.
I think to understand why you're like this, I want to take you back to Malmo, to Rosengard, where you grew up. You've described it as being like a ghetto. It was a rough, tough place. You said you can take a guy away from Rosengard, but you can't take Rosengard out of a guy.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I can make it out of the ghetto, but the ghetto will stay in me. So I came from Rosengard because I am still who I am, even if I'm not there. And that's what I say. You can take yourself out of a place, but the place you were raised and born in, it will still be in you. So that I would never change for success. I would never change for whatever happens to me. I will still be the same guy because the real thing will stay and survive longer. Not because I come in a nice area now, I bought a nice house in a nice area, I become them. No, I'm still myself. But my proof to them is I can also live here, even if I'm from that area. And I think it's important because you need to represent where you come from. But obviously, then you need discipline, you need respect, you need education. You cannot be an animal in your own, where you come from and then animal there. You need to keep the discipline and the respect, which...
You said that where I come from, people were always judging me and telling me, no, that's not possible. I want to show kids growing up like I did that anything is possible. I'm the living proof you can succeed. Do you think you've had that impact on young people who are in your position?
100%. Because where I came from, with my background, if you look of the history, like in my game, my football game, there were not a lot of players with different background that would make it or that would get the possibility or the chance to just to show themselves. And I'm happy that I went through all these walls just to open the door for the next generation. So I opened the door, they have to step in. So I cannot talk for them, I cannot do the things for them. I just opened the doors and I had to go through a lot of to come where I am and to show everybody that it's possible. And make them accept also that it's okay, whoever you are, to give you a chance. Then I talk Sweden, because that is my base. Then obviously you become a global person and it spreads out, because for me, we're all the same, but still different. So all of us has the same possibilities to make it. But then it's up to you also, whatever you want to do.
Tell me about your parents. Your father, first of all, Sefik, he was a caretaker.
Yeah.
I was interested that he suffered quite a lot of torment as a result of the war in Yugoslavia. It affected him quite deeply, I think.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a chance to really talk about that with him?
No, because he never spoke about it with me. I had to... So I was living with my father. We are like 5 children. My brother passed away, my big brother, a couple of years ago. I have 2 bigger sisters that I don't have contact with. I have another bigger sister than me that we have the same parents. It's a big mix.
Yeah.
And we still have contact, and my little brother, we still have contact today. But I was living alone with my father, and in the beginning was okay, because I mean my father did everything to survive, to bring in money, to pay the bill, to pay the rent, to make me feel happy. He did his maximum and the best out of the conditions that was there. And then the war started. Then he was more distant from me because he kept everything away from me. And And he took it very hard because I remember, like, it's no secret that my father he drank and he was sitting there with his phone, tried to reach out for the family members. I don't know what was going on because I was pretty small at that time, but I could see. And often what you see stays longer than what you hear. So, but we never discussed about it. He never put me in between. He tried to help family members. So fugitives came to Sweden, family members, and he helped them and he put his name on it. And I remember he was up during the night and that, always with on the phone and tried to help out. But I was young and I was crazy. I was wild. I was out. I was playing football a lot. I still had the discipline to go to school because if I would not go to school, my father would smash me, which is normal in our world. So
how would he do that?
No, he would become aggressive. He would make sure I do it. He would not hit me. My mother would hit me. She was the one hitting, not my father.
I read that your mother used a wooden spoon.
Wooden spoon and hit me. So when that would break, she would say to me, "Go buy a new one." But I didn't break it. You broke it. But it was still my fault.
How many spoons did you have to buy?
A lot. Then it came to a certain moment, like, how do you call the thing you put when you press the bread, like the round? When she came with that,
like
I ran away. Yeah. Then I ran away. I said, "This is too hard. This you cannot touch me with." But for us was normal. For us was normal.
I understand, but there'll be people watching this who have not experienced that from their parents. Do you feel that you carried mental scars from being hit or not?
It made me stronger. It made me stronger because now when I'm a parent myself, I understood what my parents went through, and it's not easy. I mean, we live now in 2023, different conditions. I live different. I can come with a suit, whatever, for these kind of moments. They couldn't do those things. My mother had 5 children.
She was a cleaner, your mother?
She was a cleaner. She brought home probably, I don't know, in pound, like let's say €1,000, and to feed all these 5 children. And she was working from 7 to 4. So we went to school. I have older sisters. I had older brother. But my big brother was from my father's side, so he was not involved in my mother's case. And she had to feed everybody, and it was not easy. And we were all young, crazy, and wild, so it was not easy. So that was her way to put the discipline on us. But if I would go back and say it's not okay, no. I would say it was okay because it made me who I am today. And I understand in many eyes it's not okay. But under that conditions, different mentality, different approach. They're from Balkan, ex-Yugoslavia, and it's different mentality. And it's normal there. In some countries, it's not normal. You can even sue or whatever you say.
What's your relationship like with your parents today?
I'm closer with my mother. With my father, it has been like it was before. Not so close as my mother, because it's 2 big egos. I am my father, so when he fights me, he fights himself, which he doesn't understand. Because I am like him. He made me who I am. So let's say he would come in my garage, and it's not secret, I have a lot of nice cars. And he said, "What are you doing with those cars? You should sell them." I said, "Listen, you do your thing, I do my thing." So he triggers me. He challenges me, but I am like him.
Is he proud of you, though, for what you've achieved?
Yes, he's very proud, because when I became professional, semi-professional in my team in Sweden, he had his living room only pictures of me. It was like a museum. So he got a new perspective in life to follow me. He would give me even advice how to play, and he would say he was good at the game, but it's okay. He's still my father, so I would listen but still do my thing. And he would be the first one to criticize me, to complain. So even if I would be, let's say, out of balance on the field, which he would also be, he would be the first one to say to me, "It's not okay." You need to have discipline. You need to respect the referees. When I would attack the referees, you cannot do that, and all those things. But he's talking to himself now. So, but you learn. It's a learning process. So
there's a story I love about you and your dad, that he bought a bed from IKEA to bring home, and you couldn't afford for it to be brought home for you. So you both carried this bed.
He carried the bed. I had to carry the side things of it, which was.
But you carried it all the way back from IKEA.
All the way back. So he would say, we went to buy a bed because I said to him, Papa, I'm growing. I need a new bed. Okay, let's go buy it. And we went to buy it, and it would cost money to transport the bed to home, and he didn't have the money. And I was like, what do we do now? I carry it. And he started to carry it, and he was walking, and I could see him getting pumped, adrenaline. And I was walking behind him with the, how do you call the side things of the bed? Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
whatever. And I would slow down because I was still small and not strong as today. So I would slow down, and he would get angry with me because I was slowing down. And he said, hurry, hurry. And he was getting angry for me for slowing down. So I tried to catch him and to stay with the same rhythm, but obviously I couldn't because it was heavy. But it took us 1.5 hours to come home to carry the bed. So he would do everything for me. Everything.
He also paid once, gave all his salary
the bill,
for you to travel to a training camp,
exactly.
Even though he could barely pay the rent. So he made a lot of, even though he was this macho guy, and that maybe gave you that streak as well, he was also a father who tried to give you everything that he could.
He gave me everything. He gave me everything, and he even gave me more than he should, because like the example you gave, he paid my football trip instead of paying paying the rent for our apartment. So he would delay it 1-2 months, and he just wanted us to have good, but with discipline, with discipline and mentality of the way he wanted it to be.
What's been, do you think, the proudest he's ever felt for you in your career?
He will not show it. He will not show it.
What do you think it might be?
I think me being on the big stage, playing my game, it's his moment of proudness, because I wear his last name, Ibrahimovic. And I did one mistake. When I came to Ajax, I don't know if you're familiar with it, I had Zlatan on my shirt.
Yeah.
And every time I met my father, he wouldn't say to me like he didn't like it, but I could see it. But I didn't understand because I was full of adrenaline. And when I was in the papers, when everybody would talk about me, they would say Zlatan, Zlatan, Zlatan. So in my head was Zlatan, Zlatan. It was not Ibrahimovic. So I said, let's make something different. Why be like everybody else? I put Zlatan. And the first year, and I noticed on him, he was not okay with it. And then I say, I wear my last name, and I continue to bring that generation from generation. And I will bring it to the next generation in my boys. So I changed that to Ibrahimovic, and I think me having Ibrahimovic on my back in the big stage for him is a proud moment. It's a very big, proud moment. And even if he's strong, macho guy, he will not show it because that's who he is. I will give you another example that I think not many knows. I came home, I bought a car for him, said, this is your car. I want you to have it. I want you to drive it, and that. I don't need a car.
What was the car?
It was like a Mercedes C-Class. Because I said, like, big car, you need to look like the Balkan type. Cool. Say, you drive around with it. You're my father. And you should be proud. And he said, I don't need a car. And I said, then now he triggers me, because now he's talking to himself. I said, listen, it's your car. You drive it, and there is not a sub. Let's say we sit in a table. I would say, can you hang me over the butter? That would be the polite way. And I would say, stupid, give me the butter. But not to my father, to my sisters and brother. So when he say, I don't need the car, listen, it's your car. I don't care. You do whatever you want with it. And I throw the key on the table. And it's funny because after 1 week, I'm driving in the city and I see that car. I recognize a car and I say, that's the car I bought. And I go close. That was him driving it. So in front of me, he would not show it. But then when I'm not there, he would use it. So is this proudness, like he's the boss under his roof. So he would say, I don't need nothing from you. This is my roof. I am good as I am.
What about your mother? You have a better relationship with her, a closer one. With
Closer.
Her. How's her life now? What have you been able to do for her?
I mean...
You bought her a lovely home, I think, didn't you?
I bought a lot of stuff, which is normal. You try to help out. What I understood fast, quick in my life when I became successful was, I will help you, but I will not interfere in your private life because I'm not the one to choose for you or change you, but I will help you. I will make it easier for you. So that I changed very fast. So I help everybody. I made it easier for everybody, but under condition, still you have to work for yourself because I don't want to change your life. I said to my father, you are who you are before and you will be who you are afterwards also. You cannot become who you are and then become a rock star because I help you. Because from a rock star, what do you become? And then when I stop and there's no more helping, what happens then? Then you go back from rock star to, then you become depressed, you change your life. So I help you, I make it easier for you. So my mother, let's say, I gave everybody a home, which is standard because everybody should have a home and live good. And then I always say, because my image, because I say image stays longer than what you hear. So when I grew up, I had an empty fridge, which is not a secret. I always make sure they have a full fridge because that when I moved together with my Helena, I said, listen, the only demands I have from you that the fridge has to be full. Because every time I open the fridge, I want it to be full. Even if I will not take something out, I just want to take away that image where it's empty and I have milk, I have cheese, I have ham and nothing more. And I want to take out that image from my when I was raised and have a full fridge, even if I would not pick up something. And I make sure they have full fridge and an extra penny in the pocket, so whenever you need something in emergency case, you buy. But don't go out and buy, spend if you don't, just for fun, because it's not the way I am.
I totally understand that. Did you feel as you grew up that you had love from your parents, even if they had a strange way of showing it?
I think we show love in a different way in my family. We show love by aggression. We show love in a hard way. We're not the ones, we clap you on the back, we hug you, we hold you around. That is not the way we show love. We have a more rough environment.
You were bullied when you were young. You said, I was a small guy, I had a big nose, I had a lisp, I had speech therapy. A woman came to school and taught me how to pronounce the letter S. I thought it was humiliating. I had to prove myself. You were hungry, as you've just said. You began to steal a lot of things, bikes, sweets, cars, everything and anything you said. One day you stole the postman's bike. Yeah. That was a great bike, a military bike, you said. You could have, I guess, like a lot of people in that world, you could have just continued down a life of crime, maybe ended up in prison or worse, dead. Do you think about that crossroads in your life, that football gave you the way out?
I think football, it rescued me because obviously where I came from, there is right side. No, you go right side or you go left side. And you choose what you want. But I think with my father, with the discipline, because every time I did something stupid and he would know about it, he would let me know. And he would let me know in his own way. So that gave me a little, I was scared about it. But at the same time, I continued to do it because I wanted to do things, I wanted to have things like the other ones had. And I didn't have things like my friends have, like the people in school had. So, and I did it in my own way because I couldn't get it from my father because I was raised up by my father. So he made me scared of doing stupid things, but still I did it because it triggered me. And then football, I always played football because my mentality, where I came from, we played football. And the mentality was, I'm the best, he's uncensored, the rest. So that was my mentality and my motto. So everything I did, I wanted to be the best. And playing football, And then one day my father said, let's go play or try in the higher level of football. And I came there and they took me in straight. So football was always my main thing, even if I did all these things around the stupid things, which I think many does, but I speak for myself.
Have you ever met any of the people that bullied you?
Yeah, many of them. I think I was more bullied by the media than people around me.
Really?
If I'm honest.
But the ones who bullied you when you were young, you've met them since you were successful?
I've seen them, but I haven't really talked to them, because friends come and go. Because you have friends when you're young, but you will understand who your real friends is when money come in the picture.
What do you feel, though, about those bullies? Do you feel I showed you, or do you feel anything?
You know what? Everybody has a dream to become something. If we share the same dream, I don't have any hate for that person, because if we share the same dream, we believe in the same thing, and then I make it, you don't make it, and you treat me bad when you were young, I cannot dislike you. It's the same thing now on the field. If I fight with somebody, if I don't like somebody on the field, I cannot hate that person, because we share the same dream.
But is the best revenge success?
In some moments, yes. Because like I describe my anger when I do things, let's say the media attack me. They call me, they say stupid things about me. They say things, because remember, I played when you didn't have digital platforms. So I could not react like the way we can react today, because you can do whatever, you just use digital platform, you get your saying. On my time, I had to wait. I had to wait until I see next time that person, and I would say it in his face, or I would catch him and I would do something there, and there was no limits there.
Have you hit journalists?
No, but I've been close by to have that anger to hit them. But I didn't come so far, because I was always like, it will come back to me.
What would annoy you the most that the media would say about you?
I mean, when it becomes personal. I had moments where they would say personal stuff about me, judge me by where I come from, the way I look, the way my style was, the way I show my love, because I didn't show my love by hugging people. I was very, very aggressive as a type when I was young, but that didn't mean I want to do you bad. I want something bad to happen to you. That was the way I was.
It was the family upbringing you had.
Was my family?
Well, the upbringing you had was that you showed love in a different way. That love was quite
but they didn't understand me.
Yeah.
The thing is, they didn't understand me, and I was not there to explain them who I am or whatever I was. But when it came moment, like I had certain moments where they would put out a thing outside, like stupid thing. Like I would look for a girl. I'm 190 tall. You wanna win whatever with me, and that's still in my head. And this happened 20 years ago. So. It's not okay. You don't do those things, because I was fighting to survive. I was fighting to be successful, to make it the maximum what I could. And you had these people pushing me down and or pulling me down and just being in my way. But I think also that made me stronger, because I am who I am in every situation, and I will say what I think and what I believe in. Then if you're right or wrong, listen, it takes two persons to discuss, not one.
You've said that the two most important people in your life, one was your great friend and longtime agent, Mino Raiola, who died last year.
Yes.
That must have been a huge blow to you. I lost my agent several years ago, suddenly, in his 50s, same thing. And he was one of my closest friends, knew everything about me. I mean, it's a very unique relationship you have. What impact did his death have on you?
It was a big loss. It's still a big loss, and I still miss him today, and I will miss him forever, because he was not only agent for me, he was everything. My career started when I moved to Ajax, but my real career started when the first day I met him, and we did everything together. The football, outside football, I shared every moment with him. Happy moments, bad moments, and And even in my private life, I would present him a girl and I would say, what do you think, is for me or not? He would say yes or no. So he was involved in everything I did, but really everything. And when that tragic moment happened to me last year, it was not the same thing. Football became different for me and in everything I do, because everything we did was sharing moments. Obviously, I became older. He saw me grow from a baby to a man. I became who I am because of him also, and we would challenge each other all the time. He would give me so much, I would give him so much, and we would go in fights, but hard fights, and we would swear each other. We would say nasty things to each other, and then I would say, you don't work for me anymore, you're fired. And he would be, to fire me, you need to hire me. So he would always trigger me like that, say, and I would leave the room, and he would say, you too, and never call me. So it was hate and love. But the hate was actually love, because if you really like somebody, you're open, you're direct, and you would say anything, but would not change anything between the two persons. So I took it very hard, and my game would not be the same, because I'm doing things now on my own, not with somebody, which I would always do, because before I do something, I would call him, what do you think? So this interview would be, Mino, what do you think? And he would say, yeah, go destroy him or go make him famous. So we would discuss, he would give
Which one are you going to do here?
No, I'll make you, I don't know, you're a big shot, so I'm not worried about you. So, no, he would be positive. He likes the challenge. He was an agent that was working for the player. He was not working for clubs. He was working for the player, and he would change the player's life. That was his aim. He had some players where I would say, you don't need him. He's a waste of time. He said, no. I need to change him. I need to, let's say, save him.
What was the best advice he gave you?
He always said to me, be happy and enjoy for what you do, because he wouldn't see me always happy. He wouldn't always see me enjoy in what I do. So his motto was happy and enjoy, which is difficult, because the person I am, I'm never satisfied, because I always want more. And like I said, I needed this kind of anger on the field. And like you said before, to bring out the best out of me, you described me before, bring out the best of me, I needed to find these things. So Mino would say, because he knows me perfect. When I didn't want to go to a club, he knew exactly how to guide me versus whatever he want, because he had a vision. He saw the future before it happened. He knew we would stay short time in, let's say, in Barcelona. But not because to make money, which would sound and make sense. We change, commission, whatever you make. No, he would say, after a short while, say, you don't fit in here. This will last short. He would say, when I moved from Milan, they cannot pay anymore. It's like sinking. And then he would say, in Paris, we go to Paris because that project, only you can change that project. And then when we would leave, it's finished. So he had this vision before it happened, he said it. And he would say, we need to create problems. We need to make problems. And I would say, why? Because we are at the best when we have problems, because we need to solve it. When things are normal, it's not okay, because we are not normal. We're above normal. So he would trigger me in that way. I say, okay, tell me what you want. You be the bad guy, be the nice guy. So when we would change club, he say, you go and you say some words. We open the door. Then I go and I be the soft guy. So we would play the game.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yes. But the thing is, he would be the bad cop, because if he doesn't get what he wants, chairs are flying, tables are flying. And I would say, listen, the deal, you can break the deal. I don't give a And I would say, listen, don't do that. Listen, you focus on yourself, I focus on me. you do your thing, I do my thing. So, yeah, he would put the wall between us, and it's your problem, not mine. Like this, we would trigger. So when it happened, it was a big loss because he was like a role model for me, father, friend, agent, example, and yeah, I learned a lot from him. So, like I said, I still miss him. We all miss him. You would enjoy with him.
Yes,
100%.
I sadly never knew him.
Yeah.
I met him once, very briefly.
This interview, uncensored, you would
He was a great character.
Yeah, you would
and a brilliant
enjoy.
agent. Everyone knew that. And I'm very sorry for you that you lost such a close friend. The other person you said was the most important, of course, is your partner, Helena. She was an economics graduate. She was a successful former children's television presenter, 11 years older than you. And you meet at Malmo train station outside a Bureau de Change. And her first impression wasn't great, Zlatan.
No.
You were 20. She thought you were pretty rude, pretty cocky, a bit of a yobbo. You turned around. How did you manage to convince her you weren't her worst fears?
I mean, I didn't give up because I saw this blonde girl, and I was in my Ferrari. I wanted to act cool, be cool, but she had a pretty cool car also. So, and I parked the car, and I was like, "Listen, try to be cool." And she saw me, and she was ignoring me totally, and I was like, "That was not the response I wanted to have." And I was shy. When I was young, I was shy because I wasn't feeling the guy I am today, let's say, because when I came first time in the city, I was 18 years old. I didn't know about these blonde girls because where I came from, we had different backgrounds. So we had different type of persons, girls. So when I came in the city, suddenly I saw all these blondes. I saw, whoa, different movements, which I didn't know it exists because I was never in the center because I was always in my neighborhood. And then I saw this Helena, and I was like, beautiful girl, wow. She ignored me totally, and I was like, that's not okay. And I knew a friend that knew her, and I was sending message. She was like ignoring me there also. But I didn't give up, and I think when you don't give up, you reach out. And in the end, I got a possibility, and but the funny thing is, in that message I sent her, the first message, I wrote a story tale, whatever, and then I finished with the red one, so she would know who it is. And the red one was my red Ferrari.
Of course.
Because, like, yeah. And she would answer, and she would say, with the black one, because her sport car was black. I was like, okay. And then from there, we started to talk, get to know each other, but she was 10 years older than me, 11 years older. So I was a little child for her. I was like unmature little for her. So she was this elegant, moving around good, knew what she was doing, knew what she wanted. And date, and I think we dated for 2 years. Then when I moved to Italy, I say, listen, it's time to come over and let's try. You never know how it will be, what will happen. And I had to say, if she wouldn't be 11 years older than me, I don't think she would hold out. Because, like I said, I was very wild. I had a different way of showing my love. I had a different temperament. But she had a lot of patience. And I think because of the age, she is still there today. Because she being more mature than me and having patience, or she saw an investment in me.
Well, maybe she might well have seen.
She saw the future.
She might have seen a better you down the line, right? I mean, you said she understands my character and accepts I'm a bit crazy. I was surrounded by chaos when we met. I was out of control. I'm calmer today. Maybe she realized she could calm the beast.
Could be. I mean, like I said, the age, I think, made a difference because... And then you get to know each other, obviously. I think a partner every 5 years change. I don't think you're with your wife, you have the same wife like the first day you met her. It's not the same
You
Helena.
don't actually have a wife, do you? That's it.
No.
You've never actually...
Because I don't want to lose 50%.
You have two children.
No, I don't have wife.
You have two
I have
children.
2 boys.
Why have you never asked her to marry you? Or have you?
I have.
And what happened?
She said no.
Really?
Yes. So she's strong, eh?
When was this?
This was a couple of years ago, because I said, after 20 years, you deserve to be married with me. She said, I don't need to be married with you to be with you. She's strong. She's very strong.
How did you feel about being rejected?
I think it's cool, because if you do that, you gain more respect for me, because I don't have to win all the time.
Are you going to keep trying?
No, she had one chance. She will not get a second chance. But she has 2 boys from me, so that's even bigger than being married.
Is it true that when asked what you'd bought her for a Valentine's Day gift, you replied, "What do you mean present? She got Zlatan."
That was another girl. That was not my
another
Helena.
girl?
Yeah.
You wouldn't try that with Helena?
That was not Helena, because she would step out of the door straight. That was another one. So when everything happened around me, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of media attention, every day was a highlight of me in the press. So I was like, this adrenaline needs to continue. And my friend was like, and I met this girl, and I asked to, how do you say, not marry, but the first step is you propose.
Engagement?
Engagement. And she said yes, and it was cool, because it was adrenaline. But I didn't really understand what it meant, because within 1 year you need to get married. And I said, no, I don't want to get married. But I got a kick of it. Like, I have a ring, I have a girlfriend, I'm engaged. Then the media said, what kind of present? Journalists said, what do you mean present? She got me. She don't need a present. So that was it.
So it was an engagement gift.
I was the gift.
And then you broke off the engagement, presumably.
Then after, when I was told you need to marry within 1 year, the next day I broke up, because I said I don't want to marry. I was like, I didn't do it to marry. I did it because I thought I was cool. So I didn't understand. I was young and I didn't.
But do you think Helena saying no to you was payback then for the?
No. She don't care about the past. She was like, listen, I don't need to marry to show that I'm together with you, and we have 2 boys, and to be honest, I don't need a piece of paper to show that she is mine. She's mine, whatever paper we have among us.
I'm told she doesn't allow you to have any pictures of yourself on the walls.
She said,
none.
I have none.
Just a picture of your feet.
But that's my idea, because the family has to remember where all these things comes from. Where all the food comes from is because of my feet. So it's a reminder for them every time they step in my gym, they see these feet. So.
What about your head? I mean, the feet are magic, but the head, I mean, shouldn't you have a picture of your head somewhere?
No, because of my feet, yeah, but my head controls the feet. You're right, but.
Well, also, you score some great goals with your head. I mean.
Nah. My feet talks more for my game. The heading came in the end when I was not fast enough. But no, it's a reminder, and it's a cool picture. But mostly it's a reminder where everything comes from. So not to forget why we are, where we are, because of what. So, but actually no pictures of me, because she says I've seen so many pictures, and also for my kids, because. My kids, I am a father for them. It's important for me they see me as a father and not the professional player Ibrahimovic, because they should not grow up in my shade, let's say, because they are more important than me, and they will never come in a situation where they feel second or third. They're in pole position, so. Is very important for me, this thing.
Would you want your boys to play elite level football, having been through all the ups and downs you've been through?
Yeah, why not? They choose themselves. I mean, they're playing football today. They play for Milan, and they're very focused, and the important thing, they don't do it for me, because I see a lot of parents, now when I have boys, I bring them to the game, football, but also different kind of sports. I see they push their kids. They oblige them to do things, and because you have this problem, because everybody in the world now think, because football is a biggest sport in the world, they make a lot of money to do little, they make a lot of money. So all these parents, they invest a lot in their kids. So suddenly they're not parents, they're coaches, they're agents, they're lawyers, they're everything because they see the possibility in their kids. But what they don't understand, you cannot transform the kid to do it for you. They have to do it for themselves. And I'm lucky in my situation. No, not lucky. I guided this way that they're doing it for them all, for themselves.
How do you give them the hunger that you had, given they're not hungry?
I treat them like they would be my teammates. I don't treat them like they're my boys. If that is okay or not, I don't know. But I treat them like they would be my teammates. I'm direct to them.
Tough love?
Very tough, very tough. I judge them like I would judge my teammates, not my boys. So I'm honest, I'm direct, and I push them high. But they choose if they want to do it. It's not like I tell you, I oblige you to do it. Like I would bring them to training. Let's say we were living in LA, which you're familiar about the traffic there. It's not a normal traffic. You go and I drive 1.5 hours to bring them to training. And I said to them, you do 200% in training. Because me bringing you to training, I do it for you, not for me. I could do something else, but you give 200% or else I'm not doing this. But in the end, you're doing it for yourself. Because every time you step on the field, when players get angry at coaches, teammates, or whoever surrounding, or media, they forget every training they do is not for the surrounding. You do the training for yourself. You do it to become better and make a better version of yourself and test yourself. So I tell them, you give 200%. If it's a good or bad training, can happen. But you do it for yourself and you give 200% because I have other things to do. And I push them so hard that they do the best, and more than that, they cannot do. Then if they become professional or not, people think it's easy. It's not easy.
Very hard.
Because everybody think, hey, I train, I go do individual skills, I go do that, I get an agent, I get this coach, and I'll become a pro. It doesn't work like that. It has to be about luck, hard work. Where you come, it's meant that you should be where you are. And it's easy to say, hey, I could have been a pro, I would be the best in the world. No, it's not like that. It's all this combined, and then we see what happens. They have to be happy, healthy, but with discipline, they have to do the things. Because my philosophy is, why be normal when you can be the best? I don't want to be normal. I want to make the difference. So everything I do, I want to make the difference. Because when I make the difference, I'm the best. And that is not arrogance, that is confidence for me.
Your talent has made you extremely wealthy. Do you know how rich you are?
I always say money is not important. You agree with me or no?
I think it can be important.
No, yes or no?
Well, here's
I just want a yes or no, then you explain.
What's the question?
Money is not important.
Money is important, I'll tell you why.
No.
Not having a lot of money.
Wait. A lot of money is important.
I think removing... I would say that removing the worry about not having money is important. In other words, the stress that many people feel from not having enough money just to get by, I think that is a terrible stress. So having enough money where you have security and comfort in your life, I don't think you need to have gazillions.
Although I think when it comes to money, I always that was a joke that I was saying. Because when I say money is not important, people would always say, no, money is not important. Then I would say a lot of money is important. Because me and Mina, always when we do things, a lot of money is important. So it was more not to have the money, it was more a trigger thing, a challenge. Because obviously you have a successful company, you don't want to sell it low, you want to sell it maximum as possible. But maybe not to survive or to have it, just for the challenge, because you create something and then you get a big jackpot by selling it high. And I agree with you. Money creates problems, even in families. Money brings stress. The more you have, the more stress. And where is the stop? You could live a good life with normal money, but what is normal money now? I've been on both sides. I've been without money, grew up with a family where my father made €1,000 in pound, I don't know how much it is, and still we had a good, at that moment.
€1,000 over what period?
Monthly. 1,000. Then you pay bills and that, I don't know how much is left. And and we have to share it. Not share it, it was his. He gave me whenever I needed. And but I had a good life. I had it good at that moment. So
were you happier
where
then?
is the stop?
Were you happier then?
But what is happiness?
Well, you tell me.
It's moments. I'm happy now. In 10 minutes, I could be unhappy. So it's moments. Money makes it easier, makes your life easier, but I don't think it gives you happiness, because for me, happiness is moments. You're happy with one situation now. My dream was come to Barcelona. After 1 year was my nightmare.
Yeah.
So it's moments. But I agree with you. I think when it comes to having a lot of money, it's an ego thing, because your life would not change. Let's say the Saudi situation now. A player that made a lot of money goes there to make even crazy more money. Does it change your life? Because I will tell you, you will die before you waste your money you already earned than the money you get in Saudi. So it will not make a difference.
But you must have had a big offer to go to Saudi.
I had an offer also from China. I had an offer also from Saudi. But the situation is, what do you want? What objectives do you have? I said before we started, like, certain players need to finish his career in big stage, because that is like the high end of your career, because you have to be remembered for your talent, not for what you earned. Because if you be remembered in opposite way, what we are training every day for, what we are being recognized for, is our talent, and that's what you want to be remembered for. So I think certain players that reach a certain level, they have to stop in a certain stage, and that's the big stage. You cannot go in a lower stage and finish your career in a different way. But some players need it. The situations where you can earn a lot of money, because they didn't earn enough.
How much have you turned down to play in Saudi?
I mean, in Saudi, no, I had a bigger offer in China. I had $100 million offer in China. But I went to America because I got injured and the situation changed. But I turned it down before I went there, because it's not what I wanted. And I would, instead of getting a lot of money straight, I would challenge myself to arrive there by different ways of coming to there. But the challenge to get it, not because I need it or because I want it.
Would you have any moral problem in playing in Saudi Arabia?
No. No, absolutely not. I mean, you have the Gulf situation now. They came together and they made it one. So I'm just sorry for the players that didn't go before, because they didn't get the money that the players got it. So, no, the football, listen, wherever you play football, it's football. Football connects people. Like, it's a dream we share, both of us. You're a fan, you were not a professional. You're an Arsenal fan, and I feel sorry for you a little bit. But as a professional football player, as long as you play football, and Saudi is growing, MLS is growing. I mean, China had a peak, and then, I don't know, the situation changed there. But a moral thing, no, we are still, I mean, we do things for ourselves and our family. Who would judge you in 5-10 years when you have a healthy life and have a good life? Because I don't think nothing is for free. You don't work for free. I don't work for free. I don't need money, but I'm very expensive. That's the difference.
If you were to fall over dead tomorrow, how much would you be worth?
I mean, we have to talk valuta now, because we have crowns, we have dollars, we have
Give me any
pounds.
any currency you like. US dollars. Here lies Zlatan. He was worth.
I don't know. Probably half.
$500 million?
Yeah.
$500 million US dollars.
Yeah, but it's not important for me, because I don't care about it.
Zlatan.
Because if I die tomorrow, what
I understand.
What says
of course.
No, I understand you, but I'm thinking next step. It's not important
My
for me.
point is, did the kid in Malmo on those rough streets, could you ever have imagined?
No.
Ever?
No.
That one day you'd be worth $500 million?
No.
And what does it feel like?
It didn't change me, because I'm still who I am. And I will not probably see those in front of me. Like Mayweather, he has everything in front of him. I have everything mine in digital numbers. So it makes it easier for you. But like I said, it's not important for me because it doesn't trigger me. I still get angry. I still get aggressive, even if I'm in that situation. So I need to feel alive. I need to do different things.
You talked earlier about having this dream of playing for Barcelona, and it did turn out to be a nightmare. And probably the main reason for that was the breakdown in your relationship with the manager, Pep Guardiola, who right now many would say is the best coach in the world. You had a very different experience with him. You called him a coward with no balls. You said, when you buy me, you're buying a Ferrari. If you drive a Ferrari, you put premium petrol in the tank. You hit the motorway and you step on the gas. Guardiola filled up with diesel and took a spin in the countryside. He should have bought a Fiat.
I think Guardiola is an amazing coach. When I was there, the coaching was different compared to what I had before. It's totally on a different level. That's why he's successful. Because if you see on his career, if you take the last 10 to 15 years, the guy never came third place. He's always first or second. So the coach is amazing. And but I had a different situation with him because I had the coach and I get to meet the person. And it became a problem I was not aware of because I solved my problems. I look in the eyes. Doesn't mean I have to like you or dislike you. We will solve it. And it takes 1 second to solve it. We go straight and we solve it. But solve a problem, if the problem is between two persons, it takes two to solve it. And especially when the other side doesn't know. And I remember when I was there, I was like, because before I came to Barcelona, always media have their input and saying. They would go like, you don't fit in here, you don't fit in the culture, it's different because who I was. And my mistake was there, I tried to fit in instead of being who I am. Because I think it's important, like I begin the interview, being who you are is being perfect. But there I tried to be somebody I was not. And I said to him, listen, if I have too big nose for you, you tell me. If I walk strange, you tell me. If I'm not good enough, you tell me. If you don't like whatever I do, you tell me. I resolve the problem. I leave. I'm not here to disturb. I'm not here to create. I'm just here to fulfill my dream. And I didn't hear nothing about it. The thing was, it kept. First 6 months was okay. Everything was good. No, but the strange thing, the first meeting I had with him was like, remember, players here don't come with Ferrari, Porsche, and that. Then it felt like, why?
He was already judging you.
But why? You call me every day to bring me here, and then you want to send this message to me. Don't worry, I will not bring my car. And I didn't bring it. Didn't bring it for 6, 7, 8 months. And then I started to... The directors, because I would perform bad and the people above him would complain, but they said we cannot engage if you don't open the door. So I would have to go to him and say, listen, what's going on? So I create a situation so the people above him could interfere because they could not interfere if there was nothing. And I went to him, listen, can I talk? A friendly talk, eh? Even I wrote it in the book. I said to him, listen, I'm not doing good. I think with the situation with Messi, putting him, I need more space. You brought me in, so I need my space to do my thing. Because the way you want me to play now is not, I'm not good enough. Then better you put the other players. So I was direct and open. And we spoke, normal problem with my proof of playing. Because I prefer you hate me, but I play, then I know why I play, because I'm good. Second game, bench. Third game, bench. Said, okay. And now I'm getting pumped up because obviously I need to do more to show myself. But I noticed it was not about me performing anymore. It was, I think, my opinion, he felt offended for me saying to him, I needed more space and the way I wanted to play.
He's punishing.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Which is okay. He's the coach, bad results, he leaves, player stays. And I respect that. But be open to me. Be direct to me so we understand each other. Fourth game, bench, and then I started to make noise because it's not okay for me anymore. Now I'm on the bench, and I'm on the bench because of a situation I created, not by my own, by my own choice, because of the people above him, because for them, I was a big investment. And the fourth game, I bring my Ferrari, and I bring the Enzo Ferrari. And I knew it would create another situation. So I parked the car in front of his office. So you with me, I with you. That was my motto.
You parked it in front of his office?
In front of his office. I said, this is, you want to play with fire, I will bring you fire, but I will burn you. But obviously, he's the coach, because what punish most the player if he doesn't play, because obviously you want to play, but the boss is the coach. But in that moment, I understood this will not be okay, because there is
How
something.
did he react to you parking your Ferrari outside?
He would not say nothing to me, because he would avoid me.
But then they came
The strange thing is, I would go in the breakfast. We have a breakfast area where both of us would come. I go in, he would go up and go out of the room. On the field, he would never connect with me like this, because you can connect by passing each other, then you start to talk without looking for it, because I can pass you on the street. Oh, what's up, Pers? Everything okay? You know, you understand. So we would go against each other. He would take a whole round and go around me. And then I noticed something was more than just the player, because it was too strange.
Is that why you used the phrase coward with no balls?
Yeah, because he would not confront his whatever problem he had. And he would use his right guy to resolve his problem. And probably he would say, now I don't talk about it, and is him still have it in the head, him still talking about it when this will come out. But you give me the question and I answer your question. So it's not me still think about it, it's me only answering.
It came to a head as a dressing room incident after Barca lost to Inter. And it's alleged that you threw a training kit box across the room at Guardiola. Is that true?
Versus him, yeah.
Did you hit him?
No, he didn't hit.
How did he react?
But was a message? No, he stepped out of the locker room. He will not confront me. He will not confront me. Like I see him, because I follow football, I see him in the press conferences now and that, saying his thing. This didn't happen here. So maybe become bigger man now.
Have you spoken to him since you left?
No. We met when I was in United. He was obviously in City. So you pass the players, but I would not see him there. And this is not me looking for him or something, because for me it's the past. Because what happened, happened. You cannot go back and change. You grow from that, you become different from that, you get experience from that. But what I know, his closest friend would stay out in the hall and wait for me to pass. And when I pass, he would come out. And the funny thing is, if I would see him, nothing would happen. Because for me, I'm a man, I take it as a man. If I have a problem, I resolve it.
If he's watching this interview, what would you say?
He would say, I still think about it,
what would you say?
I am crying about. No, I think he's an amazing coach. Don't get me wrong. I think he's an amazing coach. What he's doing, he changed the game 100%. He's being very successful.
But as a man?
As a man, I see him do some press conference. I see him, he has been stepping up, so he's not the one I know. I mean, that I met, so I'm happy for him. I mean, remember, we share the same dream. I was a professional player, he was a professional player, so I don't want any harm for him. Dislike or like, still we share the same dream. You cannot hate a person because of the situation like that. He thinks about him, I think about me. So, like I said, he's a coach, I'm a player, so I think about me, he think about him. He has his responsibility, I have mine. The difference is I resolve my problem if I have a problem. So if he would say to me, listen, your nose is too big. Listen, it's the last time we meet. You're not happy? I go. I resolve it. I didn't know. That's my, still until today, I don't know what the problem was.
You think he should have the courage to tell you?
No, he shouldn't. He should run away.
One coach you loved was Jose Mourinho, and you had great success with him. What was it about Jose? You said, I think, that Jose, when he comes in a room, the lights go on, whereas Guardiola pulls the curtains back.
First time I met Jose, first time Jose presented himself was when he won the Champions League with Porto. And then he came to England and he made a lot of noise, but you walk like you talk, no? He did everything he said he would do. And for me, that triggers me because that is not arrogance for me. That is not you think you're something. That for me is confidence. He really believes in it and he's outspoken. And I'm the same. I believe in certain things and I will say it. And I will do everything to reach to my objectives. And I met him first time in Inter, and it was all different because I came from Capello, and Capello was old school but very hard. The mentality, he smashed me every day. He brought me down, then he pulled me up. He brought me down, he pulled me up. So he created my mentality on the field because he never made me feel satisfied. And he put me in front of the goal, and he said, I need this from you, bam. And we were shooting. And some trainings I tried to hide myself. So I would hide myself among Cannavaro, Patrick Vieira, and all these big players because I was the young guy, like just to go home. And he would scream my name, Ibra. That was when my nickname came out. So he would scream, Ibra. And I was like, and I would go back to the field and we would train extra for 1 hour, shooting. But that was fun, but was hard for me because I did it every day. So that was old school mentality and the way of working. Then I met Mourinho, which was hardcore mentality, but new thing. Like every training, we would do something new. We would never repeat an exercise twice. So he would divide the fields in four areas. So we would go from area. So everything was new. And he would sit in front of the team and he would say direct in our face, listen, you will all get a chance. If you would get a second chance, no. So he was direct to everybody in that. But the thing with Mourinho is he makes you feel so strong that you go out and you fight for him and you do whatever it takes to win. So he's like a teacher, which I think his background is also a teacher. So he would motivate you on high level that you would do anything to go out.
And as a man?
No, he's cool. He's direct. He's direct and he's a winner. He's a winner and he says what he thinks but he's very well informed before he goes into something. He would know about me more than I would know about me before we start to talk. Just like you said before, you know more about me than I know about me. So as a man, he's cool.
You scored over 500 goals. You played over 100 times for your country, and you're Sweden's top scorer. What's your favourite goal? If I could relive a moment, would it be the bicycle kick against England?
Yes.
Because it was
and
England?
I'll tell you why. Because of many reasons. Because the goal is amazing. I mean, the goal for me, not because it's me, not because of my ego. Who would do that thing? I don't see many players do that thing. Because many players in that situation, we were winning 3-2. It was the last minutes, would take down the ball and waste time. Because you want to win the game, obviously. But when I saw the moment, I said, Hart was the goalie. And I said, I will fool him now. When I saw him run out, I will pretend to go forward towards him, then I will back off. Because I know by experience, you go towards somebody, he will just head it and it will go far out. But I will do opposite. I will pretend to go at him, so at a certain point you will see me slow down, then go back. Then it was all about where the ball comes, because I don't know. And then I took it instinctively from there, like turn around, and as a striker, you know where your goal is. You don't need to see the goal. You can put me in every angle on the field, I will know where the goal is, because...
So as soon as you hit the ball with the bicycle kick, you knew it was
I
going
knew
in?
already where the goal was.
And did you know when you hit it, it was going in?
Yes.
You could feel it?
Yes. The only tricky was here, I needed to change my angle, body angle, versus the goal. So I could not, let's say, bicycle kick. So if you want to kick it straight, with a bicycle kick, it goes straight back. So the only thing I needed was to change my angle, body, where the goal is. And I knew where the goal is. So I just needed to change, and I know the goal is there. And now just hit the ball, and I was focused on hitting the ball, because that was the most important. How I fell or not, I didn't care.
You said you were stopped outside in the street by some paparazzi and asked, was Cristiano Ronaldo's bicycle kick goal the best you've seen? And you said yes. Do you still think that?
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
You meant yours.
Which not many understood. But I'm not there to explain that, because if you cannot read my mind, it's not my fault.
So you think yours was better?
100%. 100%. I said in an interview later, you should try it from 40 meters. It's a big difference. Even if his was beautiful, but this was from 40 meters.
Is it? I actually asked him the same question. But when you score a goal like that, is it better than sex?
I mean, my game in that game was crazy, because why it was. That's what I wanted to come to.
That's not the answer.
Yeah, but you have to see the whole package.
But that moment,
the goal, no, sex is better. Come on, my friend. Sex is better. We don't even go there. Sex is 10 times better, not 1 time better. 100%.
Is this in case Helena's watching this? Yeah.
No. Sex is better. Whoever thinks different, he has a problem with his sex life. He should get help. But
I wouldn't know, because I never scored a 40-yard bicycle kick. So.
No, you get a lot of adrenaline. So after the goal, I saw Welbeck. I think he was the striker, and I took off the shirt and I said, "Enjoy," because something like this you will never see again. And he was watching me. So you see, even in that moment, I get anger out instead of just enjoy. So I throw it out and I look at him. Actually, I was rude, but I don't know why I was rude to him. I needed to find object, so I said, "Enjoy, because you will never enjoy this again." But he hasn't done nothing for me. But that's me looking for...
It's your natural fighting instinct.
So it's not personal against him. So that's me. And he was watching me. He didn't understand nothing, because nothing happened. But the goal is... Why the goal is most beautiful? Because of England. Because before I came to England, they talk bad. Because if you haven't played in Premier League, you're not good enough. That's the mentality here, which I respect, because they want to see you challenge your game here. And then during the game, they were calling me the diva. They were calling me a fake Carol.
The fans were doing it.
Yeah, the fans. So it was going on. And before that, the media was writing, I never score against England teams in Champions League. I always fail against the English team. So everything this was going around my head. So that's why I say it's a whole package. I scored 4 goals. And I don't know, I think Van Basten or I have the record against England. And this was a whole package because of all the I got. That is the most beautiful goal. And it's a goal England will always remember for the rest of their life.
That's true.
So that's why it feels better.
I personally think you've scored a better goal. Okay, and I'm going to tell you
I had many goals that is crazy.
I'm going to tell you the one I think is your greatest goal. See what you think. This was for Ajax against NAC Breda.
Yeah.
Where you basically terrorize their entire team.
The whole team.
You go through the whole team.
That was
and
crazy.
Then you score. That to me, because the bicycle kick is a brilliantly executed goal, no question. But the way you tormented that team for that goal was really extraordinary.
Yeah, that was...
When you learn to code, you can build a career that fits your life. Whatever that may be. Code Academy. Develop yourself.
That was nasty, because often the beautiful goals is the goals you will remember is the goals you cannot repeat. That is often. I mean, a bicycle kick from 40 meters, maybe you can repeat. Maybe you can repeat the dribble, because I saw Messi, I saw Maradona, half field doing against England, doing these crazy goals, and it was a crazy goal. But this is instinct. These things happen at the moment. This is nothing you plan. This is nothing you try to do.
What's the best goal you've seen scored by somebody else? The one you wish you'd scored?
I think my goals, not for my ego, my goals are crazy goals. Crazy because I'm 197 and I'm 97 kilos, so it's not normal to score these goals if you have this size. But a goal I would like to score, I mean, I like the Zidane goal in the final when he with the left foot, because it's difficult to repeat. And those goals that you cannot repeat, is the most goals you will remember. But I have from top 10, I have maybe 5 goals.
Who is the best player you've ever seen?
For me, best player is the one that changed the game. The one that you will go out as a young fan and you will do what he does. For me, Ronaldo, the phenomenal, when he came out, was different.
The
Brazilian was different because I remember I was young boy, and when I saw his games, and on that time we didn't have digital platform. We had only YouTube, so we could see on YouTube these tricks, these dribbles, these goals. So I remember all of us, we were on YouTube, and YouTube you didn't have even on your phone. You had it on computer. So we were in the school, we were going in the, the room full of computers, and we would go there and watch YouTube and study their tricks, study the dribbles, and we would go out and try these things. And for me, he changed it. He was football. He was not playing football. He was football because everybody wanted to be him. Today, I see a lot of players. They score a lot of goals. They do amazing things. But they don't change the game like he did. Because I don't think they go out and they do things like the players do today. The young generation don't go out and try to do that. When Ronaldo came, they went there and they tried to do whatever he did. So it was totally different.
I mean, I would say that he was absolutely sensational, but obviously had a very short career, comparative to, say, the other Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, yourself. In fact, the phenomenon has said about you that he really respects you for the longevity of your career. And I think there is a special thing about you, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, the ones who've had these long careers. Yeah. That is an extraordinary achievement, isn't it? When so many other players they get injuries.
How do you say continuity?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, that shows to
long
me
term.
It shows to me a steely discipline about what you do, and a bit of luck. You got to be lucky you don't get bad injuries, but also a discipline to do that, and a hunger that you want to keep doing it.
It's a big discipline. Why? Because you can have players that had an amazing year and then falls out. You can have players that won the World Cup, then you don't see them anymore, or you don't remember them. You can have players that won the Champions League and you don't remember them. I didn't win the Champions League, but they will remember me. I'm not worried. But in the long term, you have players that played 15, 20 years, and they kept that high level. But then we talk different. How long did you last? Like, let's say, it's a different situation we talk about. When we talk about the proper player, the individual player, obviously we have different lifestyles, we have different profession, we have different mentality. For me, I stopped now 3 months ago. I came to 41 and I still played on top. I went a visit to America. I came back. Normally you go to America, you don't come back. But I went there, I came back, and I prove age is just an age. You can still play depending how you take care of yourself and how you approach things. Obviously, you need to be intelligent because the player I was when I was 25, I'm not the same player 35. So if you're intelligent and you can manage that situation to change your game, because obviously you have to change the game. I'm not the same type of player when I was 20, 25, 30, and you go up. You have to play differently.
In the list of all-time great footballers, where do you put yourself?
I mean, now I have to speak as a fan because what are we judged after? What we win, collective. What we win, individual.
I'm talking about individual quality as players.
Just the skill without winning anything. Yes. I think I'm the best. Without joking. I'm the most complete player that ever exists. Skills and all this. If we talk about I didn't win the Golden Ball, no, I didn't win. I didn't win the Champions League, no. If those things matters, no, I'm probably not on that list. I had the honor and luck to win 34 trophies and collective trophies. Some individual, because the individual comes with the collective. So if the collective does good, the individual will do good. So, but when we talk pure, only the player, the abilities, no, I think 100%. No joking.
See, I love that about you. I would love every striker that's ever played for Arsenal to have that mentality.
Yeah, they had their chance.
Yeah.
That you have to discuss with Wenger.
I'm going to come to that. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Let me ask you first of all.
No, but I think it's not about being arrogant in that. I think if you
self-belief, surely.
Is confidence.
Backing yourself.
But also backing it up by, I believe it. Listen.
I mean, you love Muhammad Ali, right?
Wait, I will do another example.
Yeah.
When I say I am God, you think I'm joking or not?
You tell me.
I'm not joking. When I come on the field, I feel like that.
You feel like God?
I feel like God when I'm on the field.
An omnipotent power.
I feel untouchable, and I feel I will smash everyone that comes in my way. That is the mental part. Let's say boxing. Tyson Fury is the champion. If you ask me if I could smash, I would say yes. I would smash him.
Tyson Fury?
In my head, yes. But when I come in the ring, he would knock me out after 2 seconds. But the mentality is,
yes,
I can.
Yes.
But in the ring, he would eat me alive, without doubts. But my mentality is, I can.
Muhammad Ali said, who I know is one of your heroes, he said, if you talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk.
Yeah, 100%.
And he did that. You did that. I mean, for all the trash talking and the boasting and everything, the truth is you delivered on the pitch. If you hadn't done,
then you're a clown. No, but then you're a clown. I agree. Yeah. You're a clown. You don't do that. You have to back up what you say. Then it's better to be silent and not saying nothing. But I'm that type of guy. I believe it. I have a vision, and I will arrive there. And I'm 100% I will, because I'm a winner.
What do you make of what's happening in Manchester United? They were the dominant team in the Premier League for so many years under Sir Alex Ferguson. They've not been able to replicate that. And right now, they're really struggling. What do you put it down to?
I remember when I came to United, and whoever I met there, everybody was talking about how Fergie would do it, Ferguson. This would not happen with Ferguson. This Ferguson would not do. And I was like, listen, I don't care what happened before. I'm here to do my own story, my own present time, and be remembered for what I did now, not for what he did something. I respect that. He brought the club wherever he brought it. The club is because what he did, but time goes on, like is the next generation in that. And when I came, we won 3 trophies the first year. But I don't know if it's the English system or not, because above the coach, there was a gap from the coach and the owners. There was no really football people between there. So what I was used to, we had football people between there that would come and smash us when it was bad. Not giving a lot of credit when we win, because if they pay you a lot of money, you play in a big club, it's normal to win. But I think now in United, I don't know, there's some kind of, how do you say, demonstrations about the owners to sell it and that. But just a reminder, the owners are investing. It's not like they're not investing, because they brought in many players for high amount of money. So I think it's a little bit wrong saying that they're not doing what the fans expect them to do. Then I don't know what the real reason is behind everything.
Are the players underperforming?
I think with the new coach came from where?
He was at Ajax.
I was in Ajax also. Ajax is a talented club. They have the best talents in the club. They don't have big stars. What is the experience of this coach? Young talents. He comes to United. United is different mentality, different players. So the players there supposed to be big stars. So I think with his experience being there, I don't know if it talks for him or not, because I think he's in a different situation. And then above him, there is a gap where he doesn't get the help to manage the team. Listen, this is what I read in the paper, so it's not I have all the situation that is happening. But I can just imagine him coming from Ajax to United is a big difference, because I've been in both clubs. You manage talents, upgrowing, is different kind of approach, because there you have a different kind of discipline. You come to United, you do the same thing. I don't know, I don't believe, and I don't think it's the same treatment you give.
I mean, Cristiano Ronaldo, when he gave the interview to me when he left United, he said that he felt he didn't have the respect of Eric Ten Hag. You see with Jadon Sancho now a similar situation, Ten Hag criticising him in public and so on. Maybe that is an illustration of his problems in managing big talent.
But I don't say it's the coach's fault, because experience you cannot buy. You just have to get time to get the experience. But it's two different situations, being in Ajax, being in United. Then if it's his fault, I don't think, because I think everybody has a responsible in the whole situation. We are a piece of puzzle from the big puzzle. So everybody have a responsibility to do and to fulfill the demands. United has to win. They have to win every title they play for. Now they're being dominated by the neighbors, and it's a totally different situation there. And you need to find the right path again and to push for that. Now I think you need a plan. You need a project to follow. And it feels like you follow a project plan and then it goes wild in a moment because of the results. Either you believe in it or you don't believe in it. So, but with the situation of the coach, I think he's living two different situations now. Then obviously what happened with Sancho and Cristiano, I don't know, because...
Do you think he's out of his depth a bit, Ten Hag?
I think he needs more time to get the experience, how to handle a team.
But you don't really get time at a club like United.
No, obviously not, because we need to win.
That's the reality.
You come to when I was in Milan, I cannot give you time to develop, to perform. You need to perform straight, because like I said, survival mode. It's you or another one, because United is in a situation you don't do good enough, the next day there is another one. And the result speaks for itself. So that's why it's tricky. But how much time do you give a coach? I don't know. Depends on the owners, what they want. But if you listen to the fans, you don't have a lot of time, because they want to win.
Absolutely.
And I understand them, because they're used to win and they want to still win. So I think it's a lot of things. The small details often makes the difference. It's not the big pictures you see, because when things are good, there are still errors and problems, but you don't see it because we are winning.
Did you feel when you were at United, one of the things Cristiano suggested to me was the younger players didn't really show him the respect he was expecting? That when he was a young player at United, when he was 18, he hung on every word of Roy Keane and Neville and Scholes and all these guys, that because players now get paid so much more money, that they don't have the same respect for the older players they used to. Did you find that?
But respect is nothing you ask for. Respect is something you take. So it depends on you. I have to make sure you respect me. It's nothing you ask for. You don't ask the young guys for respect. You take the respect and you put them in the place. Then the situation that they earn more money, yes. They earn much more money for doing so little compared to before. Before you needed to do much more to come, to sign a piece of contract, and to get what you deserve under the circumstances of that situation. Now you see a lot of the new generation, they fly very fast without even walking. So walking is performing for me. So it's up to him to make sure they respect you. If it was me and he don't respect me, that young player is the last thing he would have in his life, because I would make sure he respect me. And he would know it for the rest of his life. So it's up to him to make sure they respect him.
One of your great friends is Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
And he's an extraordinary, dedicated, supreme athlete, a champion. What do you make of him as a sportsman, never mind as a tennis player?
I think he's an amazing example for what he's doing. We have different philosophies, and he has all these things he does to perform, and for him doing that, he's doing an individual sport. I was doing a collective sport. I think he's a vegan. He's a vegan. He does these things, getting energy from different kind of things. I'm not 100% in it. I'm opposite. I mean, I don't do that. I am more, those things doesn't change me. I change my own game. You tell me good luck. I don't need luck to perform. I decide when to perform good. I am in control to do good or bad. That is what I believe in. I don't need to knock wood 3 times to go out and it brings me luck. I decide.
Who are the sporting champions in history that you most relate to?
I mean, Muhammad Ali for me was, because my father had these old tapes, black and white, the big cassettes, how do you call it, tape, all these boxing fights and movies, but the movies was Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, so my whole world was like doing all these crazy movements. But at the same time, I was playing football, so I tried to bring it in my game. And Ali was the greatest sportsman ever because as I feel afraid to say certain things. He's afraid to cross the red light on the street. So it's like afraid that somebody would judge him in a wrong way. Muhammad Ali was not that. Muhammad Ali was himself. And he was himself in the ring, outside the ring. And I think it's important because if you create an image of yourself that is not you, I mean, let's talk about charity. We do charity things, but you do it to have an image or you do it because you really want to do it. I do a lot of things, but I don't want to be seen because I do it from my heart, because I really want to do it. But I see other ones do it, and then they go in the media. I donated 1 million to a hospital. I opened a school for children. I did this. But if you do those things, you don't have to be seen because a third person has to say to you, oh, what a lovely guy you are. You're such an amazing guy. No, I don't need that. I do it because I want to do it, not to get an image. And that, I think, today in the sport world, they're focusing too much on their image instead of being who you are. People have to accept you for who you are, and that is important.
When you see the top strikers of today, Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe, what do you think of those guys?
I think they're both amazing. I think Haaland is very intelligent in the way he's playing. He doesn't touch the ball more than he needs to. I see he has this killer instinct. Even if he has a hat-trick, he still wants to score the 4th goal, 5th goal. And I think he's in the perfect environment. And is there more to do for him? I don't know. What is more for him to do? If you say to him to get better, what is that? From 3 goals to 6 goals? From 6 to 9? So is he maximum out of what he is? Because what you expect from him is goals. So if you don't get goals, you will say he didn't have a good day. Mbappe is more of a complete player. He can do more things than Haaland. He can do the unexpected. He will do things that you will react, wow. He reminds of Ronaldo the Phenomenal, the Brazilian. And he would do things that other ones cannot do. Can he get better? Yes, he can get much better. Much, much better. So he just needs to focus on football. That's the only thing he needs to do.
You said about yourself, I can't help but laugh at how perfect I am.
Yeah, you don't see it?
Is there any...
Perfect. Looking sharp. I went to buy a suit only for you. You cost me 3,000 euro.
You know what? It was worth it. You're looking sharp.
Thank you.
But is there any imperfection?
I mean, I had moments where
to criticize yourself. What would you choose?
I mean, for me, the confidence is bulletproof. I have a strong confidence. I will not go and have complex on myself and say, I need to fix this. Obviously, I could do certain things, but I am who I am. I cannot change that. I was created by my parents, and I became, and I look the way I do. So for me, that is perfection, because I cannot change. I have a big nose. Yeah, I have a big nose. I have a space between blah, blah, blah. But that's who I am. I cannot change. I don't want to change, because you should believe in who you are, because you are perfect. Then if you like it, you don't like it, the second one like it. But I'm not here to be judged by other ones. I judge myself, and the way I judge myself, I have no complainings. I am perfect. So that's the way I think, and that's the way I do things, and that's the way I am. Then if I criticize myself, yes, I could do things better. I could speak English better. I could do my game better. That's how I criticize. But if I hear some third person say something, it's not important for me. He has more problems than me, probably. That's why he's judging me. So we all have our own story, let's say. But I'm good. I'm good about myself. I'm not worried.
There's only one thing you got wrong. I know, I'm telling you what it is. There's one thing you got wrong. So it's your birthday next week, right?
Yeah.
It will have been just before this show airs. And there's one big mistake you made in your
I know already what you will say.
What am I going to say?
Because I didn't go to Arsenal.
Yes.
You see,
So first
I
of all,
predict future.
First of all, tell me why you didn't join Arsenal when you were 17.
So when I was young, I had a lot of interest from a lot of clubs. And one of them was Arsenal. So I came to the office of Mr. Arsène Wenger, and was big hype because I saw these players, Bergkamp, Henry, I saw Ljungberg, I saw Vieira, I saw all these players, and I was like, this is big, because these players I see in TV, even if I already played in high-level Sweden. But this was big, because this was like, I am here now. Last week I was playing PlayStation with these guys, and I spoke with Wenger, and he has this French. He was tall. I didn't expect him to be so tall. I come in his office and we speak, and and he was like, "What do you want?" He wanted to get to know me, to feel me, because I think he is a type of person. He just don't buy the player. He wants to know what he's buying, I think. And then in the end, he had an Arsenal shirt with number 9, and. He want you to come and do a trial for 2 weeks. And from all this, everything was good until he said, you come and do a trial. And I was looking at him. Obviously, he's Wenger. I'm nobody in that moment. I said, I don't do trials. And he was like, what do you mean? I don't do trials. Either you want me or you don't want me. Or else, why am I here? Like, that was my... But it was not to play a game. It was me. No, but you have to come and do a trial and that... No, you don't understand. I don't do trials. And that was it. I never went to Arsenal.
Well,
and then
this story breaks my heart, right? Because you would have been fantastic at
Thank
Arsenal.
you.
You are exactly the kind of striker we need right now, actually.
I can tell you, we would win a lot of trophies.
Yes.
I'm 100% sure.
We would have won even more trophies. But I also know, I can tell from your face, it's a big regret of yours.
Okay.
You wish if you had your time again. So this is your birthday present.
Okay, thank you.
Zlatan. It is Ibrahimovic.
Wow, nice.
Number 11.
Thank
It looks
you.
good.
Looks sharp.
I think it's your size. And you know what? It's never too late. You can come out of retirement.
Thank you.
Slip it on. Looks good, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was a great interview.
Nice meeting you.
A real pleasure. Finally
Appreciate
to do
it.
it.
Thank
You're
you.
everything I hoped you would be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Endeleza Biz na boost your biashara. Get up to 400,000 shillings to pay with your Lip and M-Pesa business deal even when you have insufficient funds, and enjoy a 24-hour interest-free payment. To opt in, download the M-Pesa business app or dial *234# leo. Ufanye biz na ikuwe non-stop.
Chase's Vault,
We're live.
All right, awesome. So we're officially live. Thank you for that, David. Thank you, Jordan Peterson, for coming back for this. I think this is 4th or 5th time us having you on. How are things?
Strange.
Strange?
But good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I started my tour about 10 days ago. I saw Joe Rogan first, and that was really good and seemed to provoke a lot of outrage in the predictable places. And
we need more of that, though. We need more
we're
of that
going to
outrage.
We're going to get more.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to have to wish for that. That's just going to happen. And then I've done 7 tour lectures so far, and with an average audience size of about 2,500. And they're going great. They're unbelievably positive. Almost everybody dresses up, which I think is really cool.
Really?
Yeah, well, when I went out on tour in 2018, before I went out, I thought I wanted to do this like 100% right, or at least as close to that as I could manage. So I went out and bought some expensive suits, and I spent way more money on, this is one of them actually.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you. Way more money than I ever thought I'd spend on clothes, and I really felt quite bad about it. You know, I thought maybe it was an extravagance, but I thought, no way, man, I'm going to see if I can nail this dead on, and I'm going to be speaking to, 100,000 people. I'm going to look as sharp as I possibly can. And one of the consequences of that has been that young men in particular come to the lecture tour dressed up in suits, three-piece suits. Or the couples come and they're dressed up like they're coming to a wedding. So that's really something. And
why do you think that is? Is it because you set that
they're
standard?
Sick acting like kids.
Okay.
Our whole culture pushes the idea that teenage life, or even childhood for that matter, but teenage life is some sort of pinnacle, and then everybody dresses down so they look, especially men, they look like overgrown 10-year-olds, and there's something extremely demeaning about that. And so to provide people with the opportunity to dress up in a classic manner and to look like adults, to present themselves in that manner, there's something very attractive about that, because we haven't done that in our culture. That's been, I would say, downplayed in importance or for certainly since the 1960s.
Who's to blame for that? Because you recall, anytime you would fly in an airplane, if you see old school pictures, people were dressed in three-piece suits to go on an airplane. This is in the 60s, I assume. And then now you see someone like Mark Zuckerberg wear a T-shirt to give a speech in front of a TED Talk or something like that. So
well,
who's to blame for this dress
some
down?
of it's just fashion. Fashion moves around, and it usually drifts from the top down. And so when formality becomes the norm, but that drifts down, say, to the working class, then the upper class thinks, well, we can't do that because that would, associate us with the unfashionable people. And then they dress down. And so then that drifts down the hierarchy. And so there's some of it's just fashion, but a lot of it too is this idea that this sort of reflexive, rebellious attitude that anything that violates traditional norms, or even anything that's associated with patriarchal oppression and adulthood, is to be eliminated in favor of what's hypothetically a more free individuality. But it's not, because everybody looks the same. I was in Washington 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer than that. It's probably longer than that, when I first went in the summer. And one of the things that really struck me, all these people wandering around these great monuments, is all the men looked like overgrown 10-year-olds. They looked exactly like their kids, except they were bigger. They looked like they'd been inflated with a bicycle pump. And I thought, this is weird that adults are dressing like children, and not good. And so some of it's fashion, but some of it's also that.
Is it exclusive in America? How about in Canada? What have you seen all over the world with this?
No, I don't think it's exclusive to America. I think it was more noticeable to me in Washington, and I think that's when it really hit me, because Washington is, in some sense, a place of pilgrimage, and people from every class go there, and that's a good thing, and they should, from every economic class. And so it was like it was a real cross-section of the total population, and that was one of the things that struck me quite bluntly. And so, anyways, it's very nice to see all these people dressed up. And
when you hear the argument being made, it's the following argument. The argument is, look, you only have so much energy to make so many decisions throughout your day. Do you want to be in front of the closet in the morning, picking and choosing what suit I'm going to wear to tie with what shirt and what tie? You know what? I'd much rather not consume my energy thinking about what outfit to put together. It's a lot easier to just have a white shirt, jeans, regular tennis shoes, and go to work, and let me make the bigger decisions while I'm running the company. I've never felt bad not wearing a suit. Every time I've had a suit on, I felt better than just walking on with a T-shirt on, even though the T-shirt is a lot easier to do. It's a lot easier, even when you were in the military. It felt good having your greens on, having your BDU on. There was something very attractive about having a suit on. Not for the audience, just even for yourself. Mm-hmm. You felt good having a uniform on. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I talked to my father about this years ago, because he always wore a suit when he was a teacher. He's still alive. He's a teacher, and he always wore a suit. And I asked him why one day, and he said because it was his way of showing respect for the students. And I mean, I'm not saying that everyone who doesn't dress in a suit is being disrespectful, but there's something about outfitting yourself for the task at hand. And there's also something about attempting to put some effort into putting your best foot forward. And I don't really buy the it takes more time in the morning argument. It takes a bit more time, but once you, before I went on this tour, I went through all my clothing and I tossed out everything that didn't fit, and which included a number of suits that were old, and I had to organize them, and that took about a day to get my closet in order. But then from then on, it's actually a pleasure in some sense.
Do you do it yourself?
Do I do?
Meaning, like, you go through your closet, you do it yourself. Like, Pat has a very unique way of, like, you don't pack anymore, Pat, do you? Like, you have someone kind of help you out with that.
Packing is not my strength in my life. I have a lot. That's one of my weaknesses.
No, I still did that for the tour because I had to figure out what I was going to wear. But I've had people help me make clothing decisions, let's say. Now, it's often people who would like to make suits for me. So I have that as an advantage. But I did that pretty much on my own. And anyway, we were talking about the tour. It's going extremely well. And so people come and they're dressed up and they look good. Not everybody dresses up, but everybody looks pretty good. And
I like that. I like when you go into a room and people are dressed up. By the way, just for the audience, just so you know what topics we'd like to cover with you today. Number one, we'd like to cover what a fantastic job your leader is doing, Trudeau, and I know you're a big fan of his. We'll cover him a little bit with the truckers on what they got going on up there in Canada. Two, we'll talk about what happened with Whoopi Goldberg. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on what should happen to her with the comments she made about the Holocaust. Some of the stuff that's going on right now with Johns Hopkins today, report came out talking about how great of an idea was the shutdown, and no one's talking about it. They said it was 0.2% effective. Love to get your thoughts on that. Some issues with the governor who came out with what they're doing was transgenderism, Governor Noem, on the fairness bill. I'd be curious to know what you have to say about that, and a few other topics that we got going on that's more on the personal side. When does divorce make sense? That's a question Adam's really curious about. And then some other questions. So today, do you still live in Canada today? Are you still full-time living in Canada right now?
Insofar as I live anywhere full-time, it's in Canada. I have a house in Toronto, and we bought a new place about 3 hours north of Toronto on a lake, which we spent a lot of time in over the last 6 months. Very close to there. It's that area.
It's awesome up there.
Yeah, it is. It's beautiful up there. And so that's been real nice. My daughter moved to Nashville partly to escape from the COVID restrictions and for other reasons as well, because Nashville has a really burgeoning creative culture and it's a very cool place.
Great city.
Yeah, it's a great
Very
city.
good city.
And real estate still is relatively inexpensive, certainly by Toronto standards. So, yes,
why are you still in Canada? Why are you still living in Canada?
Well, I'm living in Toronto because my son and his wife and their son live on the same street that we lived on. They purchased a house 4 years ago. I think it was 4 years ago, and that was before. I assumed that I would be in Toronto for the rest of my life because I assumed I would work at the University of Toronto and continue doing what I was doing until I was like 90 because I really liked doing it. And there was just no reason to assume. And I had a clinical practice, which I also really liked. And so that was pretty good life. And I assumed we were there permanently. And my son liked Toronto. And so we picked up a house and they live there. And so, but that's really the reason I'm still in Toronto. And how that'll play out over time, I don't really know. So,
because I mean, I'm sure you're seeing everybody that's moving. You know, you got Joe, who went from California to Austin. You saw Shapiro, whose company is in Nashville, but he's living here in Boca, right? You're seeing Ruben, who I think just moved in to, I want to say Miami, right? You got
Elon
Musk.
Musk.
You got Musk goes to Austin. You got your daughter who went to Nashville, right? You got all these people that are looking at, you know, Nashville, Florida, Texas. It seems like those three states tend to make people the most comfortable, and they're all red state. What needs to happen for Jordan Peterson to say, I'm kind of leaving Canada to go to a different state? Would anything happen that would cause you to leave that place?
Well, I don't think, as long as my son's there, I don't think so, because that's a big advantage to being there. But we're doing so much traveling, my wife and I, that in some sense, we don't live anywhere. You know, I mean, we were 3 weeks, 2 weeks in the UK, and then a week in Washington, and now we've been on the road. We're going to be on the road pretty much nonstop till March of 2023, because the tour ends in the States at the end of April. We'll hit 40 cities, and then Canada, assuming that's possible, but it looks like it probably will be, and then the UK and Europe. We're going to be back in Canada for 2 months in the summer, and then down to New Zealand and Australia and Southeast Asia, and then I'm going to Cambridge, I believe, in January to do a seminar on Exodus, which is what I wanted to do at Cambridge multiple years ago before they canceled me, but that's all been sorted out. And so it looks like there's a very high probability that will occur. And then that's really as far out as we've looked. So that'd be March of 2023. And God only knows what shape the world's going to be in at that point. There's hardly any sense in planning out past that because everything is in such flux. There's no predicting the future.
I asked a question for the following reason. So, there are certain people who do a lot of work behind closed doors, but nobody knows them. There's a lot of smart people that are very intellectual, great teachers, great students, loyalty, a ton of strong philosophies, who maybe would make a great leader, but we don't know them, right? And very few, it's very, very few, 0.1% all of a sudden, boom, overnight the world knows who they are, and they're enamored by this person. You're one of them. It's kind of what happened to you. Overnight, who's Jordan Peterson? Well, the people who are in Toronto would know who Jordan Peterson is. Professor, teacher, clinical. I think you said you had 20 patients or 20 families that you were working on. I think that was the number. So it's not like it's in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Overnight, the world's addicted to Jordan Peterson. Who is this guy? And then you have your moment with the lady that's pushing you feminist, and then that goes off, and wow, this man's deep. Then you write the book, sells millions on top of millions of copies. So then money's being generated, money's coming in, then everybody else comes saying, hey, speaking this, speaking that, and that adds up. That starts getting a lot of money. And then you had your moment where I remember when I interviewed you on stage, that event was a very special event because it was you, and then I had also George Bush I interviewed at that event, as well as the late Kobe Bryant, if you remember that event. That was one event, 6,000 people, and you got emotional on stage when we talked about your wife and your daughter. And I walked off the stage, and I said, I think he's dealing with something. I don't know what it is. I'm talking to my wife. I said, I think this guy's dealing with something. And that was your last live event that you did. And you kind of went hiatus and, the whole thing that you were dealing with the medication and all that stuff. But then I kind of sit and I think about, a Jordan Peterson. Okay, so he makes a comeback. When you go to a dark place and you come back, I would assume you may sit there and say, stuff that I thought I valued, it's not really that valuable. I value this, though. And maybe you used to value it at 82%, now it's 90%, And stuff they used to value at 48%, they give energy to because other people care, you're down to 22%. I really don't give a shit about this. I don't know why I'm even putting so much time into it, right? And then you come out. And when you come out, you're kind of like looking around saying, God, why did I go through this? What was this all about? So it's kind of strange. So then I see someone like you. Yesterday I posted something saying, look, this whole thing with Spotify and Rogan, I'm sure we'll get into and we'll talk about it because I'd be curious to know what you have to say about that. I really want to know your thoughts. I said, in a very strange way, I would love Spotify to drop Rogan. And we're talking, I said, why? Why would you want Spotify to drop Rogan? I said, because the first phone call Rogan would get is from Elon Musk. And Elon Musk would say, hey, don't worry about it. Let's go compete. I'm going to start something. You be the face. Let's get a bunch of podcasters. Come with us. And let's go do something. So I put this video out there, and I got commentary people that are posting stuff. One guy said, that's just not Rogan. Rogan's not trying to be a hero. He's not trying to be a legend. He's not trying to be that. I said, well, if you read the journey of a hero as he fights it, until eventually it's kind of like, listen, man, I know you don't want to do this, but it's kind of like you could really address a lot of things. And you're the right guy for it, but I don't want to do it. We see this in movies all the time. It's a constant fight.
मैं जट नाल रखी सीगी डेट कुड़ियो रही कर दी मैं चंदरा दी वेट कुड़ियो मैं जट नाल रखी सीगी डेट कुड़ियो रही कर दी मैं चंदरा दी वेट कुड़ियो ओदा ता वसानी खांदा पलदा ओदा ता वसानी खांदा पलदा गल अज दी ना ओदी ठीक निकली ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਘਰੇ ਬੇਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਆਈ ਭੱਜ ਵੇ ਸ਼ਾਮੀ ਮੁੜਦੀ ਨੂੰ 5 ਗੈਸੀ ਵੱਜ ਵੇ ਘਰੇ ਬੇਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਆਈ ਭੱਜ ਵੇ ਸ਼ਾਮੀ ਮੁੜਦੀ ਨੂੰ 5 ਗੈਸੀ ਵੱਜ ਵੇ ਤਾਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਗਈ ਸਹੇਲੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਚੰਦਰੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਫਰੰਡ ਦੀ ਬਰੀਤ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਸੱਚੀ ਬੜੇ ਔਖੇ ਪਾਉਣੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੇਤ ਵੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਭੁਗਤ ਦੀ ਕੰਮੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੇਸ ਵੇ ਸੱਚੀ ਬੜੇ ਔਖੇ ਪਾਉਣੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੇਤ ਵੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਭੁਗਤ ਦੀ ਕੰਮੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੇਸ ਵੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਿੱਤ ਦੇ ਮੇਲਾ ਚੋਰੀਆ ਵੇਖ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਲੇਜੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਾਡੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੀ ਤਰੀਕ ਨਿਕਲੀ
Fight. I asked a question with you in Canada because, you know, who gets more eyeballs in Canada than you? I don't know. And is Canada in a pretty strange place right now with the way Trudeau's handled things, where he used to talk about freedom and we can't ever make people do anything to their bodies that they don't want to do and all of them. So, okay, this guy makes sense. Boom. No, if we have to choose between delivering food and delivering this, we're going to choose this because you're like, this guy sounds like a dictator. Okay? Is there any aspiration where in a moment like this, with all of these weird things taking place worldwide, where maybe you've sat down behind closed doors with your family, with somebody, and have said, you know, Dad, Jordan, why don't you go in there and see if you can be the leader of a great country like Canada and do something about it? Has that conversation ever taken place at this phase of your life?
Yes.
And?
Well, I've thought about a political career at different points throughout my whole life. Starting when I was 14. In fact, that's what I thought I would do when I was 14. I worked for a political party in Canada. It was a socialist party, as it turns out. And I had that option open to me when I was very young. But I figured out when I was about 16 that I didn't really know anything. And so I had ideas, and I was capable of functioning in the realm of ideas and putting them forth, even then, I would say, in a somewhat compelling manner. But I figured out, partly because I had worked with a lot of small business people and also on the board of governors of this little college I went to. These are all people who'd built businesses from the bottom up. They're all immigrants because everybody in Northern Alberta was an immigrant. And they didn't share my left-wing presuppositions, but they were very admirable people. And part of what made them admirable to me wasn't their facility with ideological conceptions. So it wasn't an intellectual attraction, it was a practical attraction. I'd worked in restaurants in this little town I grew up in, Fairview, and I liked working with the guys that built the restaurant. And I talked to them one day about the Socialist Party in Canada and Alberta at that time had a pretty good small business platform, probably better than the Conservatives had in terms of what it would do for small businesses. And I asked them one day, why aren't you in favor of this small business platform? Because they wouldn't vote for the NDP, the Socialist Party, to save their lives. They said, well, we don't want to be small business people. We want to be big business people. And so I learned then that
what a
people...
comment to make.
Well, he was a rough guy. He was about 35. I was about 15 at that time. And Scotty had been an alcoholic, and he had like all his teeth knocked out in fights. And like he was a rough guy, but he is super funny, and he was really smart. And he said to me one day, people don't vote their reality, they vote their dreams. And I thought, hey, man, that's a good phrase. You know, that stuck in my mind for the rest of my life. And so in any case, when I went to college, I went to take political science and literature, and I wanted to go into law school. I wrote the LSAT, and I was set to go to law school. I wanted to take corporate law. And the reason that I wanted to do that was to understand my enemy. That was the idea.
And who was your enemy at that point?
Well, I was still when I went. Yeah, the big corporations, essentially big corporations.
Powerful.
You know.
Yeah. Wow.
But I realized about a year into my college education, for a variety of reasons, that partly reading George Orwell, but that wasn't all of it. That I also didn't like. I went to a lot of the NDP party, and it's New Democratic Party. It's not the NDP party. New Democratic Party conventions, provincially and nationally, and I had access to the leadership for a variety of reasons. And a lot of the leaders were reasonably admirable people, or maybe even completely admirable people, who had worked with labor unions, and like they were advocates for the working class in a real sense. But the party level activists, I never liked them from the beginning. I thought, I don't trust you guys. You just seem to be driven by resentment, not genuine care for the working class. And so that didn't sit well with me. In any case, I started to get interested in psychological motivations for political behavior, especially as I went through my political science degree, because there was an increasing emphasis as we moved away from the classics, which is what I studied in the first couple of years, to more modern political thinking, let's say. It was all quasi-Marxist in that the political scientists believed intrinsically that people were only motivated by economic concerns. And I just never believed that. I thought, that's which economic concerns and why? Well, those questions weren't asked by political scientists. They took economic determinism as a starting point, and that never sat well with me. I thought there was a mystery there because it wasn't obvious to me what motivated people, and we're not ruled by our bellies as far as I'm concerned. So the idea of pure economic determinism was a non-starter, and that's really when I started to get interested in psychology. And I've made a choice all the way through my life. The choice has always been, say, political, sociological versus psychological, or perhaps spiritual, and I've always chosen the psychological work at the level of the individual. And I don't think I'm going to stop doing that. I mean, I have had discussions, serious discussions with people about a political career. And first of all, in my current situation, it isn't obvious to me at all that that wouldn't be less effective than what I'm already doing. You know, so
that wouldn't be less effective
it'd
than
be
what
less
you're already
effective.
doing.
Yes, it would be less effective for me to.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
I know what you mean by that, but what do you mean by that? I mean, you mean to tell me you're having the same amount of impact now as you would as the PM?
No, I think more.
You
by
would
a
have
lot.
more
Right now, you're having more impact?
Yeah. Yeah. Look, those are hard jobs, and and you get boxed in very quickly, and they're also brutal jobs, and it isn't obvious to me that I have the stomach for it. I don't really like fights. In fact, I don't like them at all. Part of the reason that I said what I said back in 2016 when I first stood up and voiced opposition to what the universities were doing and also what my government was doing was because I could see where that was going. I could see that it was going to generate conflict of all sorts. I knew, for example, that all this pronoun foolishness was going to confuse thousands, particularly of young women, because there's a very large clinical history of that sort of thing happening for 350 years. So that's detailed in a book called The History of the Unconscious, which is a great book by a man named Henry Ellenberger, who wrote the best book on the history of psychoanalytic thinking. And so I knew that. In any case, part of the reason I spoke up, and this was a hallmark of my clinical practice and also of the manner in which my family was organized, is like, we're going to have that fight right now. And we're going to make peace, because I don't want to have this fight every day for the rest of my life. And so it's going to be a pain to fight through it, because it's always a pain to fight through a conflict. But if you can fight through it, you can make peace, and then you don't have the conflict. And I really don't like conflict. So I don't like it deferred, because I know what happens if conflict is deferred. You get weaker because you backed off, and the conflict gets more intense because its tentacles grow, in a sense. It's like not paying a utility bill. It's like, for the first month, it's not that big a problem. But
I don't know. I'm trying to think to say that you think you're making a bigger impact right now than being a PM. I have a hard time with that. Let me unpack my question and challenge me on this.
Sure.
So okay. So let's just say, who is Jimmy Fallon? He is hey, I'd like to be like a Johnny Carson, hypothetically. Like that's the Fallon Carson, right? Who is, I don't know, Tucker Carlson. Maybe he's trying to be a O'Reilly, or maybe whoever it is that the lineage that you're going through, right? Okay, who's this latest person trying to have a show? She's trying to be the next Oprah Winfrey, right? Who would you say what Jordan Peterson is doing in history? Who would you have been in the 16th or whatever century we go to? Who is Jordan Peterson? Like if you were to give 100 years from now, what are people going to say who Jordan Peterson was? They're not going to say, oh, he was a professor. Oh, he was a clinical psychologist. Oh, he was an author. I don't think they're going to say that. What do you think people are going to correlate you to 100 years from now?
I really have no idea.
So let's just say, is it like a philosopher, Plato? Would you say you're more of a philosopher? Would you say you're more like an Aristotle? Do you see yourself more as that? Do you see yourself as, look, I'm just somebody that's sharing my thoughts and my life experiences, and it's impacting people's lives?
I think I'm a clinical psychologist.
Okay, so that's kind of how you see yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a lineage of great clinical psychologists. I'm not saying that I'm in that lineage, but I would say that people who are the most similar to me are people like, well, Carl Rogers might be an example.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't have the same social media platform, but of course no one did. But that's how I see myself intellectually, really as a psychologist, as a clinical psychologist. And I think that the work I'm doing on my lecture tour is a hybrid of being a professor and being a clinical psychologist.
But is it fair to say that's who you were, but you've evolved into something way bigger than just being a clinical psychologist? I think that's what Pat's kind of getting at. I mean, he's comparing you to an Aristotle of some capacity.
Yeah, well, I don't know, because my focus is still on the individual, even when I'm lecturing in front of large audiences. And I don't exactly lecture. I explore ideas in front of audience. When it's a monologue, and you think, well, how can you be exploring ideas with the audience when it's a monologue? And the answer is, well, you're attending to the audience. You're watching them to see if they understand and if they're nodding and what they're responding to. Like there's a dynamism about it, but it's all focused on the individual. And there's been some unbelievably influential clinical psychologists or psychiatrists. I mean, Freud was unbelievably influential, and so was Carl Jung, and there's a half dozen of them or so. And so I see that I'm in that tradition. Now, the fact that this information now can be disseminated in audio form and video form makes the playing field radically different. And so I was also a very early adopter of those technologies. So when I blew up, let's say, it happened overnight. It's not exactly, like, because most of these things don't happen exactly overnight.
It takes 20 years to blow up.
I get that concept. The first doublings are invisible, right?
Yeah, but that live outside of the university.
Yeah, well, that was
that's listen, everybody's like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
He's right. He makes sense. So that was a concept of...
Sure, there was a tipping point there. That was when there was a free speech rally outside my office at the University of Toronto. It wasn't organized by me, but I was invited to speak, as was anyone who wanted to speak, by the way, at that event. And then a bunch of radical types tried to shut it down with white noise, and they were very annoying. And some of them were clearly psychopathic. Some of the people, I watched them because I have a pretty good eye for that. And some of the men that came out, they were bad actors. In any case, I got shanghaied on the way back into my office by these hypothetically trans activists, mostly young people.
What do you mean shanghaied?
Well, they just surrounded me.
Got it.
That's all I mean.
Ganged up on.
Well, kind of. They were disrespectful, which I wasn't very thrilled about, because I think that it's not a good students. If students are being disrespectful to professors, something's wrong. That's not what happens at a university. I had no tolerance for that in my classes. If you were out of line, you were more than welcome to leave now. And that didn't mean you couldn't challenge me intellectually. That was absolutely fine. If you had a smart question, you were paying attention. I didn't care what your opinion was, but maybe when you're a junior high teacher or an elementary school teacher, you have to put up with misbehavior. As a professor, I put up with like zero misbehavior. No misbehavior. We're adults. We're not doing that at all.
Did you set the tone for that day one in the first class? Like, this is how I roll.
Yeah, I never had trouble with students in my classes. Well, a handful of students would pretty much always leave the first lecture I gave, particularly my personality class, because a lot of them didn't know who I was. In my smaller classes, people already knew who I was, so that never happened. But in my personality class, there'd always be 6 or 7 people in the first lecture who'd make a show of leaving. And it was because of the tone I set, which was, don't muck about in this class at all. You're here to listen or not. You can leave if you don't want to listen, but this is a serious endeavor. In any case, these students surrounded me, and they filmed it, and then they put it online. And the object was to discredit me, but that didn't work. But the reason it didn't work, in part, and this is why this wasn't only overnight, was I already had 100 hours of lectures on YouTube. And I basically recorded everything I ever said to students in any professional capacity. And what I said in my classes was exactly the same as what I said when I wasn't in my classes. So there's no show there. And so people came to look to see what was going on. They came to my YouTube channel. And it had like 35,000, 50,000 subscribers at that point, which wasn't none, especially that early on in YouTube development. And they found out that what I was saying was not only completely unlike what I was accused of saying, but it was exactly the opposite, partly because, you know, I was accused of being this radical right-wing figure. And I'd lectured about the evils of National Socialism at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for like 20 years. So the idea that I was somehow radically right-wing was not only a lie. There's lies where you bend the truth, right? That's one kind of lie.
I think what those lectures did is a way for people to not be able to taint your name by saying, I actually like what this guy has to say. 35,000 subscribers is not a lot of subscribers.
No.
But this is where I'm going with this. So you're saying you see yourself as a clinical psychologist, right? Okay, great. You know, sometimes the challenge I have is to follow. Like, I sit down and say, why is he still in Canada? Maybe there's bigger aspirations to stay in Canada because he loves his country and he'd like to see Canada become the country that he chose to live when he was a kid growing up, and he's got memories, mom, dad, family, all this stuff. So maybe to him, because some people don't want to leave a country because they want to make a political contribution to that country. Some people are like, listen, what country is going to give me the best tax benefits and freedom? I'm going to go there. I'm totally cool. I'm going to go to Singapore. I'll do my Bitcoins. I'll go to Puerto Rico, pay 4% on taxes. This is what I'm going to be doing, right? You seem like a very deep guy. Here's where I go with this. In my life, I've experienced a lot of weird things. Iran, war, divorce, parents, politics, military, you know, all this weird things out of business. You see coming up and, hey, we're so supportive of you. We want to see you win, Patrick. And then I start kind of getting big, and all of a sudden we're getting big. It's like, well, we don't like you anymore. What happened? You liked me when I was small. You don't like me when I'm big. I'm the same person. What's the problem here, right? Here's what I've noticed. Those who are driven by force are more ambitious on imposing and having control than those who are driven by choice. Let me unpack this. Meaning, you know, sometimes people that are driven by force are more inspired to get involved in politics and create laws than those who are driven by choice. Choice is kind of like, listen, leave me alone, let me go live my life, right? But I think sometimes it's kind of like, you know, you made this one example, you know, who made this example? Somebody was on yesterday saying, look, you know, the way I look at foreign relations, Mike Ritland, is if I go to a bar and if a fight's breaking into a bar and I go in there, no matter what, if I go in there and fight, I'm going to piss off one side. Whether if I defend the girl or the guy, someone's going to be upset with me because I chose to fight, right? It says America's kind of like that. You're getting into a lot of these fights and you're getting involved in these. There's a fight going on in your country right now, yours. And people are still listening to this guy. He's still got influence. And you got, you know, these truckers that are coming out that are saying, listen, man, you can't make us do this. This 5,500 mile America this. You want us to get vaccinated. You want us to, we don't want to do it. We want this freedom. Don't you think, you know, this may be a good time for you to throw your name in the, you know, and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go, and here's why. Because I think 100 years from now, when we sit here and talk about who was the main philosopher when Lincoln was president, only people in that world are going to know who that person is, but everyone's going to know who Lincoln is and what Lincoln did and the impact he made, right? Do I think his life was a peaceful life? If you've read about Lincoln and his marriage and that one friend he would travel with, and when you go to the Smithsonian and they show the evolution of how much he aged, it's a lot of burden of what this guy went through, right? But he was chosen and he was the right guy for it. You don't at all feel like, you know?
No, it's again, I think I can detail out some of the reasons.
Sure.
I think I'm more effective doing what I'm doing. Well, I'm working with a lot of political people in the United States. both on the Republican and the Democrat side, all the time. And I couldn't do that if I was involved formally and technically in politics in Canada. I'm working with a bunch of people in the UK as well. And I'm working with people in Canada. It's just more effective for me to do what I'm doing.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, I can give you an example with the truckers, So, and a couple of examples.
Sure.
So, a week and a half ago, the former Premier of Newfoundland, so equivalent of the governor of a state, he was the Premier in the 1980s. And he was one of the drafters of the Canadian Charter of Rights. So he actually wrote it with a bunch of other people, but he was one of them. And he's a mainstream, solidly admired politician across the spectrum, regarded as a decent guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he mounted a constitutional challenge to the vaccine mandates, announced it a week ago, stating that, they put an emergency provision in the charter saying that under certain emergency conditions, true emergencies, that charter rights could be suspended in the case of a national emergency. But he's not convinced in the least that the COVID epidemic, even at its height, constituted such an emergency. He said that was not the intent of the drafters and certainly doesn't constitute that emergency now. And so he talked me through this, and I thought, well, isn't this interesting? We have a person who actually drafted the Charter of Rights saying that and a former premier of a major province saying that the government is acting in an essentially unconstitutional manner. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of a Western democracy. And I said, well, okay, that's something. He's 82 now, sharp as a tack. Why do you want to announce this on my podcast? Because that's preposterous. And he said, well, our team has talked it over and we don't think there's one news source in Canada that will handle this credibly. And I thought, that's not good. So we released that a week and a half ago, which was timed very nicely, as it turned out, with the truckers' protest, because people are saying, well, are the truckers breaking the law? And the question is, well, just exactly who's breaking the law here? And that's by no means obvious. And so that was extremely helpful. And then about a few days after that, I released another video calling on the conservative types in Canada to seize the moment, given this popular uprising and the fact that countries all over the world are dropping the COVID mandates, to seize the moment and drop the mandates at a provincial level. Enough is enough. And somebody's got to be the first actor. And so that got 1.5 million views in no time flat. And so I'm able to play a useful role as on the media front, weirdly enough, but also as someone who's standing apart from the details of the political fray.
I mean, I get that, but it's like saying if Reagan would have stayed being the B actor or at GE getting paid $1 million a year to go around the world and talking about his political philosophies and how great GE is, or president of SAG, would he have been able to tell Gorbachev to take that wall down? I don't think so. Would he have influenced a country like Russia to become a little bit more free, where people are staying? They're not leaving. They're a little bit more comfortable staying there because now there's a capitalistic opportunity. It's no longer communism. Karl Marx and Engels and those guys don't have the influence that they had before because Stalin and Lenin and what travesty they did to people. Does that credit go to Gorbachev? Does it go to who? It goes to Reagan, right? So if you think about Churchill and Chamberlain,
it goes to Solzhenitsyn too.
I totally get that.
He was obviously a writer, and so it's not like,
you know what I'm saying.
It's not like the political domain doesn't have its purpose and its function, but there's a lot I would have to stop doing if I did that, and it isn't obvious to me that that's the right thing for me to do. Partly again because I started doing what I'm doing back in, say, probably 1985, because I realized that one of the pathways to totalitarian catastrophe was deceit at the individual level. This is something that Solzhenitsyn made very much of, Orwell as well, Huxley as well. These great thinkers concluded in the aftermath of these totalitarian catastrophes that there was an integral link between pathology at the individual level, which was fundamentally the willingness to use deceit in an instrumental manner. I'll lie to you to get what I want, and authoritarian catastrophe, and that it was a direct causal link. And I actually buy that argument. I think that's literally true. And so partly what I'm doing, I hope, is helping people walk through thinking about why telling the truth is a good idea. Not only for them, not as a top-down, shake your finger moral injunction, don't lie, you shouldn't lie, but in a detailed manner to explain the relationship between the instrumental use of deceit and the collapse of civilizations. And that connection is way closer than people think. You know, so one person influences 1,000 people, for sure, in their lifetime, and sometimes a lot more than that. And 1,000, you know, the next rung out from that, 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000, and the next rung out from that is 1,000,000,000. And so you're always at the center of a concentric circle that 2 rungs out contains 1,000,000,000 people. Well, it turns out that what you do matters. And basically what I'm doing, I hope, is touring and talking to people face-to-face in these lectures, for example, and making the case that it's a terrifying case. Everyone says, well, we want meaning in our life. It's do you now? Do you now? Because you might ask yourself, what's the more threatening possibility? That nothing you do matters, which means you can pretty much do whatever you want. That's the upside of that nihilistic claim, no responsibility, right? And why not pursue narrow-focused hedonism, since nothing matters anyways? So that's the shadow of nihilism. Or everything you do matters. And it's a lot more terrifying to contemplate that, is that you will be held accountable for everything you do. And I believe that firmly, partly as a consequence of my clinical experience. I never saw any one of my clinical clients ever get away with anything, even once. And you think, well, people get away with things all the time. It's like, no, they don't. They might gain a narrow advantage in one dimension.
Hello, ladies and gents. I'm Captain Jack from HalloweenCostumes.com, and I'm a pirate from a generic Halloween store, ARG. My getup is extremely high quality and available in sizes extra.
Saitan anataka ukue kama Kate actress. And you know, these women, the problem with these bitches, they always think they'll get something better. What does she, in her puny mind, what does she think she'll get out here? Or, let's flip it. How puny is this guy that a danguch like that is going to leave him? How puny is that guy that danguch anamwambia, hey, haiwezi. Inaweza haiwezi. Danguch akamshow. Yeah, itaweza. When Facebook ukue kama Kate actress. And you know, these women, the problem with these bitches, they always think they'll get something better. What does she, in her puny mind, what does she think she'll get out here? Or, let's flip it. How puny is this guy that a danguch like that is going to leave him? How puny is that guy that danguch anamwambia, hey, haiwezi. Inaweza haiwezi. Danguch akamshow. Yeah, itaweza. There's always going to be a Kenodia out there. Especially those Kenodias who've been fasting after half or years. You know, I realized one thing. A lot of the chicks niko nakatia when Facebook started. So Facebook started in 2007 hapo. So wale madem nilikuwa nakatia hiyo time, uko naingia Facebook mazi una dedicate unakatia dem. Tulikuwa malambistic ni aje. Unakatia dem, unamkatia dem anakataa stories zako. Then you wait 10 years. Because you don't think 10 years are going to pass. Right now, you're in your 20s. You don't think that 10 years will come and go. So you think you'll remain 20 forever. Okay? It's very exciting. Yeah, I used to think I was like that. I thought I would remain that guy forever. Well, so 10 years pass, and a bitch comes into your inbox like nothing ever happened. Now, 10 years. Remember, when I started talking to her, I was like a Kenodia. I was the most lambistic. Bitch comes to me when I'm now high flying. I'm working on radio. My billboards are everywhere. I had 16 billboards at one particular point around the country. 16 billboards showing my face. A bitch comes back like, hey, what happened to you? What happened to me? You rejected me 10 years ago. Now you're coming back with a simple hey. Hasa mimi nijikaranga na mafuta yangu. Zii! I'm playing new games. Afadhali nikule mamboch before nikule mtu alinireject. Na unajua sasa hiyo time wanarudi mtu ufikiri sasa unafikiri nyota yako ina shine. Wacha nyota ishine hao watu wako hapa saa hii. Let your nyota shine to people who are local. People who knew you and rejected you, bro, you should never ever look back on those people. People who knew you and rejected you, forget about them. Because those people have downgraded while you are upgrading. And now, the two of you want to come and connect. Now, some guys are looking at Kid Actress and they're like, hey, I can't wait. How much I know him say I can't wait. This guy's going to give her everything, thinking he's getting a prize. What prize, Omera? What prize is that? What is that to get? Kanye mjiheshimu kiasi. Ati hey. Na saa hiyo dema amekulenga hizo miaka zote. Hizo miaka zote amekulenga. Saa hii anakaa anajifanya anakaa. There's just a simple hey. Is it because of the Mercedes-Benz S550? Is it because umeona buy kofia mpya, nimemove kwa nyumba mpya? Hey. Keep your haze to yourself. Wewe ulinikataa. You're not part of my growth. So now ukiwa sasa kwa hii level, unaenda urudi huko chini tena. Usichukue mtu wa level yako. Mtu wa level yako atakupeleka mbio sana. Chukua kama mtu kadogo huko chini. Ka struggler, kama land tu Nairobi juzi.
We are the hands and feet of Jesus on this earth. And if at all...
Satan anataka
Hello guys, it's Mungai Eve. Welcome to the Mungai Eve show, and of course we are the #1 online TV show. And guys, leo nimepata chance. Hata kama ukijana ananizungushanga in Nairobi for the past, I think since nianze tu YouTube for the past 1 year and a half. Ninashana nikikutafuta. Amora hizi show up, lakini leo Mungu ni nani? Nimempata. Ukaje?
Niko fiti.
Hey, unafanya nini mta?
Nimekuja tu kusupport boy wako States. Hizo madrama zote. So tuna chill tu na yeye sahi.
Unampea shoulder to lean on.
Shoulder to lean on. Ndio iko hapo.
Unajua experience.
Unajua experience.
Anyway, mnajuanaje na States?
States ni boy wangu, tumekuwa tukifanya naye business kutoka kitambo. So tumekuwa tu in contact. Lakini sasa tumekuwa close juu hizi madrama zote.
So online nimekuwa na yeye tangu lini? Kuna video niliona pale kwa mtandao, mlikuwa umeshoot. So umekuwa pamoja hii period tangu lini?
Tumekaa hii wiki. Leo tuko lini? Leo tuko
Tuesday.
Tuko Tuesday. Tumekaa kutoka Friday. Yaani tumekaa tu pamoja for some time.
Ni reason gani ilifanya ufeel yani lazima ukuje ukae na yeye for this particular time?
Kwa sababu mimi mali yako nishaikuwa hapo, unaona? Na si place poa pa msee hajazoea, unaona? So nimekuja tu kumpea support yangu in anything yenye ana need. Tukifanya business bado.
Tukiwa hapo kwa business, let's go back. Amor, wewe tumekujua kama msee wa YouTube, you are among us young people wenye walikuwa realize YouTube kitambo. Nataka kujua ilikuwaje ndo ukajua mambo ya YouTube ndo ukaamua kuanza a YouTube channel.
So mi siku moja nikiwa YouTube baada sikuifanyanga hivyo, nilikuwa nimepanga kufanya. Nilikuwa tu siku moja tumeboeka kwa Kenya, tukaona YouTube ya S Family. So jawani wa US. So nikapiga picha, Kenya hakuna kitu kai. So nikaona acha ni implement Kenya wanafanya huko. And then ikashika.
Okay, huko Hello guys, it's Mungai Eve. Welcome to the Mungai Eve show, and of course we are the #1 online TV show. And guys, leo nimepata chance. Hata kama ukijana ananizungushanga in Nairobi for the past, I think since nianze tu YouTube for the past 1 year and a half. Ninashana nikikutafuta. Amora hizi show up, lakini leo Mungu ni nani? Nimempata. Ukaje?
Niko fiti.
Hey, unafanya nini mta?
Nimekuja tu kusupport boy wangu States. Juu hizo madrama zote. So tuna chill tu na yeye sahi.
Unampea shoulder to lean on.
Shoulder to lean on. Ndio nilishaiko hapo.
Unajua experience.
Unajua experience.
Anyway, mnajuanaje na States?
States ni boy wangu, tumekuwa tukifanya naye business kutoka kitambo. So tumekuwa tu in contact. Lakini sasa tumekuwa close juu ya hizi madrama zote.
Za online nimekuwa naye tangu lini? Kuna video niliona pale kwa mtandao mlikuwa umeshoot. So mmekuwa pamoja hii period tangu lini?
Tumekaa hii wiki. Leo tuko lini? Leo tuko
Tuesday.
Tuko Tuesday. Tumekaa kutoka Friday. Yaani tumekaa tu pamoja for some time.
Ni reason gani ilifanya ufeel yani lazima ukuje ukae na yeye for this particular time?
Kwa sababu mimi mali yako nishaikuwa hapo, unaona? Na si place poa pa msee hajazoea, unaona? So nimekuja tu kumpea support yangu in anything yenye ana need. Tukifanya business bado.
Tukiwa hapo kwa business, let's go back. Amor, wewe tumekujua kama msee wa YouTube, you are among us young people wenye walikuwa realize YouTube kitambo. Nataka kujua ilikuwaje ndo ukajua mambo ya YouTube ndo ukaamua kuanza a YouTube channel?
So mimi siku moja nikiwa YouTube baada sikuifanyanga hivyo nilikuwa nimepanga kufanya. Nilikuwa tu siku moja tumeboeka kwa Kenya tukaona YouTube ya S Family. So jawani wa US. So nikapiga picha Kenya hakuna kitu kai. So nikaona acha ni implement Kenya wanafanya huko. And then ikashika.
Okay. Huko umefungua YouTube channel before? Ulianza tu mkiwa na Kerala?
Kani kufungua si ukifungua channel bado unaweza fungua ile kuona ngama vitu YouTube juu ya kusign in. Lakini nilikuwa active hiyo time yenye nilidiscover naweza fanya kitu kama hiyo.
So that was in which year?
Sasa naweza kumbuka kweli. Mimi nimefanya YouTube for 1.5 years hapo tunaweza sema. Ama 2 years roughly, siko sure.
Okay, so S Family ndo walikuinspire sana, ukafeel it's something that unaweza taka mfanye. So all this was your idea?
Sisi mama mind na ule ex wangu. So ilikuwa our idea though. So because tuli decide si wote. So sisi chukua credit ati mimi ndo nili. Yes.
So mkaanza, how was it starting, you know, shooting? Unajua umeanza tu kitu mpya yenye ujui, una a lot of knowledge how to go about it.
As in ilikuwa tough lakini unajua nilikuwa unajua kuna Google. So nilikuwa na Google venye ya kuedit nini. Mimi hakuna mtu alinisaidia, sikuwa ngati na director, manager hizo. So nilikuwa naifanya tu mimi pekee. Like tuseme nasema mimi because mimi ndo nilikuwa nashughulika, unaona? Lakini unajua YouTube ilikuwa yetu wawili. Hiyo ku set up camera, kuedit.
Getting a sugar mommy or a sugar daddy is out of fashion. This new tool pays me $50 to $200 every day just for...
Let's take advertising of alcohol back traditionally to men. Okay? Traditionally. To take it back to men. And then if women were there as side pieces to the men. I was going to show you this video of cartoon. Let me show you the cartoon video first before I show you the other one. So you remember this one? Remember this, huh?
What's up everybody? Mambo ya macho tutaongea baadaye. Siwape iti. Siongelelei hayo. Anyway, I'm here for the sake of fervent shamba. Kuna shamba inauzwa. Kesho tunapatana Tao. Kencom saa 3. Twende tu view hiyo shamba. Mi personally nitakuwa kuna basi na beba wase. Na namba nitawekea hapo chini ya kucall. Hii shamba.
What do you think happened there? So we talked about this a couple of months ago.
Forget about my face, bro. I'm like, how? How can I forget about your face? That's all I am seeing. Forget about my face. Tomorrow we're going to Kambulu. I'm like, how?
And so I don't know what had happened. Maybe she had run into a bee. You know, sometimes you can run into a bee and then the bee stings your eye and then you look like this. So I think maybe that's what happened. So a bee stung her in her eye when she was running, and then she already had taken the chums to advertise Kamulu, okay?
iko 4 meters away from Daystar, so it's a Lukenya. Ni 50 by 100 na ni 399 bob peke yake, alafu 100k unalipa in 4 months. Alafu kesho kutakuwa na nyama choma na juices. Kujeni to view, ikikubamba nunua. Yeah, thank you.
So I saw that video a couple of months back and I was asking myself, hey, hawa watu hawana huruma. Yani mtu ameenda akachapua, ama labda tuseme she had one of those kissy boyfriends. You know those kissy boyfriends who have no respect. Those ones umse labda alichukua deki akamchapa nao kwa macho. Pap gaki. Oh. So I mean whatever they were doing. So but this woman has an injury. Clearly she has an injury, but biz ni biz. Lazima uze. Nikajiuliza maswali mengi sana mno. Kajiuliza hata na injury amwezi wachilia mtoto wa mtu at least alikave. I come back to her own, you know? Come back at least. Then I saw this video. So this is Ambare. Pregnant. She's like 6-7 months pregnant here, if you guys can see that. 6-7 months pregnant, you guys. Selling alcohol. Seriously. Yani nyo adu mko down aje. Yani dem akona ball anawauzia drinks. Dem akona ball anawauzia drinks. Ataka ni fetish. The fetish, the kio do fetish.
As you can see, the copper for one of the stores here goes back here, it's in Kilimani Woodland. And I know it's going to be a very long weekend. That's why I'm here as Queen of Shere to give you from. Yeah, not just yes, but Spanish I can't give you from. Yes, the only thing I think from you guys is just to tell me any other branch. Yeah, who's fine.
The fuck is that? Come on, guys. The fuck is that? Fuck is that? Come on. The fuck is that, bruh? Come on. Come on. Hiyo ni nini sasa? Hiyo ni nini? Ataka ni kuuza pombe. Hapana. Nikamzea kama sema, hey, skiza. Guys scratching his nuts saying, don't worry about it kaswende. Lakini hizi CD make sense ni aje. Don't worry about the kaswesh. Lakini hizi CD make sense. Hizi CD kali sana. Hizi CD zinakupatia sensitivity tunasianika hata hujavaa kitu. Wacha na kaswende wewe. Ni shida iko wapi? Don't worry about my pregnancy. I can sell alcohol. Huh? I'm like, seriously? And every now and then she wants to show you the kadiab ndio watu wanaume kila mtu. Because what are we looking at? Let's be honest. What are we looking at? Let's go into our full hater mode. What are we looking at? Am I looking at her tits? These tits are preparing for sucklage. There's going to be a kid atazaliwa atakuwa na hang nazo. So siwezi anza kuangalia hizo tits vile muangalia tits za kina Wahoo and the rest of the small shorties. Can I do that? I cannot do it. So hizo hips naangalia nini? Hips zina prepare kutoa mtoi. Hiyo rasa ni zile za kubai. So hapa, what am I looking at? What is she selling? Seriously. Kuna company inaitwa Bud Lights.
Bud Light thought it'd be a great idea to put a transgender on their can, and it was just going to take their sales through the roof. They're on the trainee train. What? The trainee train.
Bud Lights went and fucked up and got the wrong person to sell their products.
So, I kept hearing about this thing called March Madness, and I thought we were all just having a hectic month, but it turns out it has something to do with sports. And I'm not sure exactly which sport, but either way, it's a cause to celebrate.
Hey, you guys, they are regretting as we speak. We can't have this bullshit. Come on. Let's take advertising of alcohol back traditionally to men. Okay, traditionally, to take it back to men. And then if women were there as side pieces to the men. They were there to complement the man. The man was out there somewhere having a drink, and he would see a nice girl, and he would approach her from the bar, or he would be at the bar, and he would tip his hat, or he would do something, like tell the waiter, give her 2. She looks weak. Give her 2. Right? And in the morning, will be an advert where he is standing facing the beach, totally naked. All we can see is a silhouette of him as the woman is in bed, drinking a whole liter of Coca-Cola. That's how it's supposed to be. Take the advertising back. Take the advertising back to the men, because men are the ones who want it. Give the power back to the man. Let the man have the power of the woman over the woman. That's the only way it's going to work. No, but she's selling us what? What is she selling? She's selling us tits. She's selling us ass. She's selling us a fetish. Now when I see a woman like dressed like this and she's pregnant, next time I'm on Pornhub, I'm like, what do I want? What do I want? What can I possibly want? Then somehow it's like these computers can listen to our brains nowadays. They can somehow tell what you want. It's going to ask you, you want pregnant? Click! Hey, you find yourself there 4 hours later watching pregnant porn. Oh, you are hitting the baby on the head.
Yes.
And I need you to also now be that person to those other women, because they look up to you as well. So you need to stand up for some things that are bad in the group. So if you were to watch CNN right now, a lot of bullshit. That's what I have. That's my superpower. My superpower is that I have lived to see all this bullshit. You will get that superpower when you get to my age. But right now, you don't have shit. So shut the fuck up and listen. Yes. What are you doing? Cannot be talking. Me, I'm talking. You are talking. Unaongea nini, unasema nini? Haujui kitu. Nyamaza. Mwenye najua ndio uongea. So I've lived long enough to see a lot of bullshit. And bullshit has happened to me. And I have been a bullshitter as well for many years. So I've lived a long time enough to see that we are all full of shit. And so I'm comfortable with that now. So now that's why I do this podcast every day, just to point out some of the full of shitness that is within our society. It's not a big deal. Anybody can do it. You can open up your podcast tomorrow and start talking about this shit. Anybody can do it. That's what the newspapers do. You think I'm doing anything different from KTN? From NTV, from Citizen? No, we're sharing the same customer. Customer is always one, you. You see the time you're taking here, you could be spending it somewhere else. So I have taken you from there. So if you were to watch CNN right now or Citizen, you have stopped watching CNN and Citizen. So those guys must be pissed off at me. So we're all doing the same thing. All reviewing our daily lives. That's all. I remember when KTN came into the picture, I think it was 1992 or something. So they used to have this 62 logo. So it was KTN 62. And we were very excited because TV used to end at 10 p.m. every night. So there was a last program. Was it 10 or midnight? Around midnight. Let's say midnight. So every day, I want you to understand how content was those days, okay? So every day, last programming is at 10 o'clock. So after news, there's going to be some nonsense. then there's going to be something known as the last program. This is when they play Dallas and Sujinini, all those shows that were too old for us to watch because they would involve some kissing or they would involve somebody waking up in the bed in the morning. So there was no fucking. You'd never see at a movement. It would be implied. They would start kissing. Oh, we are kissing. And that kissing wasn't at the tongue. You'd never see the tongue. Kissing was lips. And then the camera would not really show you what's happening. It was not explicit. And then the next thing they would show you is them in the morning waking up from the bed with a chick holding her towel and going to the bathroom. So it was just in the imagination. And then it would end at midnight. So after midnight, hakuna TV, iko blank to the whole night. Mpaka kesho saa 10. Si asubuhi, saa 10. So the whole day, that box is just there. It's just like it's like an ornament. Then now saa 10, ndio unasikia saa TV imeanza kuwaka. That's more excited. You can't wait. I'm going to watch Space Ghost.
And look, over there behind it, a flare. That's Jace's I'm okay signal.
So when KTN came into the picture, bro, KTN was showing us 24 hours TV. Do you know what 24 hours TV meant? After the last program, they would play CNN News. So if you don't want to sleep, you would sit there and watch CNN News. You guys became experts in news around the world. Gulf War. You should have seen us. So you know what they're doing in the Gulf is not right. You should have seen us, man. We became experts about world news because of CNN. We were there with Wolf Blitzer. You guys know who Wolf Blitzer is? You don't know shit. Christian Amanpour. Zain Virgil juicy. But yeah, that's what's up. So welcome to the show, gentlemen. I salute you with the Charlie salute. It's good to see you. This is our show. This is a man's show. We come here just to pick a gumzo, small vibes, comedy. If I get you to laugh even once, my job is done. The comedy is done. All I have to do is get you to laugh once.
Let's learn to talk to one another. And there is no better place to be than to your parents. We love you and we care about you. And all the things you see, may they be crazy things that we are doing trying to protect you. When you hear us saying don't go at night, it's because I'm afraid what will become of my daughter, what will become of my son. When they go out there, who is taking care of them? In this age, where people are lining all these beers and whatever with drugs, will they be drugged? That is what is running in the mind of a parent.
No, it is running in the mind of a mother. Rigiji's wife, it is running in the mind of a mother. That's why a mother should not be allowed to talk to children beyond a certain age. Because you want to keep them as kids. You know, blanda. Now, mother, even anapiga lap, the whole country, trying to keep grown men as kids, trying to pull out the emotions from them. You can hear her with that motherly voice. We love you. We care about you. I'm over 18. There's no helping me. Once I'm over 18, I'm done. You should have gotten me when I was a small boy, when I was being fucked by the priest in church. That's when you should have gotten me. You should have gotten me when my uncle was there as a predator, doing that crazy shit to me. That's the time you should have gotten me. Where was my dad? Why didn't he protect me then? Who are you talking to now? Seriously. As a mother? No, you have failed as a mother. And I'm not talking about you, Rigiji's wife. I'm saying we as a society, we have failed. So say, who are you babying?
It's not that we want to curtail your freedom. We want you to grow. At the same time, we want to hold back. So help us.
So I get the concern from the women, but it's not a women-led initiative. Because if they lead that initiative, then they're going to they're going to make men into victims, the way women became victims. And it's not good for men to become victims because they become nasty, useless little shits. When a man becomes a victim, anza kujiona sasa ati anasaidiwa na wanawake, akona ile woye spirit. Woye mama amekam kunisave. Huo ni mwanamke, mwanaume sasa. Huo hata si mwanaume, ni mwanamke. So initiative ya kusaidia wanaume haiwezi toka kwa madem. She cannot be the one leading it, unfortunately. Bro, I do want us to succeed as a country, but that project cannot be hers, unfortunately. There's no woman who can lead at saving men. It will never happen. We need to create better systems that protect the family. You need to be talking to the women to stop being single mothers. That is one of the biggest problems we have in the family today. Women are okay being single mothers. Why can't we do that? Shame these bitches into marriage. They stop leaving their husbands. Then us will take care of the men on this side because we're building stronger men. Remember, this channel is for men. We're building stronger men. Who are the men going to find? If you don't build the women for them, who are the men going to find? Sasa tuende to build wanaume wazuri. Wanaume watatoka hapa waende watafute wangoso. Because the black woman is becoming too hard to take. You guys don't see this as a problem. But the black woman is becoming a problem. She's becoming too hard to take. We cannot trust her. We cannot trust her not to take us out. So we're going to resist her. We're going to resist our own black women. And many men are going to not want to get married. So why can't we talk to the women to go back to being women, and then the men can go back to being men, and then there is symbiosis? Because right now there's no symbiosis. You're trying to change drunkards into what? Symbiosis. No more symbiosis, no brother. So stop being so obsessed about talking to men. Rikiji's wife, I want you to use the same energy and all the resources. Forget about men. Go to the women. Go to the girls' schools one after the other, teaching them. Tell them, hey, listen, this is how you're supposed to be. When you leave high school, this is who you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be a wife. You're supposed to be a mother. You teach them how to be who you are, how to be successful like you. Don't teach them how to be your husband. Only your husband can teach men how to be like him. Not you. You can teach the women how to be like you. Stop worrying about the boys. You're going to destroy these boys. Now they'll become oye boys. Before you know it, wataanza kuvaa matuta 10 na earrings na kila kitu. Waanza kulegeza mkono, because every time they're with mama, mama is there to protect them from life. The boy needs to go through life. He needs to go through hardship. He needs to go through adversity. Whatever it is he's dealing with, he has to deal with that by himself or die.
Run it.
You will never hear an older man saying those words. A man who has chums. Mwanaume ako na pesa zake. Ako single. Kama Harmonize unajua, still a young man. A man who's in his 50s, ati aanze kwenda kwa internet kusema I'm looking for a woman, I need a woman between. No. He's having to fight those bitches away. Everywhere he goes, it's like a celebrity. Ask your woman right now, the one you're sitting with. A 50-year-old is holding your relationship together right now. This guy can walk in there and take your bitch quick fast. Upita tu hapo hivi unanusa tu cologne. Unaona chekidemu yako ameanza kumbao. She will not tell you, but she's tired of smelling your Bintel Sudan. Umzi atapita hapo na Tom Ford ama kama ile yangu. Dema inuse ajue hapo ni pesa. Angalie njumu, ajue njumu ni pesa. Angalie mbota, ajue mbota ni pesa. Ajue huyu mzee ataniingiza ndege mpaka Diani. Pangusa ye. Sasa madangu chika hizi. Hizi dangu zinakuambia come, but dangu hazikupatiangi kitu for free. Dangu will have you eating that punani 39 minutes. Now go down there. You are not done yet. You have 17 more minutes. You come out there, you guy. You have neck muscles bigger than Thanos. Look like you do wrestling. Unarudi Kenya, umekufa ganzi. Cannot taste nothing no more. Used to enjoy nyama choma, squeezy, huli, hunyi. Kula senya mzee. Muscles the jaw. You look like Popeye. Alafu they don't get satisfied. So utachimba uchimbe. Unajua mwanaume yuko 50. Akaenda achukue kakiro kadogo, kakiro ka small, ka 21, 22 hapo. She's going to move at his pace. Haizi mharakisha, dema haizi harakisha Sponyo. Sponyo ndio decide ni when, na ni where, na ni how long. Because James yashalipwa. Hasa huyo huyo akilipa ndio decide when, where, how. Alafu you know they're not very proud of these small boys. So they'll never take you anywhere fancy. Because even them, they are ashamed. They might look like they're walking with their sons. So this is your son? No, he's my boyfriend. Hey.
Have a wonderful day. Yes. I hope to see you guys soon.
I hope. Let me hear from Wanjiku as well. Wanjiku, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
There's something George said. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember what day exactly, but the conversation was about Africa having to undergo a genocide. Most African countries having to undergo a genocide to prevent, to bring up its leadership potentials and stuff. And then he sort of got into it with a guy who was saying that he needs data and he needs statistics on where this has worked. And I've been thinking about that statement all week. And it actually does make sense because I don't think Rwanda as is right now can ever go back to any tribal politics because they've been through it. They've been, they know firsthand what it takes, what it has taken them for a country to rebuild. And what George said was most countries, like he gave an example of Sudan and how it has gotten close to the brink of a genocide, but it never really fell through. And now thinking about it really makes sense. So even as a Kenyan who is really not interested in politics and knowing that we have an election coming through on August 9th, I don't know. I don't know what to think or what sides to even think can offer better leadership for our nation. So maybe George can give us advice on even, what to look at when we're lining up to vote in the morning. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Wanjiko. Say hi to your dad. George, there's a question for you here. You want to take that up?
There are two things you cannot tell Kenyans because they know all. And one of them is religion. And the second one is politics. We are such a polarized country that those two things, there is nothing you can say to change the mindset, no matter how objective your thought process is on those two things. And if you look at a video that Andrew did when Mother Kaloa was chosen for the vice presidency position, running mate,
yeah, I did see that.
You see the comment section there that nobody want to hear anything other than you have been paid by the other camp to tarnish this other camp. So anything you say about politics in Kenya, and I've been around longer than most. You cannot change people's mindset. I am from the central part of Kenya, and when Raila had the chance to actually get the seat the first time. Amongst the Kikuyu communities in central Kenya, I don't know anywhere else, they were doing whisper campaigns. You will see the absurdity of it when I say it. In the Kikuyus villages and meetings and marketplaces, they were telling each other with these whisper campaigns that if we make the mistake of electing Raila, he will make us wear short pants. In Swahili, we call it kaptula kinyasa. So in abstract, it wouldn't make sense. But when said in the context of politics, you don't need to hear anything else other than this is the guy we cannot vote for to save our lives. You look at the young people, for the biggest chunk of 3 years, they were all fixated on Ruto. And then this pothead came in, Wajakoya, and now you cannot convince them there is nobody else able to save Kenya from the bondage of Chinese debt. But if you look at the port industry, where it has thrived, and it's a relatively very new concept in California and Colorado and these other states, and you compare it with the economy of one single city, Las Vegas, Nevada, where, along with other counties, prostitution is legalized. So I was asking this week in another space, why do we need to stop at pot, at marijuana? Why can't we also throw in there, let's legalize prostitution to pay our debt to China? And I was doing that to show the absurdity of the concept. We need to legalize pot so that we can pay for the debt that Uhuru Kenyatta put us in building the infrastructure. And I said, in prostitution, we don't need to build anything. We already have our beautiful girls. All we have to say is, come ye, O honey men, and eat and drink at the fountain of our youthful women. And it's illegal. You can do it on Kenyatta's highway. You can do it in the restaurants. You can do it in hotels. You can do it anywhere. But we just need 28% as a levy because we have this debt that we need to pay to China. The absurdity of what I'm saying right now, if you think sanely without pot in your head, is what Wajakoya is telling Kenyans, and they are buying that nonsense. That we can use pot to pay for debt. Prostitution is a bigger income earner for 10 counties in Nevada, including Las Vegas. So why are we stopping at one scene when we can go all the way? So I'm saying all these things to show you we are knee-deep dug into our own ideologies. And unlike the West, where they say they do not discuss politics and they do not discuss religion, even in their homes. Forget about with the families or at work or in a gathering. Politics and religion, they don't discuss it. And the idea behind politics is you vote your pocketbook, where you feel the policies of this politician or this party favors your bottom line. That's where you vote. You flip it in Kenya. Why do we vote for the people we vote for? Look at the actors. simply because Uhuru is a Kikuyu, it's kumira kumira, tano tena. We don't care what the policies are. We don't care what the record was for the first 5 years. I am a Kikuyu. I am bound by my tribalism to vote for this guy. And you throw reason out the window. Or I'm from the Rift Valley and we need to return power back to these young, promising, courageous. So there is no advice you can give Kenyans, whether they are 77 or 18, on how to vote sanely, because we have never seen it happen in any of our generations since 1961. We have never voted interests. We have never said, this is what we need to accomplish, and this is whom we think is best suited to take us there. No, we dig on our own camp 99% of the time based on tribe. And Raila, if you look at those videos with Andrew, when he said something against Raila, now the Luos came in and said, "Hey man, you cannot be saying this. You know, you have something against the Luo. We've been seeing you here for a moment." So there's no advice to give these people. All we have to do is play June 21st spaces on August 21st and see how well we fared.
So let me hear from Brian Ngudi Juma.
If I'm going to tap into what George was talking about, I think we are sick. We are not objective. The objective of leadership is to improve the situation by providing an environment that fosters improvement in life. Ours is this person speaking our language? Well and good. There was a point made about Wajakoya and he's selling, I don't know, weed to, I don't know who some weird stuff. I think Wajakoya is just an entertainment because the current Chinese railway line was, I don't know, 380 billion shillings, something like that. That's the debt. But Uhuru Kenyatta has told us 2 billion is stolen every day. That means if 1 day has 1 year has 360 days. So if 2 billion is being stolen in a day, that means we could have repaid the Chinese debt within 6 months. So this rubbish I'm hearing, I was saying, just stop stealing. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Kibi.
And Brian, let me put it in context of what Kenyatta said. 2 billion shillings is stolen every day in the office of the president.
I even actually challenged it, and they went because it's themselves, right? And I was told that the Judicial Service Commission is the one that has the role, and they went because wenyewe kwa wenyewe kujidefend. But yet, I stand accused that the executive is not doing enough. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you want me to do? Niwaulize.
Mnataka nifanye nini? I am just the president.
So what is he doing there? What did we vote for? Now this is somebody who tell, what do I do? So if Uhuru Kenyatta says, Mnataka nifanye, what do you want Brian to do now? It's like the head of the family saying, hey, Raundi, we don't have rent money and we are stuck. So kids, what do we do? It's a sinking mess. Those are the issues you should be focusing on, not haphazardly filling the earth. Then you're telling, oh, we need to help so and so, and then you need to continue the lineage to what? The African lineage is like a train going nowhere. Sorry for being, I lean more towards technology. So what are we doing? You look all over the continent, every continent has something they are doing. Even if outside technology, if you go to Denmark, they are known for dairy products. Japanese, they are known for technology. The Germans are known for automotive technology, Japanese electronics. But what is the African? What is the Kenyan known for? A Kenyan will tell you, continue the lineage. Continue lineage to where? To what? So are we subhuman? Like goats, we breed, we die, others come in. We breed, we die, others come in. If we go missing today, if the Kenyans go like all Kenyans are gone, what will go missing? I know if Japanese go missing, we'll miss things like technology will go missing. If Germans go missing, Mercedes, Daimler, what's not, BMWs, gone. But you imagine Kenyans going missing. What will happen? There'll be a lot of money because whatever was being stolen will stop being stolen. There'll be a very big spike in some pesa imetoka up. Oh, wenye kuiba hawako, the guys who are stealing are gone. Thank you so much.
That's a very nice way of looking at it. If the African was to disappear, I'm sure the white man would have very good use for Africa. Because right now we're just a drag. We're dragging just each other down with this stupid black tax. We're just a drag. We are producing nothing. We are consumers. We import so much. We've made China a first world country. Bro, China, there's a time they were not in the picture. We import so much. We import everything. How can Africa import food stuff? Take a second and understand what that is. We import sugar, something that we don't need. Oh, you guys thought we need sugar. We don't need sugar. Yeah, you can survive without sugar.
This is Rogue Radio.
Hello and welcome to the Wicked Edition. I'm Dr. Kingori. We have a great show lined up for you. One of our guests for tonight is a lady taking Kenya to the world as far as comedy is concerned. She actually recently landed a gig with Comedy Central, Ilya US, for the amazing work she's doing online. Now, one thing that stands out from her content is the concept of saying what people are afraid to say.
As my birthday approaches, I will not be accepting cards. If you want to pass on a beautiful message, send me a text on WhatsApp. My PayPal is still at 0. I'm not sure if it's a mistake. I know I haven't gotten you a gift before, but why are you dwelling on the past? Move on. Move on. Move on.
Mi mazi mtu akiniambia hivyo sijui tunaweza ongea nini after that. But Elsa Majimbo is in the house. Also in studio is a man who needs no introduction. He is regarded in some areas as Mr. Say It As It Is. Andrew Kibe is in the house.
He's in the house.
Asante sana. I also have great news from our friends Telkom Kenya. Ile deal yetu ya usiku sako imestretchiwa. Now the night bundles are now active from as early as 10 p.m. Hakuna kungoja cha sijui saa 6 usiku. Hakuna. Hii ni good news for usiku sako members kwa sababu saa 4 sasa hiyo ni asubuhi. I'll be sharing more details on that in a bit. Na usisahau pia niko na credo ya 2,000 nataka kukupea before the end of this first part of the show. But first, the chairman of the men's conference, Mzee Kibor, has asked the government to return his gun, claiming that his life is in danger because of his children. Now, for those who don't know the story, the 88-year-old's gun was taken after he was caught on camera shooting at his son. Hii clip ilipea Mzee Kibor gangster points mob. Personally, I'm happy no one was injured in the incident, but it's interesting because I know this is not the first time Wakenya wanaona video ya babu akishoot kijana. Now, but the shocking thing about this particular incident ni ati huyo ni mtoto wake. But hiyo ni mimi nimesema. Mzee Kibor recently claimed that he is not, he does not believe actually that those children are his. And he actually wants a DNA test. And if it's true that those are not his children, the clip we just played then proves that Mzee Kibor is right. You all saw him take a shot, akamisi mtoto. Now, this will be a tricky case for Mzee Kibor though. Proving that your children want to kill you in this country is a long shot, mazi. Nani hajaisikia mama akiteta akisema, hey! chai kwa maji yangu ya kuoga. Watoto wataniua. Ni tricky. Every parent says that. Now, but Mzee Kiborn has been in the headlines for very interesting reasons. One of them being the divorce from his third wife back in 2018. And that was after 52 years of marriage. Now, this introduces a new perspective. Ukisikia mtu amekaa 52 years kwa marriage ndio amue, hapana, hii noma. That's patience. Marriage is for the strong. Eunice Njeri alionea 18 akaondokea huko nje ya Metropolitan. Eunice Njeri alisikia tu, do you take Isaac? That was it. In other news, after they were found guilty of fraud in the 300 million Bob Mays scandal, Sirisia MP John Waluke and his business associate Grace Wahungu were last week sentenced to 7 years in prison or a combined fine of 2.1 billion shillings. On her part, Grace Wahungu allegedly raised 500 million shillings from her family WhatsApp group in just 2 hours. 500 million shillings in 2 hours just to evade a jail term. Enyewe wa Kenya ni different. Mulisikia option akina Makoha walipea judge vile aliwatisha na fine ya 200k.
200,000. Laki mbili.
Munaongea kuhusu laki?
Laki mbili.
Si afasali mtu nyonge pasi. Afasali mtu nyonge.
Siji mbona wazee wajaita Makoha manki after hiyo kitu ilienda viral. But Waluke on his part ameunda pay bill. Wakenya wacheze kama wao, and from the list I've seen circulating on social media, Wakenya washam support na 87 bob yake moto. Now, mi bado nimekuwa mapo kwa family group ya WhatsApp inachanga 500 million shillings in 2 hours. Na ni fine. Umaiwe kwa WhatsApp group ya matanga na chenye watu wanachanga huko ni memes. Wapendwa najua sijatoa kitu, lakini hiyo ndio meme ya mwisho nilitumia marehemu. Na ilimuua. Najua hata nyinyi itawamaliza. Now, on the positive though, in this country, we have a WhatsApp group that can raise 500 million shillings in 2 hours. Why is the treasury struggling to raise 2.7 trillion shillings in 1 year? Why don't they just add the CS to that WhatsApp group? Hii budget tunaweza fungana wiki moja. Now, that said, kuna watu wanashuku hii credo tunapeana kama ni ya ukweli. Now, I'll tell you what. Hii credo mtu yote anaweza pata as long as uko na line ya Telcom. It only depends on how fast you can type. Now, our last episode, winner anaitwa David Thairo. Alicheza kama yeye, nikacheza kama mimi. Nilimuongeza credo ya thao as soon as he provided proof that ni yeye ameipata. Now, the instruction was very simple. Weka credo, alafu tuma screenshot ya kuconfirm imeingia kwa simu yako ni kuongeze thao. Mimi nilipata screenshots za wasee, wana dial number, wanaeka hiyo namba vizuri, alafu badala ya kuload airtime iingie kwa simu yako, msee ana screenshot ananitumia. Wakenya manzi. But then again, Telcom ni nani? Ofa ya usiku sako bado inaendelea na bado niko na credo ya kupeana. Of course, vile sema courtesy of Telcom Kenya. Na wale hawajui usiku sako ni nini, I'm talking about 5 GB at 50 bob only, ama 700 MBs daily, coming with an extra 700 MB at night, valid from 10 p.m. So just dial *544# on your Telcom line and get to enjoy this offer. Credo yenye napeana leo, here are the instructions. There is 10 digits between number 7 and number 8. I'll be reading out the 10 digits before the end of this first part of the show, so karada. Watu wangu wa YouTube, your excellencies, the notification gang, your request has been received. Na nashughulikia kwanza naongea na watu wa Telcom to assort a special package. Now, I'm very curious to know the real difference between rudeness, telling it like it is, and being savage. Now, kuna kitu kwanza kwa hizi corridors za mtandao ya questions well answered. Ati, naona umepika mayai, umebai. Ai, hapana, hizi nimetaga. Now, first, is that being rude? Is that being savage? Is that telling it like it is? Allow me to extend this conversation to the second part of the show with our guests, Andrew Kibe and Elsa Majimbo, a perfect combination for this topic. But before that, I owe you 2,000 bob worth of Telcom airtime. There is 10 digits between number 7 and number 8 to make up the 12 digits in 1,000 bob airtime. Now, the 10 digits are Karada 8 7 7 1 6 0 3 6 0 3. Ntarudia tena. The 10 digits are 8 7 7 1 6 0 3 6 0 3. Load it up. Ikiingia kwa simu yako, send me a screenshot, alafu na kuongeza thao ingine juu. Our guest for tonight wanaweza ni allow kusema leo tuko na wenda wazimu wawili in studio. Not as in a polite way, that's not rude. But then we are talking about the line between rudeness, savagery, na telling it like it is. And in studio tuko na Andrew Kibe. Karibu sana. So we also have her ladyship, Elsa Majimbo, also in the house.
The one and only.
Karibuni sana. What is the end game of saying things the way you do? Like, do you want to hurt someone? Is it a special way of communication?
I just want to make things clear. The way I'd say, I have a type, and my type, it's rich. You know, that's why.
Keep going. Huh?
Like, what I expect from that is that I expect someone who is broke or someone who doesn't have money not to approach me.
Okay.
So I tell you what I expect.
So is that you though?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's rich? Like, what are the standards of rich?
First of all, my dowry is $4 million. If you're able to afford that.
Look at this crazy woman. Crazy person.
That is her truth. What is your problem?
This is madness.
Why is it madness?
Nairobi squeezy.
How is it madness?
When you afford, you refuse to leave.
Remain single.
Problem yako na msichana akijua value yake ni gani?
Why are women putting a value on themselves like property?
Every man has.
So when I pick you up, mimi nikikuchukua niseme Elsa ni demu yangu, you think I'll ever allow you to go anywhere if I've paid $4 million for your dowry? And to come into the house, you have to come crawling to me. Yeah. If I ever even put even 10,000 shillings on you, respect yourself, Elsa.
No. Kibe. Do you prefer Elsa akikwambia kama dem, no, mimi my type is rich, simple, versus dating someone who is pretending not to like people for money, but they really do like you for money?
Yes. How old are you?
Myself, third floor.
Tuseme uko 30 sahi. Let's give you the lowest limit
somewhere around the third floor.
So you're 30 years one day. The lowest. Skiza. Wewe saini kukuliza unataka dem anakaaje? Utani describe ya dem.
Yes.
Utani describe ya dem pale anatoka.
Yes.
Utani describe ya dem vile yeye uishi. You'll describe to me the chick that you want based on her mannerisms and her looks.
Okay.
Right? Now these women here don't want to describe men based on their mannerisms. And their looks. You want to describe them based on what?
But that's
what is this? What is this?
Nah,
so I
Aki ungetoa hiyo kitu Andrew.
Ingebaki tu kwa mfuko by the way.
Kuna excuse for COVID. Kuna COVID. Why don't you, nakuelewa, but why don't you appreciate honesty? Like, hiyo ni honest, mtu anakuambia ni aje, mimi napenda do. Simple. That's not rude. That's knowing your value.
How honest can you be with somebody? Elsa, let me ask you. If I told you, if I go to eat, I don't wash my hands, you'd be like, what? When I go see where I don't do this, you'd be like, what? Because where you're coming from, your environment dictates who you are. You're not coming to me straight up. You're coming to me based on who you know and what you know. True not true? Ndio kwa maana kuna madem unaweza peleka mahali, dem anajua kutumia knife and fork and knife.
Yes.
Na kuna dem anaenda achukue motura na akule straight.
Yes.
So you must know where you're coming from.
Kuna mademu kula mutura na fork.
Okay, yes, so
when you're kulanga na fork na knife kulangi mutura. Sasa
your analogy makes sense. Right?
But you see what he's saying? He's saying there's someone who will fork a knife. So me, I've been raised just in a nice home, in a nice house. And then now you shift onto to someone who doesn't have money. You know, you always...
It's not money, it's manners. It's where you're coming from, it's not money. Focus. It cannot be money because money doesn't have money. Look at someone like Mike Sonko. Would you go out with Mike Sonko? No, you wouldn't because Mike Sonko has the money but doesn't have the manners that you want, right?
Okay, true.
Yeah.
Nimekutana na kelele fulani ati you might have been a pastor somewhere.
Might. I did. I read. So, listen to this story. So, I had a friend of mine who was a pastor. So, I went to him and I told him, listen, I want to know about all this church and the Bible and whatever. Teach me. So he taught me for a while and told me this is how you're going to go. And then I told him one day, can you open a church? Because I think you have so much information. At that time,